At this moment, the world has entered the ice age. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. August 22nd, 9:10 in the morning. The dawn has just broken, and the sky in Yanjing is gloomy and cloudy, and the rolling clouds give people a sense of shock, which makes people feel depressed. Yulong number 1 villa. Now the surrounding walls of the villa have been demolished. In the suburbs, you can see the miraculous scene of the progress of national demolition more closely. After Ying Ziyue issued the order last night, all the city planners started the subproject. Urban construction planning. The current Yanjing engineering team has a clear division of labor. All the foundations of the first floor are completed, and then 50,000 residential buildings are being constructed. The super thick wall looks like an igloo in the North Glacier. As for the city walls around Yanjing, the construction of the initial scale has also begun, and everything is proceeding in a perfect and orderly manner as planned. Turning around, on the bedroom wall, there is a detailed disaster heading table posted August 22nd. The duration of sunshine is reduced by 10%, and the temperature is -0.8 degrees August 30th. A blizzard came on the northern and southern glaciers, and all countries in the northern hemisphere began to experience frost and severe cold. 19 and 20th, the world was reduced to a blizzard. The sea level was falling at a rate of 15 meters per day. Then on October 2nd, humans will experience the despair brought about by the extreme cold. Any so-called cold resistant device, any so-called underground plan, would collapse at the center of the cold wave. He had seen the most desperate glacier in history, so Ying Ziyue was qualified to comment. So now the preparation of the east must be perfect. For example, the snow country train transports materials across the country. It is stunning and shocking. It guards large provinces, transports factory materials and food supplies, and even the people walking back and forth. There is also the wind and snow chain city, a giant city where more than 1 billion people live, where humans live, survive, and enjoy. Opened the window, and the chill screams. The radio behind Ying Ziyue faintly sounded. This July 13th is an old model. According to the global elite news agency, the preliminary infrastructure of the United States of Roses underground defense station has been completed. At the same time, the United States of Roses has tested the extreme cold test. The test is perfect, and it is included in the global architectural miracle. A professor of oceanography from B Glacier said that the extremely cold weather will arrive in 50 days and lasts for about 2 months. At present, global projects are in preparation, and the Eastern project is the slowest. The radio is over. This is a report from the whole country. The world called this disaster extreme cold, and they predicted the fluctuation for 2 months. Staring at the cold wind and exhaling, Ying Ziyue has complicated eyes. 2 months. What a ridiculous meteorological technology. In the face of terrifying nature, does the West really think that their technology will be invincible? For 2 months, there will be an extremely cold blizzard, and then a continuous low temperature, until the cold wave sweeps the world. In the state of irregular movement, the surface will be frozen, because there will be an absolute zero temperature covering about 10 seconds. It is a global disaster of destruction. Therefore, it depends on whether the preparation is sufficient. Ice swept the city, and ultra-thick buildings appeared. In order to prevent the subsequent power outage and the rapid cooling effect, the next city was either close to a geothermal center, or had a nuclear power plant. It is unrealistic to build nuclear power plants in every city, but Ying Ziyue has a better power supply plan. It took less than half an hour to make a call. It was 9:30 and the sky was already lit. Zhao Guofeng parked the car in front of the villa. Zhao Guofeng spoke up when he got in the car. Leader Ying, we have already notified the Wind Power Research Center. Zhuo Yan has already gone first. We will arrive in about 22 minutes. Zhao Guofeng said. As Ying Ziyue nodded, the car started, and the roads on both sides of the road were dusty and artificial rainfall was going on. There was a tower crane almost every 1,000 meters. As for the roadside was full of mixers and the cement was rolling and roaring. Leader Ying, every city is now under infrastructure construction. At present, 1.5 billion people are scattered in 1,000 cities, and the engineering team in each city has reached 1 million. At the same time, the arrangements for the southern icebreaker are completed. Zhao Guofeng, who reported, "The great project of 1.5 billion people is unbelievable. Cars are walking on the side of the road. On both sides are the sounds of infrastructure construction day and night. The north and south factories and ecological parks are also undergoing day and night reserves and supply. The industry previously exhibited in the east, the agricultural production chain is perfectly embodied. Point outside the road, large trucks are hung with banners that read support for national infrastructure. There were also horns outside the trucks, blaring, support the great power project. The 022 project team supports the big country project." In this era, when the soul seems to be trembling, the first glance is the ultimate refreshment. The national boom. Everyone's face is filled with excitement. Carrying on big projects together, eating logistics together, and supplying 3 dishes and 1 soup together are all good dishes. It was cloudy now, accompanied by cold wind, but Ying Ziyue felt the warmth of the same blood. National power, as it should be. The Wind Power Research Center is located in the western suburbs of Yanjing, which is also one of the research institutes protected by the military, because the research plan and direction are critical. At 9:35, in the conference room of the Electric Energy Research Center, 30 electric energy professors in white lab coats finished their work side by side. They are all looking at the main seat. Zhao Yan, the senior infrastructure engineer from the Special Research Institute. At this moment, Zhao Yan's mouth was smiling. "You guys, the nation's national infrastructure is ahead, and the Special Research Institute called on my country to propose a wind power mega project plan. Before the plan is announced, I would like to ask, what do you think of the natural energy consumption wind turbines?" Zhao Yan spoke, bearing the solemn identity of the Special Research Institute. He was naturally paid attention to by everyone. After he spoke, everyone spoke up. If it is a disaster, a wind turbine is one of the best choices, because the disaster may cause power outages. In the second position, Zhao Xuanghai, a doctoral tutor in electrical energy, spoke, and the others nodded. "What do you think is the limit of the wind turbine?" When the topic was opened, the professors present changed their expressions, and they all seemed to realize something. What is the maximum wind turbine limit? Coupled with the current pre-disaster preparation work, the doctoral supervisor Zhao Xuanghai's eyes were dignified, and it was obvious that the major powers were about to prepare disaster devices. Minister Zhao Yan, currently the world's largest wind turbine is from the North Glacier country. It is 220 meters high and rotates up to 260,000 kilowatts. This means that it can supply electricity to thousands of people within 24 hours for a month. The meter-long propeller has a total weight of 38 tons and a turbine parameter of 3.6 MW, which is already the largest in the world. Not big enough. Zhao Yan said. After speaking, the faces of the doctors of electrical energy who were present changed. They didn't expect this time that the plan would be so magnificent. This is not big enough. So how big is this? The United States of Rose's plans to build a generator with a height of 400 meters, surpassing this northern glacier, but it has been put on hold due to disasters. Dr. Zhao Xuanghai's tutor said again, "It's not big enough." Zhao Yan said again, still smiling at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, all the wind energy professors present know that outside or inside the city of infrastructure construction, the country needs to build a giant electric power engine to supply electricity. But 400 meters is not enough. How big is that? Zhao Xuanghai's expression was complicated, and he could hardly imagine the current direction of the project in the east. The projects in the east now make many veteran designers doubt life, because every project is too horrible and too frightening. The snow country trained from the 40 million iron army makes people tremble to 1.7 billion infrastructure for all people. Now there is a super wind turbine, especially a giant generator with a height of 400 meters. It should be known that the construction of a wind turbine at a higher height will be extremely large, so the construction of this giant wind turbine is dry. Well, Zhao Xuanghai couldn't help but frown. He thought of the global situation, and a horrified thought flashed in his heart. Could it be said that this extreme cold disaster will break everyone's imagination, and Dongfang's current projects are all epic cards? Da. Footsteps sounded, and then the guards moved in. Ziyue Yan and Zhao Guofeng stood on both sides. Seeing this scene, the electric energy professors all stood up, and they knew that the important person was coming. Under the attention of the eyes, Ying Ziyue stepped forward. He stood in front of the main seat and opened the show directly. What if we build a wind turbine that can supply electricity to millions of people? Ying Ziyue spoke, and at least 4 inhaling air conditioning sounds came from the conference room. Aspiring to both hands, Ying Ziyue inserts the USB flash drive and the screen appears. This is a wind turbine similar to a giant Ferris wheel, erected in the middle of the city, surrounded by giant walls, and then a series of super thick buildings. Steam pipes are steaming, and the mist is boiling. This steel the city is like a magical city. On all sides are huge city walls exuding a sense of science and technology. The steam pipes in the city, ecological greenhouses, and residential buildings are all in the style of heavy machinery. The Ferris wheel in the middle is swinging slowly in the wind. This exquisite color drawing makes the meeting room. Everyone seemed to be dumbfounded. Oh my god, this kind of is set up in the center of the city. It is hard to imagine. The doctoral supervisor Zhao Xuanhe looked in a daze, even trembling. Because this project is not time consuming, but the project and its greatness have never appeared in the world, and have never been proposed, so Zhao Xuanhe's expression is incredible at this moment. He really feels that, since the emergence of the special research team, the people of the East have completely united, and then one by one huge cross-generation projects have appeared. The East has the engineering department, and the major mechanics and physics departments. Ziyue Yan said, his consciousness is that there is a country as the foundation, guaranteed to complete the tasks of the state and special research institutes. Zhao Xuanhe, doctoral supervisor of Dianeng, stood up straight and spoke excitedly, knowing that his friend is the train energy produced by the nuclear fission reaction. Their wind power research center can also build the largest supply wind power station in history. Supply millions of people. In the center of the city, the height is at least 1,500 meters. It uses a triangular arch structure and then a giant propeller. The length is estimated to be 400 meters. From the appearance alone, this will be the largest Ferris wheel in history. Style generator. According to the violent wind caused by the current weather, wind power will be generated at that time, and energy-free supply can be achieved to build a city. Thinking of this, Dr. Zhao Xuanhe was stunned for a moment. He suddenly thought of something. According to this design, this kind of wind turbine can not only generate electricity, but also increase heat temperature. It should be known that after the large-scale wind turbine is started, it will disturb the hot and cold air currents in the atmosphere, and change the nearby climate at extreme times. In normal weather, the air current rises when it encounters heat, and sinks when it is cold. The cold air flow is generally below, but close to 100-meter wind turbine blade will bring down the hot air, and then the ground will start to warm up. So what exactly is this going to do? Thinking of this, Zhao Xuanhe's expression was even more shocked. He is now 100% sure that the wind turbine is not only for power supply, but also has other functions. Leader Ying, the wind turbines in each city are not only supplying electricity, right? Zhao Xuanhe asked. After he spoke, Ziyue Yan, Zhao Guofeng, and Ying Ziyue all lit up in front of the main seat. Under the background of this modern disaster era, the thinking of Eastern engineers all opened up. Standing straight, Ying Ziyue switched to another USB flash drive again. The screen projection appears. This is not in the wind and snow, but the typhoon, tornado, and blizzard in the real ceremony. The whole city is covered by wind and snow, and countless blizzards are falling frantically. Around the city, are huge glaciers hundreds of meters high. The smell of seawater is declining frantically. The former coastal cities have all turned into white ice sculptures. A city flooded by a blizzard. As for the center of the city, a humming and rhythmic blade rotation sounded at an altitude of 500 meters. The sound was resounding, humming, and shocking. blasting and over the city, there appeared a silver-white cold wave city covering tens of millions of square meters. Witnessing this cold wave in person from the screen, the wind and electric energy professors present seemed to be trembling, even afraid except. It was terrifying. The sky changed color, the cold wave was boiling, and everything turned into white snow. This was the age of 30% of the glaciers then. Boom, boom. With the rotation of the giant wind turbine, an epic scene appeared. I saw the atmosphere, as if two air currents were fighting each other and fighting each other. An extremely shocking picture appeared. Part of the cold wave will dissipate, and the city barely survives. Boom. The screen ended and lasted for 5 minutes. The doctors of wind energy in the conference room were still on the scene. They couldn't help holding on to their clothes, as if they really felt that the cold was coming. Clatter. Ying Ziyue tapped the table lightly, and the doctors present reacted, but everyone's complexion changed, from trembling to flushing with excitement. Especially the doctoral tutor Xihai. Now he knows thoroughly why he built a super wind power station with a height of 1,000 meters. Is this our next project? To protect all mankind? A 30-year-old middle-aged doctor asked. His voice was excited, trembling, enthusiastic, and trembling, because he saw the miraculous picture created by this wind turbine. Extremely excited. Because this is the construction of a project to protect mankind. For everyone, this is also the only opportunity to leave a name in the chronicle. Now do you have the confidence to complete the kilometer wind power station project? Ying Ziyue stood up straight, her voice like thunder, sharp and capable. Guarantee to complete the project. We will let the world see the first giant wind turbine in history. Xihai excitedly issued a military order, walking out of the Electric Power Research Center with his backhand. It was 12 o'clock in the morning, still cloudy and 4th grade wind, whistling away, and accompanied by low temperature. There were guards standing behind Ying Ziyue, Ziyue Yan, Zhao Guofeng and others. Under the eyes of Ziyue Yan and others, Ying Ziyue walked up a small soil slope in the suburbs, which was the soil dug from the foundation point. Standing on the soil slope, Ying Ziyue looked far away. A black military uniform was shaking in the wind. Ying Ziyue scanned the direction of each city under construction. He looked at the center of the city. And there will be kilometers erected there. The high wind turbine, like a Ferris wheel, swayed in the strong wind. The mechanical steam boiled, and the blizzard shrouded and roared, like a magical giant city, majestic and shocking. Chapter 77. At the end of August, the global weather approaching September was extremely bad. Sunshine hours have shortened again. It was dawn at 9:15 in the morning and dark at 3:50 in the afternoon. The temperature in the northern hemisphere dropped sharply, and it was already close to -10 degrees. This is a picture of the world weather forecast map, almost visible from the astronomical telescope. The snow clusters of the southern and northern glaciers condensed, directly cutting off the tropical supply of the northern hemisphere, and the snow clusters still showed signs of movement. Global weather time August 22nd. 203. The National Security Office of the United States of Roses is a national security office established by multiple governors, mainly to fight disasters, and has the ability to directly mobilize national resources, materials, and military. At this moment, there is a global weather map on the big screen of the General Conference of the National Security Institute. In the silver sci-fi-like conference room, there are a row of 20 seats in total, seated by top professors from major universities and major scientific research institutes, who are responsible for disaster prevention in the United States of Roses. The head of the National Security Institute, University of Rocco, stood straight. He looked at the professor present with a cold voice. Gentlemen, the world is now fighting the upcoming extreme cold disaster. Global projects are preparing trump cards. The North and South glaciers are the Ark project. The East and the Tsar are giant bunkers, the great underground defense station of the United States of the Roses. And the East, Colonel Rocco stopped. He is a very standard white man and expensive. But now speaking of Eastern voices, his voice is very complicated. Since the East has closed the country, they have zero control over this country. All the projects in the East make them question and curious. The main screen is switched. In the first scene, the Oriental urban planning designer is telling the reporter that he is willing to build a city with his life. This scene caused the pupils of the infrastructure professor in the conference room to shrink, and his expression became highly dignified. The second scene appears. This is a video from a certain headline of a certain music from the east. It is that in the center of each new city, warning lines have begun to be set up. There is a white supporting steel frame with a height of 100 meters. This is a giant wind-powered 02 motor. I have seen it in the North Glacier country. Meh. PhD meteorologist opened his mouth, his brows furrowed. Fuck, what the East is doing. It is really a country of artifacts. This fan blade has reached an initial height of 500 meters. The generator in Biglossy is only 400 meters high. This fan blade alone has reached 500 meters above. Meh. PhD. Meteorology. Shaking Su spoke. His face began to change, completely changed. If my guess is correct, each of their cities will build this kind of giant wind power station. After Mir spoke, all the professors present instantly thought that electric generators for civilian use would be used for the construction of the whole city. Damn it, this is a wind turbine that is at least a kilometer high. It is built in every city. If it is a shareholder, what will these cities in the east look like? Drive. Mir couldn't help standing up. His face was full of shock. Under everyone's gaze, Dr. Mir continued to play, only to see that it was the building material in every city in the east. A 100-meter long steel bar structure. This is a majestic steel bar structure. This is an unprecedented giant steel bar. Then there is a huge steel plate with a width of 20 meters. This is a twin temperature insulation layer. The price is high. Unexpectedly, it has become a building material for every city in the east. It is really a luxury steel country. Mir was almost trembling in his heart. Looking at these building materials and the steam pipes that appeared, his face changed several colors, and then he stood up straight, his expression dignified, and his state was a bit nervous and said, "This it is a giant city dominated by mechanical steam. What we see will be a giant city of steel torrents. Then in the center of each city is equipped with a giant wind turbine, just like a super Ferris wheel. This is known as the Eastern Wind and Snow." The look of the city. After Dr. Mir finished speaking, the faces of the other doctors in the conference room were pale. Damn it, what kind of city is going to be built in the east? It's too hard to think. There shouldn't be such a city in human history. Colonel Rocco gritted his teeth. This is just an extreme cold disaster. The East may not be able to complete the project before the disaster. They are just wasting the project. An economics doctor said, but his confidence is insufficient, because the East's methods of action are too big, and it is unprecedentedly powerful, making people insatiable. To the mind, it's also time. It's time to announce the scientific research results of the United States of Roses during this period. Let's announce our results before the disaster strikes, and let the world know that the United States of Roses medicine suppresses everything in this disaster. Colonel Rocco spoke up. After he finished speaking, every professor regained his confidence again. At this moment, starting at 10 o'clock, on Western Twitter YouTube, the white official issued an announcement. Before the disaster, we developed high compressed protein water flow food, which can supply food for 2 years, in half an hour. The white official announced again. Before the disaster, 2/3 of the infrastructure of the underground defense station was completed on the map of the United States of Roses, and the underground transportation trench connection project is about to be completed. Mankind will witness the miraculous birth of an underground defense station. This is the United States of Roses. This is the power of white people. After 2 consecutive announcements, the United States of Roses officially declared their toughness highly compressed food, all underground defenses. Under this announcement, the people in the West were shocked by the trends and infrastructure projects in the East. Now that the Western project is announced, they are beginning to feel extremely proud. The #1 hot search on YouTube. The United States of Roses tells the world that we are the #1 before the disaster strikes. Under the comments, Western people are making crazy comments. Eric, Western engineering is great. Our great project is officially declared to the world. 2 years of food reserves, and a perfect underground defense station. Before the disaster, the world will tremble under the deterrence of the West. Mankind will bow to this great project. The underground station of the United States of Roses will be the most miraculous disaster building in history. Noel, From now on, we white people have proved the power of the United States of the Roses, the greatest project in history, the most shocking project in history. After disasters, the world will tremble for us. Spurgov, the machinery city in the east, the Arc of the North Glacier, and the Tsar's bunker, are all trembling under the cards of the Western disaster project. After the official announcement by Western whites in the morning, all news in the West were proud of Western disaster cards. Twitter. Before the disaster, in the western United States of Roses, a group of white people built the greatest underground defense station in history. After the disaster, the world was shocked. At 12 o'clock, the rare thing is that the sun roars and the wind roars continuously point, but the sun is shining. In the floor-to-ceiling window conference room of the oceanography building of the Yanjing Special Research Institute, Ying Ziyue is enjoying the residual temperature brought by the sun. Then there will be not much sunlight. It is rare to enjoy this kind of shining. Ying Ziyue is drawing. As a master of civil engineering and infrastructure design, his drawing ability is extremely strong. This is a picture of a national wind turbine. After taking shape in the wind and snow, there is a Ferris wheel in the center of every city. The kilometer-high giant wind power generator is shocking and majestic. Behind Ying Ziyue, both Xiao Guofeng and Zhuo Yan just frowned, watching the news from the internet. The United States of Roses launched a 2-year compressed food reserve and announced the National Underground Defense Station. Then there were a bunch of comments from the people on the Western internet, shocked and amazed, and even a little bit against the global project. Are they questioning Dongfang's project? Zhuo Yan frowned. Oh, this is the consistent style of the West. The so-called shocking project is used to inspire the people. They probably don't know the significance of the wind and snow chain to fight disasters. Only when they have witnessed this great giant city with their own eyes, can these people will wake up. What is equipped to call it an epic level? Xiao Guofeng aspired his hands and his voice was calm. Taking a breath, put down the drawing pen. Ying Ziyue turned around. He looked at the two with a graceful smile. It's probably because the West thinks the so-called disaster is an extremely cold blizzard that lasts for 2 months. If it weren't calculated from a million years, no one would have thought that the next big ice wave would be a cold wave. They don't know how long the glacier will last. For a long time. Very long. As Ying Ziyue said, projecting the global weather captured by satellites, the 2-month blizzard gradually brought the global temperature to -200 degrees, and then the absolute cold wave will sweep everything in the form of a few seconds. Any crops on the ground will be frozen and cracked, roads will be frozen and cracked, and any surface products will be loss and destruction. Then there was a blizzard that lasted for about half a year, and it continued until the land was covered by the snowstorm. Who would have thought that a city in the past would be covered by glaciers? Then there was an extremely cold and low temperature mixed with a blizzard that lasted for 10 years. This is the Ice Age. Ying Ziyue closed her eyes, as if scenes appeared before him, spreading, being born, and passing by. So what he said gave people a very strong sense of picture. So their compressed food is ridiculous. Xiao Guofeng answered. Ying Ziyue said nothing. He looked at the direction of the north, which was the location of the ecological greenhouses. Xiao Guofeng immediately understood what it meant. He quickly switched and projected the picture, turning it into a development map of the northern ecological greenhouse. The first scene is a scene of hundreds of thousands of vegetable farmers constructing the first-story greenhouse. The crowd is like a mountain and a sea. After all, this is a great scene where hundreds of thousands of people start to grow vegetables together. In the second scene, nearly 1,000 food factories began to make dried vegetables, began to stock dried vegetables, and canned food. The third scene is the entire picture of the northern ecological greenhouse, and the northern flatland seems to have become a white giant ocean. The screen ends. Ying Ziyue stood straight and seemed to be making a certain decision. There was a trace of jealousy in his eyes, which was Ying Ziyue's belief. We are fighting against disasters and developing ecological greenhouses. When the extreme cold comes, we fight, we store food, we grow food, and we don't give in to everything. So many people in the East are diligent and progressive. The land represents the simplest symbol. It has been this way for 5,000 years. relying on the sea to eat the sea, relying on the mountains to eat the mountains, and fighting disasters. Do they still need to live on, like the West, save a lot of compressed food and underground space, escape, and survive? It's impossible. The East has used 2 billion people to fight the end with the power of the whole country for this kind of unity. What Ying Ziyue wants to see is that when the glacial cold wave comes, the West hides and survives in the underground defenses, eating compressed food that is difficult to swallow. As for the East, the train departs from the North and is transporting tons and tons of fresh vegetables, dried vegetables, canned food, fresh greenhouse fruits, grains, and specialty vacuum foods, then watching the cold wave through the window in the wind and snow, eating fish hot pot and grilled fish. Point therefore one is that the northern vegetable ecological garden is for agricultural food, and there is also a place for marine food products, such as about ocean warehouse. You must know that the Ice Age is not the era of death. It is the golden age of the development of life on the earth. Many people know that the earth is covered by ice and snow. The low temperature caused the death of a large number of plants and animals. All living things are difficult to survive. It seems that this is death era. In fact, when the cold wave comes, the oceans around the world, especially the areas close to the coastline, contain a lot of oxygen, especially in the state of crustal movement, but only a small part of the coastline of the Southern Ocean Peninsula will be rich in oxygen, which attracts a large number of fish will gather. This kind of place is a natural fish food warehouse, which can be easily supplied to the whole country. Thinking of this, Ying Ziyue stepped abruptly and stood up straight. Then thunder spoke. Zhao Guofeng, Zhuo Yan. The two stood upright in a sudden, and then saluted. Prepare the marine warehouse plan. Receive. The two stand up straight. Under the gaze of the two of them, Ying Ziyue once again began to paint, and the ink and brush were flying. This is a painting in the form of a landscape structure. I saw the drawing style is cyber steam, steel machinery. One after another super thick residential buildings appeared, steam pipes appeared, and huge wind power generators stood in the center of the city. Then the northern ecological greenhouses stood, and the fishing grounds in the northern hemisphere appeared spectacularly, and the trains transported fish to the major provinces of the country. So, when the cold wave came, Western residents watched coldly in their residences, eating compressed food that tasted like chewing wax. As for the people in the East at that moment, they were eating fresh fish from the northern hemisphere of the glacier, eating fresh vegetables from the ecological greenhouse, living in a steam-boiled snowy city, and listening to the sound of trains passing through each province. After drawing, the three of them stood quietly, feeling the coming era. Chapter 78. Beginning in the afternoon, a ocean warehouse from the Special Research Institute carried out the Celestial Dynasty, just like the cold wave from the North and South glaciers in the oceanographic conference room. Ying Ziyue went to explore the project. He is now mainly responsible for speeding up the construction of the wind and snow chain city, and the other plans are handed over to Zhuo Yan. Turning on the phone. Zhuo Yan used to be the designer of the Petronas Twin Towers, and was also a substitute professor at Guangcheng Ocean University. Because behind the Petronas Twin Towers is a Azure Sea, he often teaches marine architecture at the Ocean University. Open the group. The group name is Guangcheng Ocean University Lecture Group. Group title: Professor of Ocean Architecture Zhuo Yan. Call. After learning Ying Ziyue's posture, Zhuo Yan sighed. He is in charge of ocean engineering. His current style is exactly like that of Ying Ziyue's team leader at this moment. The group is discussing the news of the icebreaker in the south. Marine Biology Department. Jiang Zhe. What is the situation of the icebreakers in the south? Could it be said that the icebreakers will be used in the next disaster? There was no silence. Zhuo Yan said directly. Professor of Marine Architecture Zhuo Yan. Hello, classmates. Do you think that, if it is a long-term disaster and crops cannot be produced, what to eat in the disaster? Can the ocean serve as a natural food warehouse? After sending the message, a group of students began to answer one after another with their own identity. Department of Marine Biology Marshanshan. Hello, Professor Zhuo. If it is a major disaster, the extreme cold will cause the ocean to be anaerobic and the road will be troublesome. The ocean can only be regarded as a reserve food factory. This is my suggestion. Marine engineering North Jiangsu, I think it is completely possible. Since ancient times, the ocean has flowed naturally in the face of any disaster for hundreds of years, and it can naturally serve as a good natural warehouse point. Seeing the increase in news records, Ziyue Yan smiled at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the Western high-compression food news on the projection screen, and then directly dialed the official number of the Institute of Internal Affairs and Oceania. It's time. Other projects are fully launched, and now the leader of national infrastructure Ying is watching him personally. He has succeeded in staring at the snow country train. Naturally, the same will be true of Xihai City. The reason why Ziyue Yan sent a message in the group was that he wanted to see the people's views on food and the ocean after the disaster. After the call, Ziyue Yan held his hand only by personally following the team leader Ying. Can you feel the grandeur of each plan and the large-scale role of each project? For example, trucks outside are heading towards the center of Xihai City, and the kilometer-high wind turbines have begun. Now Yangjing has built 100 communities, which has already accommodated 200,000 people. The basic construction, it's a quarter the same as true for the remaining cities. He sighed with satisfaction, watching the rapid progress of infrastructure construction with his own eyes, and feeling the strength of the nation. This feeling is very proud and very proud. Proud of national unity. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Guangcheng Ocean University has been demolished. At this moment, it is in a temporary residence on the outskirts of Guangcheng. The living environment is very good, the facilities are complete, and the area is large. At this moment, 4 or 5 local marine college students from Guangcheng gather together. Chen Shuowen was led by Chen Shuowen, and now the school is all online classes, so he also called classmates from the same area to come to his home to take online classes. The computers of the 5 people are black, and they are all looking at the lecture group of Ocean University with piercing eyes. Chen Shuowen's phone page is surprisingly an inquiry from Ziyue Yan. If the disaster continues, what is human food, and can the ocean serve as a warehouse? It's a problem in oceanography, but it involves the 3 universities of meteorology, geography, and oceanography. Professor Ziyue Yan's question is really weird. He would ask such a weird question, a fat student said with a hand. The problem of disasters is normal. To be honest, I'm also curious. If there is a disaster, what is our food? The fat student was also thinking. Northern industrial greenhouses, vegetables, and fruit trees are plentiful. Chen Shuowen waved his hands and said, then you can't always eat vegetables, but also eat some fish to replenish your body. The fat student subconsciously said, funny boy, this horse riding is a disaster, you think it's a holiday. Chen Shuowen laughed angrily. Suddenly he froze for a moment, as if he had realized something. Chen Shuowen quickly opened the Mika and watched the trend of recent hot searches. Urban planners are willing to build a city with life. Each city began to erect giant wind turbines. Ocean colleges and universities are temporarily ordered to be assembled by the education department to execute a certain project. I saw the last one, and then analyze the time. This was released 10 minutes after Professor Ziyue Yan finished speaking. The Ministry of Education actually wants marine college students to gather. Chen Shuowen was a little dazed. He just wanted to continue talking, only to see a message from his instructor on WeChat. Because of the highest order of the Ministry of Education and the State Special Research Institute, all marine college students in China are called to gather. The gathering place is the North Sea area. The tutor will personally lead the team. Every student must be a major country project unless necessary. All departments of the Ocean University please reply upon receipt, and then send your personal information to do the registration and record work. Guangcheng Ocean University Propaganda Department. Hiss, fuck, did you find out? Putting down the phone, Chen Shuowen looked at the 4 classmates on the sofa and couldn't help exclaiming, what's the matter? Because the school urgently notified. The fat student asked curiously. No, think about it. The current steps are really terrible. First of all, Professor Ziyue Yan asked what would happen if it was a long-term disaster. What would be the normal situation? Chen Shuowen asked excitedly. Eating compressed food, dried vegetables, that's what the West announced. The fat student subconsciously said, "That's right." Chen Shuowen nodded, but then he spoke with excitement in his voice. "But our country is not. It was not planned at all. National infrastructure. Infrastructure for 2 billion people. We can choose to dig underground residences, or even renovate houses. But why not? There is food. We can dispense military compressed biscuits, reserve rice, and reserve steamed buns. But why not? Why do you have an ecological greenhouse in the north? Do you know how big an ecological greenhouse is? That is enough to supply vegetables all over the country after the disaster. Why infrastructure construction? Because it is a brand new mechanical steel city, which is full of load bearing, cold proof, etc. So why do ocean universities gather? Why does Professor Zhuo Yan say that the ocean can be used as a natural warehouse after the disaster? Chen Shuowen said this on his sofa. The other 4 students also stood up, everyone with a look of horror on their faces, and they couldn't help but speak with excitement. "Do you mean that our country is developing the ocean as a natural warehouse to ensure that marine food can be supplied to the whole country after the disaster? Zeus, is this still a disaster? The West is avoiding it. We are actually thinking of a way to fight and enjoy it at full level?" Fat students doubt life crazily. The project in the East is simply terrifying. The project is to fight disasters at full level. Not only that, think about it, all the projects currently underway in our country, the snow country trains, wind turbines, the city of wind and snow, the southern factory, the northern ecological park, and the Bihai ocean warehouse all prove one point, that is, if the disaster is a level 100 boss, we are the opponents of level 110. As for Western engineering, it is level 10 inches. Chen Shuowen said. The metaphor he made several students present like it. Because following this process, it fits the image too much. Now, they saw a comprehensive project for the whole people moving forward like a giant wheel. Therefore, when a disaster occurs, all countries in the world will see that the East of the full-scale defense, the full-scale agriculture, and the full-scale industry. Judgment Chapter 79. Northern Glacier National Time, August 22nd, 4 p.m. This is a Northern Glacier Shenmei country, located in the Northern Glacier Union. At 4 o'clock in the sun, the sky is already pitch black, and only the whistling wind is left, and the sound of the wind is mixed with snow. Shenmei City. This is the coastal city built by Ark. The first famous city is Ark, and the second is Ark's engineering team. At this moment, a 5-story European-style giant building with a silver-white exterior wall stands in the middle of the city, with the elegant Shenmei written on it, named Hangzhou Supreme National Emergency Center in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 5th floor. The wind and snow are whizzing, and the Northern Glacier country is close to the glacier, but August is the weather that is hard to see for decades. Chief Engineer Robert stood up straight, his brows furrowed as he watched the wind and snow. Behind him is a satellite intelligence officer reporting. Mr. Robert, the United States officially announced that they have developed a concentrated food technology. East. The members of the information department couldn't help frowning, and they didn't know what expression to put on, because the news in the East was so weird. Speak. Robert said decisively. East has issued an announcement calling for marine colleges to gather. According to the video of Eastern civilians, they should have gone to develop a certain sea area. The information officer spoke, and then the video played. This is a certain audio and video. As the video began to play, a student from Guangcheng University in the video pointed to the screen and shouted at the beach, "The Oriental Ocean Project is open." Then came 4 or 5 such videos. After watching, Robert was taken aback for a while, and then he looked a little weird. This is really strange. The United States of Roses in the West announced the ultra-compressed food first, and then the East opened the plan for a large ocean warehouse. Robert said subconsciously. Yes, sir. The information staff also smiled bitterly, and they did not expect Dongfang to be so tempered. Disasters are about to come, and we are still developing the ocean. In times of extreme cold, humans must stay away from the ocean, but the East seems to be developing the ocean into a marine warehouse and a food acquisition center. This behavior is simply crazy. The project in the East is crazy. Robert smiled bitterly. The information personnel retrieved the video from the oil pipe again. because the Dongfang dynamic also appeared on the oil pipe point tubing subscription note to the east is suspected of opening the ocean warehouse. Then came the comments from the western people. Leads, what is Dongfang doing? Our United States of Roses issued an announcement about ultra compressed food. They actually started to build marine warehouses. They all have northern ecological greenhouses. This country is crazy, right? There are agricultural greenhouses on one side and fish farming areas on the other. Is this their attitude against disasters? Meta, fact, the United States of Roses has just announced ultra compressed food. You are preparing for aquaculture in the east. Your train can transport vegetables and fish in the ocean. Do you know what's next? This is the SS extreme cold and continuous severe weather warned by the Global Meteorological Bureau. Monong, I'm an Indian. It's the first time I feel the horror of this country in the east. They seem to be different from our thinking on fighting disasters. We are considering the perfect underground defense plan in the simplest food plan, trying to survive this disaster, but the east is actually the two major food centers. They are really weird. Can they really fight the disaster? In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the upper floors of Belly Glacier, the cold wind howled, and traces of snowflakes were blown away by the gale. Our chief engineer Robert looked at the white man's message on the tubing, and he couldn't help smiling wryly. The east is really a magical and complicated country. What will they look like when disaster strikes? At that time, the cold wind screamed more and more, and it continued to be the same. This is the country of the North Glacier. With this as the radiation line, all the countries in the northern hemisphere began to cool rapidly in the middle of the night. Northern Glacier, northern subtropical country. Then there is the North Sea in the east. On this day, the cold wind blew into the North Sea, and the temperature continued to be close to 10 degrees below zero. As for the temperature in the southern hemisphere, the temperature dropped even faster. On the 23rd, at 9:15 in the morning, dawn broke in the sun. This is the North Sea area. Ying Ziyue set off from Yanjing 2 hours ago and arrived here. There are only empty cities left in the North Sea. At this moment, the coastline is blowing with strong winds, the weather is cold, and the surroundings are quiet, but large trucks are transporting supplies. 500 meters away, there is a giant snow country train track with winding trains. Under the cloudy sky, the sea area of the North Sea looks spectacular and shocking, especially now that a large number of people are gathered, and the marine warehouse is planned to start. It once again has the texture of a large-scale project. Team leader Ying, Guangcheng Ocean University, Shanghai Ocean University, and the 7 ocean universities. A total of 30,000 people all went to the North Sea. At the same time, we mobilized 2 engineering teams with a scale of 100,000, which can be constructed in 20 days. Finished the ocean warehouse. Zhao Guofeng reported. Before the waves, Ying Ziyue nodded, watching trucks unloading living supplies and marine infrastructure supplies in the following glaciers will cover the northern and southern hemispheres, and the coastline will drop by 130 meters. Except for the North Sea, the remaining seas will almost disappear or become glaciers, and this will become a natural ocean oxygen on the coast of the northern hemisphere. Breathing out heat in the cold wind, Ying Ziyue stood, watching the rolling waves on the coastline, as if seeing the completion of the Xihai warehouse. The warehouse is close to the train track. The snow country train can transport natural marine fish from here, transporting the whole country. It can be said that almost the entire northern hemisphere fish will slowly gather here. Here will be the most natural fishing center. Now there are giant agricultural sheds in the agricultural north of the east, and there are endless marine fish warehouses in the North Sea that can supply the whole country. In the global fight against disasters, the east has truly reached its peak in agriculture. In the morning, I personally selected the site. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the red flag car left the coast of the North Sea and began to return to Yanjing. At 3 o'clock, I arrived at Yanjing North City, and all the large-scale projects were restarted along the way. Outside the car windows, nearly 50 ultra-thick residential buildings had been constructed. Leader Ying, the National Wind and Snow City project has progressed to 35%, and the initial skeleton has taken shape. Zhao Guofeng said, "Too slow." Ying Ziyue spoke, his eyes drifting away, staring at these stalwart residential buildings. It is now the end of August, and the beginning of September is approaching. September is a severe cold and blizzard. However, the construction volume will drop a lot, so the construction must be accelerated. What do you mean? Xiao Guofeng asked. Increase working hours when the spirit of the national labor force permits. Ying Ziyue speaks. Here comes the first test of national unity. In disasters, there are many ways to test unity, such as increasing working hours and watching the people's reaction. This is one of them. Ying Ziyue has managed to arrange a standard residence for each person, and a good survival is now a test of national unity. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a workers' interview and commendation meeting in the suburbs of Yanjing. This time, outstanding workers from all over the country, construction engineering, and steel workers came to participate. Xiao Guofeng understood Ying Ziyue's meaning immediately. Then I called Zhuo Yan and the car continued to speed until it reached the Special Research Institute. It's dark, and it's only 4 o'clock. It's located in the temporary gymnasium in Yanjing. The reporters are taking pictures of the best workers from the stage. There are also many representatives of various departments sitting on the seats of the gymnasium. 10 people from all over the country, including steel factory workers, railway workers, and vegetable farmers, stood on the high platform in total point in the first row. Ying Ziyue sat quietly, with Xiao Guofeng sitting next to him, and the host on the stage was Zhuo Yan. As the hostess finished delivering the lecture and holding the microphone, Zhuo Yan looked at the first person as a host reporter. This was a worker in a steel factory, a black-faced man, a burly man, and a simple face. Hello, what is your name? Zhuo Yan asked with a smile. Chen Guofeng, number 0029 of the number 2 iron and steel plant of Dagan County. Chen Guofeng stood up straight and spoke proudly. Chen Guofeng, one of the most outstanding employees of the second factory, has completed the steel casting ahead of schedule many times, and is known as the best steel factory employee. Zhuo Yan read Chen Guofeng's information, and the audience was taking pictures. Then Zhuo Yan stood up, holding the microphone. His expression began to solemnly said, because of the increase in Oriental projects, the construction of national infrastructure and other projects have become bigger. The disaster crisis is about to move. So if the special research team issued a 12-hour workday, can you accept the order? Zhuo Yan said. After he spoke, the leaders on the scene were taken aback. In the first position, Ying Ziyue held both hands and watched quietly. He had always believed in the power of the nation. Boom. Chen Guofeng, a steel factory worker, stood up. His burly figure stood upright, and he spoke very solemnly. At present, our factory personnel have completed room allocation and meal supplements, and we have enjoyed a good residence and treatment. I have personally watched the Snow Country train and the Great Snow City infrastructure. I'm willing to accept the 12-hour project. The personal gains and losses of the big country's infrastructure are personally exhausted, but the big countries are all gritting their teeth and being strong. Why is there nothing wrong? We can bear the pressure and enjoy the best. Xiao Guofeng's voice was calm, but extremely sonorous and powerful. We must know that the current citizens have personally witnessed the miraculous formation sequence of the Snow Country train, and they are now witnessing the emergence of the greatest snow city in history. In this era of confrontation with heaven and earth, the people of the East never complain and complain. Snapped. The applause rang out, and the reporters in the sports field all applauded. After this interview, the atmosphere of the Workers' Congress became more and more high-pitched, and it became more and more popular. After the meeting ended at 9 o'clock, Ying Ziyue returned home. Now the whole people are under construction for the whole people, and all steps are proceeding in an orderly manner. At 9:30, the MEGA Special Research Institute issued an announcement. MEGA Hot Search No. 1. The National Infrastructure Project is ahead. The Special Research Institute proposes a 12-hour labor plan before the disaster, just to build a snowy city in advance. At that time, in front of the balcony of Yulang No. 1 villa, Ying Ziyue carried her hands on her back. The bedroom window was open, and the cold wind was blowing. He was also looking at the top searched comments. This represented the voice of the Eastern people, and also represented them. The voice of unity. Financial resources are rolling, nothing else. I'm a railway worker. I watched the Snow Country train grow up, How about 12 hours? We are now resisting disasters. We must be aware of the overall situation. We are compatriots in the East, brothers and sisters. These words are not to say, I'm willing to dedicate to this country. Daijiang Day, since I closed the country, I have supported 100% of the big country projects. Other countries are building underground, escape and so on. I like our country. It builds the hardest hole card. There is nothing else. That's it. This is the attitude of the East. Do it all. Regardless of the disaster you are, unite as one. 2 billion people unite together. There is no one to be afraid of, in the face of disaster. I support the announcement of the Special Research Institute. The East is facing too much pressure. The West is just an underground defense station. Individual people are not safe at all. Only the East's agricultural industry is carried out together. The East is truly guarding every compatriot and people in the face of disasters. It has truly achieved the nationwide infrastructure, so I'm waiting to contribute my strength on Weibo to fight against disasters. I only hope that my great country will be glorious forever. Boom. The window was closed. Looking at these comments, Ying Ziyue also felt warm under the cold wind all night. In the face of national infrastructure, the big country protects the people, and the people protect the big country. They are all Yan Huang, and they are all a bloodline. This night, Dongfang's news search skyrocketed again, but Ying Ziyue slept extremely peacefully. On the 24th, at 8:30 in the morning, Ying Ziyue woke up from the cold wind beating on the window. The whimpering wind outside was so loud that the weather became worse. After getting up, there was a lot of news after the Eastern Special Research Institute issued a 12-hour emergency national infrastructure announcement last night. A well-known official blogger also tried to publish the news on Western oil pipeline. Tubing, blogger of the Governor of the United States of Roses, what if we adopt a 12-hour infrastructure work system? This was followed by nearly hundreds of thousands of angry Western public comments. Sad. Fact. We want to enjoy the life before the disaster, and we must start infrastructure construction without delay, and start preparing for disasters, instead of fully defending against disasters. Oliver. Yes, we are a great project. The underground defenses will surprise the world. Damn bloggers, this is the United States of Roses. We don't need to change the engineering system. Edmund, we don't need 12 hours. We are the country with the largest technology, and technology is the greatest force. There are a lot of comments. Basically, it is against the overtime work before the disaster. Ying Ziyue was expressionless. He looked at the piles of barrage with a complex and bleak expression. Probably the West would never have imagined how important the effort would be now. When disaster strikes, the desperation of freezing everything will make everyone collapse. This is why Ying Ziyue chose to report to the country, because this big country is united. In the face of any major disaster, personal interests and personal behavior are not important. Everything is based on great unity and joint resistance to disasters. Lifting his head and looking at the West, Ying Ziyue looked in the direction of the West. His voice sounded low and clear, as if speaking to the West. I'll tell you why we are united, because we are Yan and Huang compatriots. The word unity has been the same for 5,000 years. Therefore, from now on, the East will not be afraid of any disaster. Glacier Chronicles on August 24th. 203, Dongfang, known as the Train Giant City, officially launched the National Infrastructure Project to work overtime. Chapter 80. After the Second Ice Age, some people have thought about how primitive people avoided the extreme cold. They will walk towards the east, towards the center of the equator, build caves, survive. Some people reluctantly, and then branch and multiply to form tribes. How is the current ice age prevented? The whole people in the West are underground, storing compressed food. The northern glacier archivades, and the eastern giant city train. Early in the morning, Ying Ziyue closed her eyes. Now she doesn't need to open the window, she doesn't need to feel the epidermal chill anymore, and she doesn't even need to listen to the news. He can feel the rapid and severe changes in temperature before the disaster. Any pedestrian looking at the environment in front of him at random will know that there will be a terrible disaster next. On August 24th, The Special Research Institute united with major countries to increase the working hours, only to complete the infrastructure planned ahead of schedule, and the whole nation of the East agreed point on August 25th. The West officially proposed a 10-hour labor market. The plan was overturned, so that the West could only continue to improve the construction of underground defense stations on August 26th. The B Glacier Meteorological Bureau announced that the southern and northern glaciers had begun to snowstorm, which was a weather that had never occurred in decades. At the same time, the extreme cold SS level was adjusted to the SSS extreme cold warning point on the 28th. The skeleton design of each urban residential building in the east was completed, and the basic construction large-scale steps were completed point on August 31st. It was supposed to be the last day of August, but the frost began to fall point boom point the window opened, and Ying Ziyue looked outside the villa. The ground was covered with hoarfrost. Now the temperature has reached -12 degrees, but the large trucks outside are still transporting building materials, passing through that floor. In the thick fog, the tower crane project in the city is still in progress, and now the whole people are working crazy overtime, just for the last wind and snow city stand. Midnight. It's breakfast, my mother's voice sounded, and she walked out of the bedroom. The breakfast was very rich. The cabbage tofu stew and roasted pork were equipped with some golden scallion pancakes. It was in line with the northern recipes, warm and comfortable, and suitable for cold weather. At the dining table, the parents were eating, listening to the whimper of the wind outside the window, and the layers of hoarfrost. Ying mother couldn't help sighing. It's just the end of August. Last year was still hot to death. Now it's winter. Fortunately, the first batch of residential buildings in Yanjing are about to be completed. Many engineering teams are beginning to support other cities. 2 billion people. Construction is too fast. Yingmu couldn't help sighing again and again. She is now responsible for the deployment of materials and witnessed the speed of infrastructure construction like a Yanjing train. It's not just infrastructure, but now the great powers are united in unparalleled action. Now the East prohibits anyone from going. Ying Fu said. His expression was proud. As for Ying Ziyue, he was eating silently. At 9:20, the sky lighted up, and Ying Ziyue walked out of the villa. The Hanqi special car was already waiting. After getting on the bus, Zhao Guofeng drove directly to the inner city of Yanjing, and arrived at the center of the inner city at exactly 10 o'clock. After getting off the bus, the ground was covered with a layer of hoarfrost, but what was even bigger than hoarfrost was the newly constructed super thick residential buildings. With the arched four-corner building, it is possible to ensure that each apartment type exceeds 100 square meters, and the temperature insulation effect is also the best. Rows of residential buildings are spreading in a straight line. The super thick four-corner arched residential buildings are like mountains. They are straight and orderly. Now there are thousands of buildings in the inner city. Yanjing has once again restored the atmosphere of high-rise buildings. It's just that the outer bodies of these buildings are erected with huge steel bars, and the roofs are also erected with huge steel bars, which looks like a heavy mechanical texture. Just like a city in the Victory period, the buildings in the new city are completely different from the simple and tall buildings before. This is more like an epic level building. The residential buildings alone are majestic and majestic. Steam pipes are erected and laid in all directions on every residential building. This steam can guarantee surrounding all the buildings. This is the appearance of steam pipes, and steam in the snow city, which makes these cities full of mechanical epic texture. Thinking of this, Ying Ziyue leaned against these epic level arched buildings. He looked at the direction of the train station. When the snow country train started, the heat carried by the giant train could hinder the first wave of cold waves. The first insulation point. Then there is the city wall. The city wall should be made of steel plates, giant bricks, thermal insulation materials, and heat-absorbing materials as the second insulation, followed by wind turbines, and then countless steam pipes. Each city will be equipped with steam pipes, and then these steam pipes are connected, and their heat source is impressively the wind and snow blast furnace. The emergence of blast furnaces came from cavemen on the top of the mountain 40,000 years ago. Sophisticated pottery kilns appeared 6,000 years ago. Alchemy furnaces appeared 3000 years ago, and modern iron and steel factories are the core machinery, that is, the wind and snow blast furnace. Ying Ziyue seems to have seen the steam pipes erected on the residential buildings in the city with his own eyes. Then when the blast furnace starts to supply heat, countless steam will bring the city into a warm era. Wind turbines will supply electricity, the north will supply food materials, and the south will supply architectural colors, materials, and then there are trains outside, and icebreakers inside. Only when it is a city can it truly achieve the operation of self-integrity. This scene will also be the scene before the arrival of extreme cold. Ying Ziyue paced and stopped. Xiao Guofeng stood straight behind him. He stood in the best position to guard Ying Ziyue, ensuring his safety was guarded at all times. Lord Colonel Xiao, the previously pending blast furnace plan has begun. Just like wind turbines, blast furnaces are built in the leeward area of each city. The blast furnace will be connected to the steam pipes of each city. He will make the snowy cities warm as spring. When the west is hiding in the cold and trembling millet underground, we will enjoy the protection brought by the big city in the city. Ying Ziyue spoke, and Xiao Guofeng nodded. Now that the infrastructure is about to be completed, the last step can begin with all his strength. General Blast Furnace Technology Department, Dagon County, South Point at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a lot of white frost, and the blast furnace technicians of the major branch factories in the conference room arrived one after another. After receiving instructions, the head was surprisingly the head of the factory, Li Mansan. He swept the people present. There were a total of 30 blast furnace technical engineers in the field. Without going into details, Li Mansan spoke directly. Everyone, the blast furnaces of the steel mills and iron plants are in charge of other sub-engineers, and you are responsible for the next blast furnace project. After Li Mansan spoke, all the engineers present glanced at each other. They are highly academic blast furnace engineers with academic qualifications and experience capabilities in China. They are the core personnel of every steel plant, and are extremely important. Now stop the steel plant blast furnace. Everyone knows that there must be a bigger blast furnace project in front of them. Mr. Li, did the supervisor give the order? In the seat of the first engineer, there was Li Bo, the chief blast furnace chief of about 50 years old. He has 30 years of blast furnace experience, and is a superb blast furnace engineer in China. Yes. Correspondingly, the Special Research Institute issued a blast furnace drawing, and every city will build this kind of blast furnace. Li Mansan, the director of the factory, took out the emergency blast furnace drawing from the Special Research Institute. After the drawings were taken out, the engineers began to distribute and watch the drawings, and then everyone's face exploded. You must know that the blast furnace uses steel plates as the furnace shell, and refractory bricks are built in the shell as a basic blast furnace body! 0 fine flowers at the same time. The blast furnace body is divided into throat, body, waist, hearth, and hearth from top to bottom. It is generally used in large steel mills. The height is basically 40 meters, but the direct width of the blast furnace is up to 1000 meters. The height reaches 400 meters, which is almost equivalent to the entire area of a high-rise building. Such a great height is unprecedented high. Engineer Li Bo couldn't help but exclaimed, such a huge blast furnace, let alone the Kawasaki country of precision instruments, even the United States of Roses with the so-called innovative ideas, dare not think about it, because this kind of giant blast furnace must be used under a special project, a giant furnace with a height of 400 meters and a width of 1 kilometer. Image to a city with a degree of supply. This is the same project as a wind turbine. Engineer Li Bo couldn't help but smile and said, he really couldn't think of what to do with this kind of project. Wait a moment. The engineer Li Bo frowned. He was familiar with machinery and blast furnaces, and coupled with a basic map of the current urban infrastructure, he thought of a terrifying fact. Now the city is transporting steel and steel, indicating that this city is a city of machinery. There are still train stations. Didn't you find them? The train stations are robot dolls, the original robot styles, and mechanical computers. This shows that they are also in line with semi-mechanical trains. All these prove that the wind and snow city is moving towards the style of steam machinery, including the current blast furnace and wind turbines are also mechanical style. If I'm not mistaken, this will be a heavy machinery based train city. The global forecast is an extreme cold disaster. So can the heavy machinery city really fight the extreme cold? Engineer Li Bo spoke. He couldn't imagine the scene of steam machinery fighting the extreme cold. After Li Bo finished speaking, the others nodded one after another. Because of the extreme cold and severe weather, can the structure of the city of heavy machinery really be able to fight? Clatter on the main seat. The factory director Li Mansan stood up, and he looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, you only saw mechanical steam. Have you seen the nuclear propelled snow country train? Have you seen the city wall that is about to be covered by the texture of technology? You haven't discovered that all the scientific research institutes in our country have disappeared. Li Mansan had a lot of questions, but every one of them caused everyone present to react, and then everyone turned pale again. Damn it, thinking is defined. These people reacted. And the Western people now think so too. They also thought that the East would be such a giant city of mechanical steel, but it was not. This will be mechanical steam as the surface urban structure, technology, and intelligence at the core of the city. And then this is a giant city of snow and wind with the integration of mechanical technology. Hiss. Thinking of this, the engineers on the scene couldn't help but horrified. The big country's whole card is really too big. I'm afraid that everyone does not know that steel steam is only the appearance, and mechanical technology is the real city of wind and snow. Everyone, now that the global disaster level is SSS extreme cold warning, the national urban infrastructure is about to be completed, and the national pipeline is completed. Let the blast furnace stand in every city now, ordered the factory director Li Mansan. Boom. The engineers present stood up and greeted Li Mansan. The director of the factory looked at the west. The west was an underground defense station, and the heating system was close to 0. As for the oriental heating device, it is the train's rotating power drives the cold, the city wall powers the heating, the wind turbines for heating, and the blast furnace steam for heating. Wide chapter 81. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the global news is about disaster prevention, large-scale projects and other news. The latest news of those celebrity internet celebrities has lost the heat, and only the extreme cold disaster is left by the people of major news platforms around the world. For unknown disasters, there is always a panic spreading emotion, so they must find similar people and start discussing and thinking about the plan so that they can get that subtle peace of mind. The number one in the hot search on Twitter is an announcement from the East, and this announcement is directly on Twitter. No one. Each city in the East starts to build giant blast furnaces, which can be connected to steam pipes under the announcement. And comments. People in the West have all asked question marks. Are they suspicious of the current project in the East? What? Before the disaster, all of us in the West are thinking of law to resist, thinking of law to improve the survival area of major projects. Your nationwide infrastructure construction of a new type of city. The first step is to ensure that there is electricity from wind power, and the second step is actually a warm blast furnace. Actually enjoying steam heating? LOETE. Wonderful and ancient country. Don't they know that disasters have already formed in the glaciers of the north and south, and the extreme cold is coming, and your project will collapse in the extreme cold. 737 UT. Blast furnace, steam pipes, mechanical steel. I seem to have seen the high-end version of Victory architecture. Steam cyber architecture. It is incredible that this will be the style of the Eastern city. On Western Twitter, the atmosphere of panic before the disaster has become stronger, and cold-resistant projects in various countries have been pulled out for discussion. It is the last day of August. The heat is gone. Only the cold wind from the northern hemisphere of Siberia hits, and then all countries in the northern hemisphere are rapidly cooling down. As for the southern hemisphere, the coastal countries are facing the rapid decline of sea surface, the influence of large-scale low tide, and the continuous seaside earthquake. Their temperature tends to be normal, but the disasters continue, and the cold wave of the southern glacier is about to move, and the cold wave is also about to move. In the hemisphere countries swept south of the equator. If someone is standing by the sun and watching the earth at this moment, you will see a huge mist of the glaciers in the north and south, like a giant silver cold wave covering the planet, showing that the multi-airflow is increasing in size, and then it begins to sweep through. The north and south of the equator will eventually converge on the equator and cover the entire planet. In the twinkling universe and the Milky Way, the Earth seems to have returned to a million years ago. It was like a second epoch glacier, a planet dotted by silver glaciers and storms. It is just a precursor now, but the chill of the glaciers in the north and south is increasing every day. The temperature and sunshine time are all declining. Wind, ocean and aerobic, coastal and plateau urban disasters continue to occur frequently. August 31st, like a watershed, the temperature dropped again from the afternoon. As if to meet the final disaster at this moment, on the 31st, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after the sunshine disappeared, Twitter, YouTube, and the Global Meteorological Bureau once again announced an emergency weather report. North Glacier SI Meteorology, starting from 4 o'clock on August 31st, meteorology has undergone storm tests and astronomical tests, and once again found that the temperature has dropped. From now on, the extreme cold disaster has been adjusted from the SSS level to the SSSS level. People around the world should pay attention to the cold. Sibley Meteorological Bureau, SSSS extreme cold warning. It is estimated that the temperature will continue to -85 degrees, and the duration of the coming time has not yet been determined. 4 o'clock, after the Meteorological Bureau announced point subsequently, the United States of Roses officially issued a huge announcement. From now on, the economy and trade of the United States of Roses will be temporarily suspended due to the impact of the storm. At the same time, citizens of Roses and other countries, please return to your country as soon as possible. The big country has prepared the safest underground defense station for you. After this announcement, other Western countries have followed suit. They have begun to learn from the closed-door country before the East. They have begun to shut down the economy with all their strength, shouting to the people and making all-out preparations for the defense project point at the same time. While waiting for the pipeline, many bloggers are friends of 8zone, urging them to return to the United States of Roses quickly. Point at 4:30. Massachusetts medical blogger, ML Protected. Hey my classmates of the Department of Medicine, you should come back from the East, return to the great United States of the Roses, where there is the best underground defense, which can be 100% resisted disaster. Then the blogger Maya explained that, after returning to China from the Eastern retreat, his classmates influenced the Eastern to call back to the country. Roddy is a mixed race. He grew up with his parents in the United States of the Roses. Later, all three members of the family responded to the Eastern call and decided to go back. There are many patriotic people like him, and there are also many overseas students who stay in the United States of Roses in less than half an hour. Roddy responded in the tubing Roddy, sorry, I have a green card from the United States of Roses, but now I have also applied for the identity certificate of the Eastern country. I love this country, because I always have to return to the roots of loving a wanderer. After the release, his talk was directly criticized by the Western people. Hey mister, we have a perfect underground defense station. You should choose the country with the most technology and the strongest infrastructure. Yes, the project in the East is too big. We don't think they have the ability to withstand disasters. After all, no one can expect mechanical steam to have the ability to withstand the extreme cold. So come back, sir. Quickly come back. The next cause of the disaster, the aircraft will stop, the cruise ship, the import and export, and the economy will also stop. Now back to the West, hiding in the underground safe defense. God, isn't this a kind of enjoyment? There were a lot of comments, and Roddy did not continue to reply. Point at this moment. This is a temporary hospital in the outskirts of Shang. In a large hospital equipped with containers, the sky is dark. On the rooftop, a somewhat mixed looking man in a white lab coat is talking to his friend Roddy. Point this is his good friend Maya, who is also an international student in the Department of Medicine at a Massachusetts university. Before facing the call of the great powers, he chose to stay in the United States of Roses because of some things. Guy, listen to me. You come back now. Now the large-scale plan of the Underground Defense Institute of the United States of Roses has begun. This is a truly safe place in the extreme cold. Believe me to seize this opportunity. In the extreme cold, you will be grateful, my own. Also, do you know what this SSSS disaster warning means? Fact. I have learned some news. A meteorological doctor said that the extreme cold weather lasted for at least 2 months. As for how long the extreme cold weather lasted, no one knows. So the big country's trump card to resist disasters is extremely important. Come back. Return to the United States of Roses. In the video, Maia's expression is solemn. Roddy was still smiling. He looked at Shanghai, who was lighting up the night infrastructure at night, with a comfortable smile in his eyes. There are also projects in the east that may not be able to withstand disasters. Their agricultural industry is very strong, but this is a project that must be shocked to resist disasters. And you are a top professor in the West. You are a private doctor for those counselors. It's just a little doctor there now. Maia gritted his teeth again. Clatter picking up the phone. Roddy watched the video. He was also watching the night Shanghai in the infrastructure. My friend, you haven't come back. You don't know how great the project in the East is now. I have witnessed the emergence of miraculous projects one by one. They are working crazy overtime. That is the unity of 2 billion people. What the West can't do. Only here can I feel what is great and shocking. So I choose to stay, and I will die without regrets. With that, Roddy hung up the phone. There are a lot of wanderers like him, and before the big countries call, the decisions of many people also determine their next return. The last night at the end of August was at 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was as black as ink. This is the northern outskirts of Yanjing, with the Great Wall buildings. In the dark, there are guiding lights on the Great Wall. Above the Great Wall, Zhuo Yan, Zhao Guofeng, and more than 10 special police officers stood. They looked ahead. This was the Haitian Pass Great Wall. In front of the high bunker city, Ying Ziyue stood in front of the crowd. He was greedily looking down at Yanjing. The huge light in the center of the city is lit. It is the height frame of the wind generator, and the fan blades are installed. From the view of Heishangun, the wind generator is like a giant silver-white Ferris wheel. It is also in other cities. The last step of the installation of the wind turbine is in progress, and then it can be used upright. Then Ying Ziyue turned his gaze to the west of the city, which is the inner city area leeward, near the train station, where the lights are brighter. This is the engineering team building a giant blast furnace close to 400 meters high. Then there are the inner city, the inner and outer cities. From the south to the north, the ultra-thick 4-corner arched residential buildings and steam pipes extending in all directions are also being fixed, except that the city wall has not been erected, and the rest of the project is basically going on. It's the closing stage. It's over. Cool. Exhaling heat. It turned into chill in a flash. The sound of the wind whistling. The moon is no longer clear with human eyes, and the stars and galaxies are all gone. This is the most intuitive feeling of entering a dense galaxy. The stars are far away, and the moon and river are no longer behind the scenes. Zhao Guofeng was talking to Zhuo Yan about the West, an announcement calling for the return of the nation. Now that the West has spoken out, it has officially announced that the economy has stopped due to weather, and the people will return to their country. It can be said that old countries are shrinking, they are gathering talents, and they are all working hard to build the trump card, just to withstand the next extreme cold disaster. Who will become the country of ice sculptures, who can crush the nations from disasters? Call. Taking a long sigh of relief, in the face of the current global dynamics, Ying Ziyue's previous fatigue dissipated with this suffocation, and he once again returned to his heroic posture, because this is a truly great era, an era that has never appeared in 5,000 years. A world in which countries around the world resist disasters, before the great world. Dan Fang will take out the king bomb and punish everything. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. September 1st. This is a very important period and a date that crosses the age. In the following, everyone should remember, because the 60-day commemoration date of the Eastern infrastructure and the 30-day infrastructure construction date of the West are also the dates when people all over the world have witnessed disasters from hot to cold in the early morning of September. The sun breaks at 9:30, but from now on, the sun breaks in many cases only in the southern hemisphere, and it will only appear with disasters at 9 o'clock in the morning. From this moment on, all Western Twitter, YouTube and other news have been emptied, all the bloggers' live broadcast rooms have been emptied, and everything is only for the official weather satellite live video released by major countries. The live weather video comes from South Glacier Donov Meteorological Bureau, which is the globally recognized No. 1 meteorological bureau, with 17 meteorological satellites, storm detectors, etc., which is truly an authoritative center for meteorology. From now on, the title of the live broadcast room is From Now On, Disasters Will Be Everywhere, and human beings should witness the precursors of this disaster with their own eyes. At first glance, the live broadcast room was a round Earth picture taken by a satellite. The Earth was revolving between the cosmic galaxies. It was amazing and spectacular. Among them, 2 silver-white aerosols appeared in the glaciers in the north and south point when the live broadcast at 9 o'clock appeared. From Twitter, people from all over the world, college students, white-collar workers, teenagers, and senior citizens from all over the world entered the live broadcast room. The bullet screens in the live broadcast room were frantically brushed with various languages, from English to Ancient Hira to Filipino, and each bullet screen displayed the sender's IP country and registered name. United States of Roses Ma. It's terrible. Now when I wake up in the morning, the ground is covered with hoarfrost. We are a country in the northern hemisphere. The temperature is now -20 degrees. The ground is only hoarfrost, and it has not snowed yet. September is like the beginning of an era before the disaster is approaching. Finer State Jeton, the best weather bureau in Southern Glacier, broadcasted the live broadcast in person, allowing all mankind to experience the disaster. So, how terrible are the disaster precursors in the live broadcast? Boom. With the start of the 02 live broadcast, the barrage stopped, and the first scene appeared as the 3 oceans of B Glacier are boiling and rolling. This is a submarine volcanic movement. Under the live satellite broadcast, the sea area visible to humans is completely boiling and bursting. The waves in all the far sea areas close to the North Glacier undulate wildly, and the height of the waves is directly close to 100 meters. Heavy waves began to crash wildly towards coastal cities in the northern hemisphere. Any academic professor in the live broadcast room knows that the next coastal cities in the northern hemisphere will encounter giant tsunamis caused by these deep sea waves. Boom. The satellite image switched again. This time it was taken directly from the B Glacier Research Station and captured the image above the glacier. This is a violent wind, a real squally wind mixed with blizzards. When the limit is reached, layers of glaciers begin to appear avalanche point even across the screen. The breath of despair almost made everyone tremble, and despair collapsed. This is just a squally wind, not the extreme cold blizzard announced by the Meteorological Bureau. So how strong is the blizzard? At this moment, nearly hundreds of millions of people think about it at the same time. As for the barrage, it just exploded madly. Eagle Country, Mirrington. Fact. This is clearly the biggest disaster in human history. Now these disasters only impact those coastal countries. If this is the cold wave, it will start to impact the world. Exclamation mark. This scene will be Kawasaki Kunichiro Miyamoto. So these disasters will come from the northern and southern hemispheres, then hit the world, and finally converge on the central equator. Will this planet become white? What a bastard. This extreme cold will be extinct. Dongfang Zhao Gao. This is a disaster that truly swept the world. It has truly tested all mankind, and it is also the first time that nature strikes against the thunder of mankind. Boom. There was almost no opportunity for everyone to continue to react, and the weather satellite of the Donov Meteorological Bureau in the southern hemisphere changed the picture again. This is a country in the northern hemisphere that is close to the North Glacier. It is called the city of Maya. It is a developed country of permanent peace. The city of Maya is close to the North Glacier Ocean. At this moment, under the satellite, all the cordon flags of the coastline of this city are directly swept into the sky by the strong wind. The city had been informed that it had evacuated early, but humans still saw that tsunami raging. At tsunami nearly 100 meters high hit the city of Maya. It was also mixed with a terrifying snowstorm in the sky. The continuous snowstorm was like a heavy rain. A car was on the roof. In almost 15 minutes, the car was directly affected. The blizzard was flooded, but fortunately they evacuated point. But everyone in the live broadcast room looked terrified, because this kind of disaster will continue all over the world, and now it's just a wave of nature's demonstration to humans. Point. Boom. The screen quickly switched again, and this time it became a lot more gentle. This is a tropical country in the southern hemisphere, called the Moses country. It is a white country, hot, and has islands. The most famous coastline city of Moses is the coastal city of Aix. At the moment, on the coastline of Aix, there are no terrifying waves. The sun is still rising normally, but the temperature is falling. Everything seems to be quiet in the southern hemisphere. Same, however, as the weather satellite images are getting closer, everyone in the live broadcast room becomes frightened. In the sea area of Aix, the seawater is slowly ebbing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the seawater level is dropping. Point. Because the weather picture that appears now is too frightening. The ice and glaciers in the northern hemisphere boiled with waves, squally winds, crazily condensed, raging impact, and blizzards were almost in the form of covering. Why is it said that 30% of the earth was in the ice age a million years ago? Below is the land of human civilization submerged by the wind and snow. As for the low tide of the sea in the southern hemisphere, the water level drops rapidly. This scene proves that the seas in the southern hemisphere will become the same glacier layer as the northern glacier, which means that the sea will become an iceberg. At this moment the barrage exploded. The United States of Roses Irl. Is it really extremely cold next? Is it really extremely cold? The water level drops, the tsunami screams, and the blizzard continues. God, this feels like a global coverage disaster. A Sangolim. Yes. Is this really extremely cold? Is it so terrible? This is simply in line with the period when the accounting period of solar activity from 1645 to 1715 was weak. It was the period of destruction at the end of the Ming dynasty in the east. It was also the period of extreme cold in a certain western country. It was the period of the Earth's little ice age. Point. The MOND minimum period means that sunspots become weak, or even close to none, which leads to a weak sun. At the same time, the radioactive sea content in the tree rings is weak. This combination means that the direct sun becomes weaker and the sunshine time decreases, which means that the cold is coming. Point. According to the basic division, it can be called the extreme cold, the MOND minimum period, and the Great Ice River cold wave period. Point. As for the final barrage, no one spoke, because the current signs do not meet the Great Glacier cold wave. If you want to demonstrate this sign, you must witness the core extreme coldness with your own eyes at this moment. The live broadcast is temporarily stopped. Point. At the South Glacier Donov Meteorological Bureau Center, more than 17 world-class meteorological professors are all looking at the screen. The MOND minimum period, to be precise, the Little Ice Age and the MOND minimum period are almost defined as one kind, but there is no argument, but it complies with the law. So the meteorological professor temporarily set the MOND minimal period as the Little Ice Age. Point. The Meteorological Institute won the Nobel Prize in Physics. The director of the Institute of Meteorology with 3 degrees, old Professor Xihai. He looked at the professors present. Shock, and even despair struck his old face. Gentlemen, maybe our research direction is wrong. We ignore human science and technology, ignore the weather, and ignore the power of nature. This is the Little Ice Age. Professor X said, his expression flashed with pessimism. Moreover, it is the Little Ice Age that covers the global catastrophe. This time it is really going to test all countries in the world. Professor X said pessimistically. Point. It's exactly 10 o'clock. Point. In the original meteorological live broadcast room, explanations and announcements from meteorological professors appeared. Point. Finally, a line of text appeared next. The SSSS level of the extreme cold disaster is adjusted to Little Ice Age. When this line of official weather text appeared, it was a real global live broadcast at this moment. The people of the western, eastern, northern, and southern hemispheres were all watching. All of them exploded at this moment. The barrage exploded. Dongfang Lizijian, the extreme cold disaster level has become the highest in the Little Ice Age. Gosh, I finally know why our country is prepared to resist the cold wave. This is a blizzard that resists global destruction. United States of the Roses era. The Little Ice Age in the past led to the demise of a historical country and also led to the disaster and backwardness that lasted for 80 years in the West. This time it is the form of covering the whole world. The global weather live broadcast is very hot. In the meeting room of the meteorological building of the Yanjing Supernatural Special Research Institute, the projection behind it is the direction of the live broadcast room, and various bullet screens. Ziyue Yan, Zhao Guofeng, Linping, head of internal affairs, and Colonel Yan, head of external affairs, all of them stood quietly, looking at Ying Ziyue with their backs to everyone. Ying Ziyue is making a data map, which is a glacier map made 600 million years ago. No one from the beginning of the glacier trend at the end of the Proterozoic 600 million years ago. The data starts from when the Great Ice Age and the silver geomagnetic coupling appeared, when the galaxy's spiral arm magnetic poles were in the same direction as the Earth's magnetic poles. And the interaction time was at the moment of 40 March change. The first recorded data structure of the Great Ice Age appeared. Then came the Great Ice Age data map from the Carboniferous to the Permian, which appeared in the ancient land of Gondwana. The third time is the most famous Fourth Epoch Ice Age, which is a data map of glaciers 1 million years ago. Then the Milky Way sunspot calculation. The Earth's orbit into the dense galaxy calculation. The North and South glaciers almost involved hundreds of millions of years of changes in direction, from ice age to geomagnetic intensity, solar fluctuations, history, geography. Ying Ziyue made a 100% trend the data map. The complicated physics, astronomical literature, and historical data are countless. The four people present couldn't help but look complicated. They saw such a detailed data map that exceeded the computer record for the first time. The brain of the team leader is really an element of evil organization. The Twin Tower designer, Ziyue Yan, who has also been called a genius since he was a child, has served. Seeing this map of changes over hundreds of millions of years, he has completely convinced Ying Ziyue. Academic thinking. The West still doesn't know whether it will be the Ice Age, and they won't know. After all, there is only one Ying team leader in the East who has found a conclusion, after analyzing 600 million years, and analyzing 7 disciplines. Zhao Guofeng smiled bitterly. Everyone present can truly feel how terrible nature is now. The technology that the West is proud of has nothing to return to nature. They can't even predict real disasters. This is the horror of the Great Glacier. It will not give people any signs. It will only strike suddenly and cover everything. If Danfang didn't have Ying Ziyue and didn't start the project, Zhao Guofeng took a breath of air conditioning. Then he would not dare to imagine the consequences of that scene, or it would be too cruel. This is the horror of nature. Putting down the pen on the data graph, Ying Ziyue turned around and he watched the projection video live broadcast of global weather. The live broadcast room is still a line of text. The disaster level is upgraded to Little Ice Age. As for the madness of barrage, it is directly related to survival. The survival of the big race. United States of Roses. Else, if it is a glacial cold wave, then the Western Underground Defense Station has been built right, and it is truly successful. Because this defense station starts at 10 meters underground, it can definitely defend against extreme cold. We have the right card in the United States of the Roses, so when the little glacier comes, the world will beg to enter the great United States of the Roses. Eagle Nation Link. The Eagle Nation super bunker is also a bet. Our city bunkers are simple to construct and can isolate large areas of temperature. We will also survive this disaster. Bay Glacier Shenmei Apple. The Ark will advance on the snow-blown glacier, and the Ark will advance against the wind and snow on the North Glacier, creating a miracle. There are many barrages, all of which are praised by the Westerners for their own country's projects. This live broadcast was mainly based on Western netizens, so the barrage of Eastern netizens was quickly removed. Click. Ying Ziyue turned off the noisy live broadcast at the moment, and he looked out the window. Those people are still arguing about which country's cold-proof trump card is more powerful. Do they count as a whole card? Millions of people work normally every day. This is the whole card? Ying Ziyue looked out the window. Billions of people, day and night, working overtime. The whole people's big pot of rice. The era of the whole people. This kind of preparation is truly qualified to be called the trump card. This kind of trump card is a direction Ying Ziyue looks at this moment. One is the giant snow country train that has just gone out to the sea and the mountain pass, and the other is the wind and snow chain city that is about to complete its infrastructure point costing 2 billion people, the National General Project. This is the trump card of the Oriental Warming Project. Glacier Chronicles. At the beginning of September of this year, the weather announced that the global project entered the final stage, just to withstand the last cold wave. At this time, the global project was launched. The wind and snow finally came, and September of the year was called the month of the beginning of the Glacier Chronicles in later generations. Chapter 83. The trans-epoch September brings hoarfrost and continuously shortened sunshine time. After leaving the Supernatural Special Research Institute, it was 10:30 in the morning. Ying Ziyue and the others wore black military uniforms of the Special Research Institute point. Since the announcement by the South Glacier Donov Meteorological Bureau at 9 o'clock, everyone in the Special Research Institute has felt that the atmosphere in September is even more depressing. This is still the East. Great nations that unite with the nation's infrastructure can feel repressed. As for the free and unsophisticated West, it is conceivable that it will be panic, fear, mad infrastructure and mad defense, just for peace of mind before the disaster. This is the depression before the disaster. Out of the Special Research Institute, the red flag car drove to the inner city, which was the day of the project acceptance point. The basic residential building bones in the inner and outer cities of Yanjing have been erected, and the super thick walls have been formed. The whole city is showing rough houses. As for the urban infrastructure outside Yanjing, 2/3 of the urban infrastructure has been completed. The last batch of super thick walls are in the construction, can be completed before the 20th, which means that the national urban infrastructure is completed. Walking on the road, Ying Ziyue saw a team of engineering teams in an orderly manner on the fascinating colorful military vehicles, just like supporting the township, and at the same time sounding slogans. Our motherland is the greatest, and our infrastructure is the strongest. Supporting projects and supporting big countries, we are all good sons and daughters of the motherland. These are completed trucks of workers. They set off from the northern city of Yanjing, and their ultimate goal is to go to the north and south, to start infrastructure and support projects for the cities over there. Not only trucks for pulling people, there are also trucks for the decoration engineering team that come to transport decoration materials, lay electricity, water conservancy, furniture, and household appliances on the road. These trucks respond to the new building project, and their task is to change the rough house in the shortest time. Make a hard-covered house, and then let each community prepare shops, supermarkets, power pipes, sewer pipes, etc., to ensure that the basic materials are normal. These large trucks have national flags on their bodies. As for the red banners on the front of the trucks, it says Nanjiang Decoration Engineering Team. Yanjing is the first city with successful experimental infrastructure. After that, all cities will follow Yanjing as a template to carry out the final infrastructure, the final decoration, and then complete the shape. Finally, the snowy city stands and the city is completed. Standing on both sides of the road, watching scenes of majestic projects and spectacular teams, Ying Ziyue now sees many miraculous scenes. For example, the wind turbine in the middle of the city is now surrounded by 7 large tower cranes, and the 100,000 person project began to slowly pull up a 1,000-meter high triangular giant frame, accompanied by a loud roar, which is a collection of manpower and technology, and then the wind turbine frame was successfully pulled up and then fixed. The silver white wind turbine began to rotate slowly at high altitude, like a giant Ferris wheel. This kind of equipment engineering infrastructure in all cities is fast, and the power of the whole country is thinking day and night. This horrible speed is unbelievable. Only by experiencing this kind of engineering in person can you feel the great impact from the times. With the sound of the blades rotating, the wind generator stands up, and it will play that terrifying role in the cold wave in the near future. As for the southern part of the city, it is a 400-meter high building with a blast furnace. Now the outer steam structure has been erected. The blast furnace has begun to be erected, and the main steam pipeline has begun to be erected. pipes to heat new houses throughout the city. These projects may seem unbelievable, but Ying Ziyue, as the highest decision maker, has witnessed the rise of the project with his own eyes. It is important to know that in those countless nights, countless engineers think about plans, and it is a steel forged by millions of industrial steels who stayed up late. It was also early in the morning that large trucks transported materials. These steps seem to be very fast, but they are the power of the whole people, so it is extremely fast to show to the whole country, and it is the power of the East. Leader Ying. After the live broadcast by the Meteorological Bureau, the United States of Roses started the quota sale project on Western Twitter. Next to the infrastructure construction site, Zhao Guofeng spoke. He took out the tablet data obtained in the first step, and then handed it to Ying Ziyue for viewing. The first hot search on Western Twitter. The National Security Institute of the United States of Roses has officially sold a batch of underground defense stations at a price of $10 million, with high-level personnel in import and export trade, and how high academic professors can be given priority. The following it's a video of the cold resistance test of the underground defense station. The video content was surprisingly a fully enclosed underground defense station. Later, scientific researchers conducted extreme cold tests and conducted tests in different areas. The temperature reached 100 degrees below zero. A cup of hot water was poured into the underground defense station, and the heat was still empty. The cold resistance test of Beidou below zero was completed. Then came the impact test. This was the form of hail crashing into the underground defense station. The impact was very strong, and then the defense station was covered by hail. The people in the underground station were safe and sound, and only heard the sound of the collision. The third point of survival test is to connect the traffic trenches, to try the whole family connection. And even later the United States of Roses called it a dungeon construction project. Subsequently, the defense agency started bidding, and currently sells 1,000 places worldwide, each with a quota of $10 million. In the first message of this Twitter news, the white people of the Rose United States are extremely proud. Stephen, gentlemen, and ladies all over the world, you are worth ruining your fortune and buying a survival ticket for an underground defense station. Believing in the power of white engineers, only we in the world dare to say that 100% can withstand disasters. Check. Now is the time to choose engineers, urban planners, and infrastructure scientists from all over the world. We give priority to welcoming you. Welcome to the only country that can withstand disasters. Later on Twitter and YouTube, official news also reposted this official announcement. The Eagle Nation Construction Association rated the underground defense station as SSSS, Absolute Defense. The Architecture Center of the United States of Roses claims that this will be the world's first disaster-resistant project. There are so many news of this kind, countless at a glance. Ying Ziyue closed the news. The news is very simple. It is nothing more than the United States of Roses that has allocated 1,000 places in order to recruit people. By the way, it has built a reputation in the world for the project, so as to recruit more top talents. To resist disaster, it is normal for the engineering before the disaster to compare with the era. After all, when a disaster is coming, everyone is faced with a choice. But seeing the West claim that the defense project is number 1. Clatter. Ying Ziyue scanned the newly constructed cities around, and now the newly constructed city videos are not allowed to be filmed, and people outside the suburbs cannot enter the filming. As for the engineering staff, they strictly abide by the confidentiality regulations. At the same time, the official has set up sensitive video vocabulary content on the internet to ensure the video after the construction of the Wind and Snow City cannot be uploaded. Therefore, the West still doesn't know what the Snowstorm City will look like after construction. They dare to call it the first project before disasters. Call inhaling and exhaling in front of the buildings on both sides. Ying Ziyue remained silent now. He just walked forward, followed by Zhou Yan and Zhao Guofeng behind them. As for the plainclothes special police in the back, all the way to warn the inner city construction site, through the wind turbine, through the wind and snow blast furnace, and finally walk to the outer city wall area. The city wall is the connection train station, and then covering the surrounding to protect Yanjing. The city wall is the last step of this city. Zhou Yan, tell the people of our country Who is the project? No point. 1 exclamation point. Without any hesitation, Ying Ziyue spoke. Here, guaranteed to be completed within 10 days. Needless to say, Ziyue Yan nodded directly. He knew that after the completion of the inner and outer cities, it would be the super city wall for the outer infrastructure of the nation's cities. Ziyue Yan issued a transfer order to know that all the talents of city wall designers and foreign engineering designers all over the country are gathered in the suburbs of Yanjing, just waiting for instructions to execute the final project. 12 o'clock point in the southern suburb of Yanjing. It is under the management of the military region. Here there are the Nuclear Fission Research Institute, the Nuclear Ice Ship Research Institute, etc. The city wall designer temporarily established the City Wall Infrastructure Center. Here in mid-August point the City Wall Infrastructure Center is a large architectural square. At the moment, 30 city wall designers are standing on the open-air infrastructure square. These people have many identities. Some are designers of ancient city walls, and some are designers of epic city walls for global filming. Now they are, just for the great power. They gathered in Yanjing. In the main seat, an old man with a silver hair and back was standing. He used to be Ma Rulong, the chief designer of the ancient Oriental city wall. Professor Ma was 60 years old this year. He stood upright, looking at the crowd with a bright expression, and then said excitedly, "The Special Research Institutes called us before, that everything is for the city wall order. Now the order has been issued. The city of wind and snow is about to be completed, and the city wall infrastructure plan can be carried out." After Professor Ma finished speaking, all the major city wall designers present all can't help but get excited. They have been waiting since mid-August. During this period, they witnessed the formation of the Fengxiu chain city infrastructure, and witnessed the great train circling the country. Now they can finally leave their mark on the epic project. Now the last step of the giant city wall is finally here. "Everyone, what's the plan?" Professor Ma asked. "Professor, I propose the number 1 city wall, because it is to withstand the extreme cold. We can use high-rise city walls and stone city walls, equipped with sandstone red clay dark oak, equipped with stone bricks. This kind of time is extremely fast, and the warmth effect is moderate." Zhang Heibo, a domestic modern city wall designer, said He said that each city wall is equipped with tall buildings and stone, which can be double layered, with quick results, short time, and low technical difficulty. "Professor, I suggest a stone brick wall in the inner city. The outer wall can be a castle wall, matching stone bricks, sand, and stone, plus huge steel. You can make a huge shield wall. This kind of defense and insulation ability is stronger." In the second position, Zhang Yan used to be the global city wall film designer. He personally designed the epic city walls in many movies around the world. When the great powers initiated the return, he chose to return without hesitation. Afterwards, more than a dozen city wall designers reported their individual plans, which were to ensure drought resistance, fast time, and medium tech infrastructure solutions that could quickly build a city wall before the extreme cold. On the theme, the chief designer, Professor Ma, shook his head. He has published 3 papers on city walls that shock the global infrastructure. He can simulate these city walls from the words of these designers, but not enough. These plans are just a bit short. Professor Ma said. What else can the professor have? The extreme cold is coming soon. This kind of city wall meets the anti-disaster specifications as a warm and defense. Zhang Yan said. Clatter as he paced. Professor Ma's hair was white, just like the hoarfrost outside. He pointed to the direction of Yanjing City. His eyes were solemn and condensed, and his voice was loud. The wind and snow chain city is about to complete the infrastructure construction. The city is equipped with a kilometer-high wind turbine, which is the world's largest and most powerful wind turbine. The city of wind and snow is also equipped with the world's thickest cold-resistant residential building on the ground, and it is also equipped with countless steam pipes extending in all directions. Those pipes can cover every residential building. The center of the pipeline in the city of wind and snow is a hot wind and snow blast furnace, and the steam produced will be supplied to every household in every city. From these stalwart miracle projects, do you think these city wall plans meet the requirements? Professor Ma smiled and groaned. This is the era when all the people gather, and it is also the era when we do our best. Scholars, open up your mind. This is an era where 2 billion people can be one mind, allowing all kinds of logic for the city wall infrastructure plan to be the most perfect, the best. Professor Ma Oolong's voice is sincere, without any confuses, but it is such a sincere voice that has the most rendering power. Every one of the city wall designers present couldn't help but imagine in their minds, in such a stunning and magnificent city, what kind of city wall can be worthy of this city. Snapped. The applause sounded, accompanied by sound in the distance. It's worthy of being the chief designer and engineer of the National City Wall. With the sound approaching, a group of guards came to the City Wall Infrastructure Center. With the support of the guards, Ziyue Yan walked forward wearing a black uniform. Introduce the Supreme Supernatural Special Research Institute, the Minister of Infrastructure Ziyue Yan, the Petronas Twin Towers, the train station designer. Professor Ma smiled. He and Ziyue Yan are friends after the introduction. The infrastructure professors present applauded one after another, and everyone's eyes sparkled. The Supreme Special Research Institute has appeared, proving that this city wall project will be perfect. Minister Ziyue Yan, we currently have a plan for a bunker city wall and a stone brick city wall. My current plan is a steel stone brick city wall, equipped with a double layer steel insulation layer, which can perfectly isolate the temperature from -120. Spend. Professor Ma spoke, and other infrastructure scholars nodded. Quite a proving point after all. Steel is used as the primary defense. Stone bricks and temperature insulation are used as the second defense, equipped with temperature insulation. This is an excellent city wall defense body. Ziyue Yan shook his head, but his eyebrows were still appreciative. After all, it was too difficult to come up with a more thinking, ultra-epoch city wall, and a city wall to isolate the ice-cold wave. These are not enough. Ziyue Yan said with a soft expression. At this moment, other city wall designers couldn't help but smile wryly, including the chief Professor Ma Oolong. Professor Ma calculated the trend of global weather data, and also calculated the pressure that the city wall will face under the extreme temperature, and finally got the parameters, but he didn't expect that each of the city wall plans before him was rejected, which shows that these city walls are not enough to withstand the severe cold. Thinking of this, Professor Ma's expression changed. Why these city walls do not meet the specifications, either because they have insufficient cold resistance, or do not meet the next disaster era, then why not belong to the next disaster era? This shows that the following disasters will be more terrifying than those announced by the Western Meteorological Bureau. Hiss. Professor Ma took a long breath, because he thought of another horrible fact. That is, the design requirement of Dongfang's city wall this time is to have the ultimate temperature barrier defense layer. So how big the disaster will be next? Professor Ma did not have time to continue thinking, because Ziyue Yan walked to the front of the crowd. Clatter on the infrastructure plaza. Ziyue Yan turned on the intelligent color projection, which is a screen projection, showing 4D, and the drawing of the medical treatment screen comes from Ying Ziyue. When the projection city wall appeared, the city wall designer present was stunned. They only now know why the previous plan was rejected and why the previous city wall did not comply with the rules. Because all the previous city walls add up, they will all mourn in front of this majestic city wall. This is a towering and majestic snowstorm city wall that truly stands between the heaven and the earth, arching the cities in the east with uniform styles. In the first scene, in the projection screen, this is Yanjing. This city is attached to a million-scale train station. Just the projection screen is extremely shocking. On the north side of the train station, there is a city wall with a special double layer steel surface. This city wall carries the magnificent era of the new era, not only the texture of heavy machinery, but also the city wall. The technical warmed layer with supertech texture is attached to the city wall by layers of carbon fiber tissue on the inner and outer walls. The city wall is divided into 3 layers, the special material insulation brick layer, the twin giant steel plate, and then the technology insulation structure mechanical steel layer. You must know that once the temperature reaches -150 degrees, the road will be frozen and cracked, the trees will freeze and dry, and the stone bricks will appear densely cracked. Heavy machinery is not eternal, but equipped with temperature insulation coating. This is eternity. This is a 45-meter high super black giant city wall with patterns showing the direction of the historical growth rings. There are countless huge heavy machinery steel stands. Just a steel skeleton makes the city wall look like one. Like the Shineman, it is also like a dome shield that protects the giant city. This is Ying Ziyue, who has absorbed drawings of the city wall from ancient to present, and then gathered from steam to machinery to technology, and finally created a majestic city wall with a combination of technology and machinery! The projection is over, leaving the engineering datasheet. Ziyue Yan only left one sentence: remember, you have 2 billion compatriots behind you. In the city wall design center, the surrounding patterns are all simple city wall reliefs made by the on-site workers. Zhao Mahao, Cheng. Some towering and magnificent cities are full of the towering feeling of ancient stones, and some are tall and tall with the stern and absoluteness of the bunker walls, and some on the other hand, tall and huge bricks stand with the most primitive sense of roughness, and in the middle, the city wall map from the Special Research Institute is gathered together, with the magnificence of heavy machinery and the ancient city wall. The epic is tragic, and the surface of the city wall also has the color of metal texture comprehensively covered. This is the first shield of the city of wind and snow, the majestic giant city wall. At the scene, the engineer Zhang Yan trembled with excitement. He couldn't help but ask again, "Professor, why is this kind of city wall built? We must know that in the current cold-resistant city wall, equipped with a temperature barrier, our city wall plan can be 100% 80 to counter the extreme cold and small glacier disaster." Zhang Yan is an engineer studying abroad. He now does not understand why the construction of such an epic and majestic city wall was started. This type of city wall is equipped with heavy machinery and technology, which is difficult to build and consumes money. You haven't returned to China for a long time. I don't know the current national dynamics. The people are not talking about it, but are really used to achieve. All the projects in the East have not stopped construction due to difficulty from the beginning to the end. We will only fight the difficulty, overcome the difficulty. Otherwise, haven't you noticed that from the extreme cold disaster to the little glacier world, there has not been any change in Western projects, except that all projects in the East are moving in the most extreme and offensive direction. You can call this perseverance dedicated to the Yanhuang bloodline. Hundreds of millions of people are like this, big countries are like this, so I was born with Yanhuang, and I was buried with Yanhuang, and I'm still willing to join the family of flower planters in the next life. Professor Ma's voice was calm. He watched the push from the mobile phone message, and he drew over it plainly. It was news from the underground defense station of the United States of Roses on Western Twitter. As for the square of the city wall building, Zhang Yan's expression began to change, and he woke up from the words of Professor Ma. From the beginning of the cold resistance in July, the East has been a huge project from beginning to end, and it has never changed. Or maybe the immediate disaster is more than this. It is more terrible than the preset. Zhang Yan's face changed. For the first time, he was fortunate that he had chosen to respond to the call of a great country, to return to the country. Otherwise he would stay in the West and hide underground, feeling the fear of survival. The East is a city of wind and snow, facing disasters, so only by truly feeling the beginning of each mega project can we know how strong this country's preparations are before disasters. Now this national project is not just a horror, but a real layout that runs through the annual rings. Good chapter 84. Since the afternoon of September 1st, brand new trucks have begun to travel to the new city walls of major provinces, and trucks of city wall steel plates have also begun to be unloaded and assembled, and then the city wall project has begun to be divided, and mixers, tower cranes and other workers have also begun to be transferred to the city walls. In terms of city wall infrastructure, the city wall of the stalwart building has been in full swing since the afternoon. Mankind should witness this stalwart scene in person. Because of the rapid construction of the city wall skeleton infrastructure, in particular, nearly 300,000 engineers in each city are responsible for the city wall project. At 3:30 In the afternoon, the hot search appeared second on Western Twitter. No one. The engineering defense of the underground defense station of the United States of Roses is perfected. No one. The wall of the giant eastern city stands tall, with a frame of 40 meters high, which can defend against unknown. Subsequently, Western news was somewhat complicated. Point in the morning, the United States of Roses officially announced the sale of underground defense stations, and tested the sturdiness of the underground defense stations. The sky was blown up. In the afternoon, the wall of the giant eastern city was ranked second in the hot search. Point after opening the second hot search, the Western people first saw a 40-meter high Yanjing skeleton city wall. The inner and outer walls are made of fine steel panels with temperature insulating materials in the middle. The 40-meter ancient city wall appears. Then it covers the four sides of the new city. The north side is the train station, and the south side is the Haitian Pass. As for the huge city wall, it stretches and covers, like a giant shield, guarding and guarding, as if under this city wall, all noisy disasters will be covered. Point at this moment, the second most searched Western netizens' message is also extremely complicated. LOETE, Eastern, are your giant walls in the east serious? Pulo, fake. In the east, you are provoking the infrastructure of the United States of Roses. In short, Western Twitter is very silent. As for the east, the most popular short videos in the mega search are all infrastructure videos. Half of the infrastructure videos are the city wall infrastructure. The people of the east witnessed the city wall from zero to the end point, starting with the Yanjing city wall. The north city wall is about 250 kilometers in length. It is close to the train station. 10 engineering teams are running at the same time. 300,000 workers began to fix the frame, and then fill the temperature isolated stagnant shed. In less than 4 hours, tens of thousands of trucks were started at the same time, and the initial frame infrastructure was completed. Point this video is called Oriental Speed. In this most searched video, the comments are also extremely explosive. Musagen, hahaha. After seeing this place, I thought of the defenses in the west maliciously. Now the people in the west are suspicious of life. The skeleton of a giant city in the east is estimated to make them doubt life for a long time. Chen Eastern Speed, United States of Roses, Disaster National Security Center with a silver projection and a high-tech conference hall. Colonel Rocco's face was pale. He looked at the second most popular search in the west. The walls of the city of wind and snow stand upright. In the conference room, many infrastructure chiefs also looked sullen. Point the underground defense demonstration was just conducted in the morning, and the world now has a favorable view of Western underground defense. Point. But when the giant eastern city wall project started, everything changed. Is the Eastern Cold Protection Project really on the ground? Building huge cities, huge walls, huge trains, they really have to fight this wave of extreme cold on the ground? Colonel Rocco frowned. He couldn't imagine what it would be like on the ground facing a small glacier. Seems, yes, Mr. Rocco. Meteorological Professor Edwards nodded. Point at this moment, Colonel Rocco's eyes became more and more complicated, and the scene against the little ice age on the ground was not only brave, it could be called death. Point we must know that projects in various countries around the world, underground defense stations, ground bunkers, and fully enclosed disaster stations are all closed and semi-underground buildings. Only the east is the snow country train that goes around the country, and it is a mysterious city of wind and snow. Point Colonel Rocco frowned. He didn't know what the eastern country thinks. All their plans are contrary to the direction of Western engineering. All their projects are also the most innovative and crazy, as if all the engineering plans of this big country are foreborn to fight against disasters. This is true of agriculture, industry, and infrastructure. Crazy, brutal, or is the East really the city of mechanical steam on the surface? Colonel Rocco stared at the smart screen and looked at the wall of epic steel. His eyes were complicated and silent. He didn't know how to describe it. Is there any news about the recent snowy city? Colonel Rocco looked at the information staff, who was from the highest level of FBL. Sorry, Mr. Colonel, after Dongfang closed the country, there was no news. Their network seems to prohibit uploading the interior scenes of this city. We don't know what the attractions in this city are. The Minister of Information smiled bitterly. Fact. Continue to investigate. Colonel Rocco gritted his teeth. There is a sense of resentment in his heart. The West is struggling to survive before the disaster. Why is the East building a project to fight against the disaster? This kind of courage should belong to the West. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Eagle Nation approached the United States of Roses, but the two countries' ways of protecting against cold disasters were completely different. Eagle State Infrastructure Association. This is a characteristic building with a Chinese European style. On the 3rd floor of the building, this is also a hierarchical panoramic window, and 10 infrastructure professors are also watching the second most popular Twitter search. The towering city wall of the East. The president of the association, Aleph, had a solemn expression. Before the disaster, everyone had a solemn expression. Gentlemen, what do you think the Eastern city is like? Aleph asked. The conference room is full of infrastructure doctors from universities such as Massachusetts and Bridgesword. After the topic was opened, a black old doctor opened his mouth. He once assisted in the design of the most proud super-era building in the United States of Roses. His name is Clint Martin. Gentlemen, haven't you discovered that the structure of the Great Eastern City is steam and machinery? But now there is no news. Dongfang has blocked any news about the new city. Now the East has only announced the city wall. They just announced the city wall construction and they have caused exclamations in the West and aroused super controversy. What about their so-called city of wind and snow, an infrastructure built by 2 billion people? Then what kind of horror would it look like? After Clint Martin spoke, the doctors present turned pale. Everyone's expression changed and everyone couldn't help but tremble a little. Yes. Before the disaster, the East did not seem to announce the city of wind and snow. Many people think it is mechanical steam, but now just the appearance of the city wall has made hundreds of infrastructure departments in the West scared. The 40-meter high stalwart city wall is still just a city wall, so how terrifying this city will be. We all underestimated the East. We fell into the first thinking. After all, it was the first country to propose to shut the country and the whole people to resist the cold. Now I bet that the announcement of the snowstorm in the East will shock the world. This may be the same horrible miracle as the snow country train. Aleph couldn't help, but his face was stern. This scene is happening at the top of the Western powers at this moment. At this moment, Eastern time is 3:30, and it is a memorable day in Yanjing today. Despite the roar of the cold wind, even though it is about to get dark. But the first batch of residents in Bicheng were ready to allocate houses. On the street, the elderly, children, and women all looked at the super thick houses, and the neatly arranged buildings couldn't help but exclaim, "God, this is a super thick castle." This kind of house does not need air conditioning in summer and keeps it extremely warm in winter. A middle-aged aunt couldn't help but excited. Is this all the houses all over the country now? An uncle also asked stupidly on the street. Now no one thought that the residence was completely changed, especially looking at the wind turbines and wine snow blast furnaces in the middle of the city. Steam pipes. Watching these scenes of super magic and super mechanical, everyone seemed to have returned to the Victorian era. You guys think too much. This is just the beginning. At that time, technology insulation layer will be laid. TSK 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 TSK. Mechanical steam and science and technology are fused. I dare not think about it. A college student closed his eyes and praised in the crowd. In this scene, on the rooftop of the Yulong Villa outside the suburbs, Ying Ziyue was watching. The crowd was divided, the houses were divided, and the scene was full of enthusiasm and excitement. Ying Ziyue smiled very comfortably. Feeling that the infrastructure is about to take shape and the motherland is becoming stronger. He can give out a happy smile from the bottom of his heart. In the living room behind him, the parents were still washing and cooking Mimi, and then discussed, "You said that the first batch of occupancies in North City has started, and then it is estimated that the whole city will begin to occupy one after another. And then the whole country will occupies. So what will be next?" Ying Mu smiled. Ying Ziyue's answer Ying Ziyue did not hear clearly, but he could give his mother the most standard answer. Next will be the train going around the city. The giant city will stand, and the cold wave will come. Then the whole world will see a chain of blizzards standing in a snowstorm. Exclamation mark. Chapter 85. The night is here. Human beings cannot observe the real reason for the continuous shortening of the night. Dense galaxies sunspot decay period, orbit rotation, etc. Point, but mankind knows that the cold night now means the continuous coming of sub-zero temperature. Point at 8 o'clock in the evening, 12 degrees below zero, hoarfrost, 4th degree cold wind, howling cold wind, whimpering. Point, if you watch the satellites of the east, you will find that, even if it is a cold night, even if the temperature drops in the cold wind, every new city in the east, every temporary residence in the suburbs, are all brightly lit, and the work is continuous from the perspective of the galaxy. We can see that every provincial highway in the east is full of trucks the size of a beetle. They transport materials to new cities across the country. They are like this overpass, and you can see the high-speed rail trains that are about to be scrapped are roaring. It carries food from the north and the south, and it can also witness how an engineering team as small as an ant turns a new city into a habitable city in the dark. Point, there is also a group of young workers with burly figures wearing overalls. Like ants, they are now building a snowstorm wall that is even bigger than them. Point, 8 o'clock. Point, on the west wall of Yanjing, hundreds of thousands of workers gathered. In front of the team were Professor Ma Rulong of the city wall infrastructure and Professor Zhang Yan. The two were in charge of project supervision. At this moment, the two were shouting before the construction of the second city wall of Yanjing. My fellow workers, the skeleton is the first step, and then the twin steel panels in the outer city are installed. Inside the steel panels are polyurethane thermal insulation composite panels. They must be installed in accordance with the specifications of 6 to 14 kilograms per cubic meter to ensure that there are no gaps and no gaps leaking. This is the best thermal board recognized in the world. As for this city wall, it is also the most abnormal city wall in the world. As for the iron frame of this country, tell me if you have the confidence to complete the Yanjing Quartet this evening. The city wall project, old and talented. I'm 60 years old this year, and I'm willing to work with you day and night, just for the successful construction of the city wall. Ma Rulong, the city wall engineer, has the East's obsession with a single infrastructure. He has silver hair and a small body standing in the hoarfrost. The 100,000 workers all looked at this respectable old man. Dry, dry, dry. Someone took the lead and shouted. The enthusiasm for infrastructure radiated all around. Everyone was full of enthusiasm. The city was shrouded in darkness by the cold, but it still had an extremely fiery atmosphere. Point, it can be seen to the naked eye that Yanjing is only a construction site from the dark night. North of Shanhaiguan, Huangshi County in the north, Dangshan City in the north, Beicheng, Luodu, Gang County in the south, Guangcheng. These new cities are surrounded by one. Each engineering team was training, and they all started the huge city wall skeleton device in full swing. The polyurethane metal composite board device, the twin giant steel plate device, the technological structure temperature insulation dependent layer device, starry sky and moonlight. Each city's 300,000 engineering team only attacked the giant city wall. And the amount of work was not large. However, in the city of decoration, the sound of steam pipe installation is endless, and the cold wind draws the whole city. On September 2nd, the skeleton of the giant city wall in Yanjing Square was completed. The first wave of the city wall was used as a model, and other cities began to imitate them with all their strength. Point, on September 3rd, the foundation of Yanjing's decoration was formed, and then with Yanjing as a simulation, the northern and southern cities began to imitate the model and frantically decorate their infrastructure. Point, on September 4th, the sky was gloomy. In the middle of the night, there was a blizzard in the northern coastal cities. The thickness reached 7 centimeters. It was known as the first day of this year's disaster. Go to major uninhabited areas, fully obey the state's instructions, wait for the completion of the project, and be prepared for disaster. September 5th. Point, it is 9:29 in the morning, and Heishanguan can overlook the entire scene of Yanjing. Ying Ziyue is standing here, and the sound of howling wind is in his ears, continuing to whistle and rustle. Point, looking up at the east, the sun appeared, and it was 9:30 in the soon September 5th. There are still 15 days before the global blizzard. As for the last 10 days after September 20th, those 10 days can be called the year of disaster, because it is the extreme cold and sub-zero temperatures continue to fall. Let mankind personally feel how terrifying the Great Glacier was a million years ago. In front of Haitian Pass, Zedou Yan and Zhao Guofeng can at least feel at ease looking at the wind and snow city point inside the city. A giant loudspeaker was broadcasting, resounding over and over again. The extreme cold disaster is approaching. Please reduce going out, and reduce going out. Vehicles should be secured with anti-skid locks. Due to the small amount of crude oil, private cars are forbidden to travel, and travel is forbidden. The whole people are prepared to resist the blizzard. Disaster preparation. In case of an emergency, please broadcast and dial emergency rescue calls. Behind Ying Ziyue, Zhao Guofeng reported, leader Ying, a construction platform called CYYN in English has appeared in the West, and many university infrastructure professors are commenting on global cold protection projects. This is more like a new review platform point after opening the platform. It is divided into 2 universities, Kyoto and Massachusetts. Professor Lindsay, Massachusetts dual infrastructure degree. I conducted comprehensive simulation tests based on mechanics, physics, cold resistance simulation testing, infrastructure, and survival. First of all, 90% of the world is underground and semi-underground. Organization. This kind of extreme cold defense that can guarantee 100 degrees below zero, the most outstanding of which is the underground defense station built by white people, the semi-permanent semi-underground bunker of the Eagle Nation. These 2 projects are the world's leading. Zhang Bei, professor of infrastructure, mechanics, and physics of Bridgesword University. I'm an overseas student in the United States of Roses for some reasons. I have analyzed the East. In the early stage, the East was mechanical, mainly steam, and equipped with permanent huge fortifications. This kind of can survive, but it will be very difficult, because this is the style of victory period point afterwards. A group of high quality overseas students from the East came up with opinions, demonstrations, infrastructure points, analysis, simulations, and finally all commented. Massachusetts Marboki Yang. Yes, mechanical steam, all-terrain structure, superhouses. Although the eastern agriculture is not good, the trains are also very good, but you will survive very hard, and you will be exhausted through the snowstorm. I suggest you can feel the underground defense station of the United States of Roses, power supply and water supply, ground pipeline heating, and the later traffic trenches. This is the real escape project point afterwards. There were many comments from international students in colleges and universities, all of them. Interestingly, to determine our architectural structure, we began to define and reduce the visibility of the East. Zhao Guofeng couldn't help cursing. It's not that simple. Western lawmakers still want to see the East make a counterattack. They want to see R-shaped buildings. No one is a fool. The West announces the underground defense station step by step, recruits people, and then foreign students come to comment. All these steps are to expose the East to the city of infrastructure point. It's a pity that there are so many savvy people in the great powers. Just throwing out a wall is enough to make the West doubt life. Team leader Ying. The framework of the giant city wall across the country has been completed, the steel plates have been laid, and the temperature insulating materials have been completed. Please instruct the next step. Zhao Guofeng also proudly said. Once upon a time, the Eastern closed economic closure was criticized and debated by various parties. Now throwing out a building at random has aroused public debate, and the West even did not hesitate to announce the cost of defense. This is the power brought about by the Great Power Project, especially when the Great Power grows, and then disaster strikes. Once it erupts, his thinking of the scene of the explosion. Zhao Guofeng looked at Ying Ziyue with enthusiasm, knowing that the capital construction of Wind and Snow City is about to be completed, and all the projects are ready. Start from 11 o'clock in the morning. The daytime temperature of Yanjing on the 5th is also close to -8 degrees at the gate of Nansheng City. Large trucks with Sun Factory written on them were pulling the workers, pulling the insulation board towards the city wall. At the front of the trucks, a red flag bulletproof car led the team. There was only one person, that is, Zhao Guofeng, the brown bear figure, the deputy head of the Special Research Institute, and the last step he joined with the City Wall Infrastructure Center to supervise the cold resistance of the city wall point in the back of the trucks. The trucks were lined up straight, with a fleet of thousands of vehicles. pulling tens of thousands of special insulation materials workers and insulation materials behind. The red flag car. In the second truck, there were senior engineers pulling temperature insulation materials. There were 10 people in total. The road was flat, and the decoration teams on both sides of the residential buildings were painting, laying sewers, and so on. Part of the trucks in the convoy went to residential buildings in major new cities, and part went to the city walls. Zero fine flowers. Senior engineer Dong Bei was one of them. At this moment, he looked at Xincheng and commented in amazement along the way. Now looking at the truck materials behind, he couldn't help but get excited. What is our project this time? It's the first time I have seen this kind of solar heat gathering panels. All of them were solar power supply panels before. Dong Bei couldn't help sighing. You must know that the trucks now transport solar panels, but they are special heat gathering panels, which are nothing more than turning ions into integration. This means that such solar panels do not require transformers or connection devices. They will absorb heat during the day. At night, when the temperature reaches extremely cold, it will automatically emit temperature and start heating. Therefore, the cost of this kind of solar panels is relatively simple to construct, but the engineering is also huge. You must know that, since 7 years ago, my country has been a major import and export country of solar panels. After all, this is a new solar energy, no consumption and no environmental damage to the earth. So our country reserves a lot of such solar panels. Old Dong, don't you understand? You're still an engineer. Haven't you studied meteorology, physics and astronomy? Anyone who understands you will know that this type of solar panel gives up supplying current and can store a lot of high temperature, especially this. This kind of integral composite board has a terrifying capacity to store heat. Hiss. Engineer Li couldn't help taking a breath. In addition, do you know how much temperature this composite board will break out of automatic heat defense? Engineer Li asked. How much? This research direction belongs to your scientific research department. Our engineering department does not know. Dong Bei shook his head. 150 degrees below zero. Li's expression regained his steely dignity. After he spoke, the expressions of everyone in the car's senior engineer changed. Fuck. Dong Bei couldn't help but blurt out, his face pale. It automatically erupts to reserve heat above minus 150 degrees. What kind of solar panel is this riding horse? No wonder it will give up variable voltage storage and make full use of the ultimate temperature reserve. This. Dong Bei's face changed from the lightness before to dignity, even a little pale. He thought of a terrifying fact. Why is there a burst of heat energy of minus 150 degrees Celsius? This shows that the disaster will exceed at least over minus 150 degrees. Thinking of this, Dong Bei's face completely paled, and he thought of a terrifying fact. That is, the disaster will break through minus 150 degrees at least. So what does it feel like minus 150 degrees? 2 years ago, an extreme cold of more than 60 degrees below zero occurred in an area of the United States of Roses in the northern hemisphere, which caused more than 20 deaths. There will be layers of glaciers, blizzards, extreme winds, airflow, rapid decline, and 30-meter high blizzards, covering, burying, freezing everything. As for -1 Beidou and above 50, for example, -2 Beidou means that plasma freezes in a few seconds, blood cells die due to hypoxia, all body cells are damaged, human consciousness is completely lost, and then the heart slowly dies. The engineers present thought of this. They once again looked up in the direction of Haitian Pass ahead. Countless white fog began to cover the ground. The extreme cold in September was depressing, and everyone's face trembled. They felt the present and thought of the news from the South Glacier Meteorological Bureau. So disaster. Will it really be a little ice river? Gurgling, Dong Bei swallowed, and he glanced again at the city, the super thick buildings, wind turbines, wind snow blast furnaces, and the 40-meter high giant steel thermal insulation wall. There is also the huge million-scale train station that looks like a mountain. Looking at these huge projects, Dong Bei felt relieved. At least he is at ease in this country now. If other countries knew this horrible fact, they would not know it. Dong Bei and Li glanced at each other, and the two looked at the 1,000-ton solar concentrators on the truck behind them. Now they finally know how terrifying the Great Power Project is. As far as Dong Bei is concerned, he has personally witnessed that, since the layout of July, the big countries gave up all the economy and all production, only for the power of the whole country, the whole people's infrastructure, and the whole people's resistance point. Now it's finally time to harvest the fruits. Why chapter 86. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. It's 11:30 in the morning. Two truck teams galloped, the vehicles roared, and the banners of Solar Factory fluttered. Zhao Guofeng led the team to the northern city wall. At this moment, the skeleton of the city wall took shape. In the east, it was a keel, a steel skeleton, and steel bars. After getting off the bus, nearly 10,000 workers stood in line according to their respective factories, and in front of them there were engineering teams to respond, as well as engineers from the City Wall Infrastructure Center. At this moment, Dong Bei, a solar panel engineer who had just arrived, was stunned. He looked up and looked in front of him in a daze. There are many records about the city wall in human history, but the majestic miracle in front of him is absolutely for words wellness and weight. 40 meters high, in cloudy weather, it seems that the black skeleton is already standing in the sky. Layers of twin steel plates emit black luster, and the arch thickness reaches 18 meters, which confirms the stability and the terrifying carrying capacity. In front of me is a huge city wall with pitch black ink and steel bars. Starting from the north wall, south, west, and moving, the four walls finally converge on the train station, like a giant mountain guardian. 7:47 in the city. Bye Dong Bei took a breath of air. He had seen a video about the city wall on the internet before. The video was also towering into the clouds. Keel construction, but only when standing in this giant city wall full of steel, machinery, and temperature. Before, can we truly feel the horror of infrastructure power? Don't look, it's up to us next. Behind Dong Bei, ironboard engineer Li Heli patted him on the shoulder. Brothers, prepare for surveying and mapping, precise recording, photometry, height measurement, installation, recording. Li Heli roared, and the rest of the engineers began to put on gloves and carry the concentrating solar panels. The solar panels were moved quickly. The city wall infrastructure engineer also roared. Tower crane, high rope, prepare, help the solar panel engineer brothers install. Boom. With the roar of mechanical tower cranes, the installation of solar panels began. Not only the city wall of Yanjing, there are as many as 500 top solar panel production factories in the country. The 500 factories have a total of nearly 150,000 workers. They are scattered in major cities across the country. Now they all build the country's infrastructure. The bare boards are being transported quickly, and the roofs of the ultra-thick residential buildings in the new city are relatively simple to install. From the perspective of God, the scene of this great miracle began to spread from Yanjing. Residential buildings, city walls, and black-spotted solar panels in the new city have become the city's first technological feature. Bingsu No. 1 community in the north of Yanjing City. This is the first batch of residential communities to be tested. Most of the residents are veterans and excellent factory workers. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, people gather in the center of the community. Behind them are super thick buildings. Looking up, the direction to the south is the Nancheng blast furnace factory, and the northern city wall is impressively in front of it, attached to the train station, which is majestic and majestic. Oh, you guys have installed solar panels on the rooftops upstairs. A middle-aged blast furnace factory man looked at the city wall and exclaimed, "It's all installed, not just us. All residential buildings are installing solar panels, but this kind of solar panels is a bit weird. There is no transformer connection line." A well-educated middle-aged aunt smiled. "Normally, this is a solar panel in the form of concentrating light, mainly for storing heat, not for power supply." Among the crowd, a young man with messy hair spoke up. He is a student of Yanjing Civil Engineering University, named Zhang Bei. Zhao, what's the use of this? I think the Western Meteorological Bureau said that the disaster is very powerful and sweeping the world. The middle-aged factory uncle curiously asked, at the extreme sub-zero temperature, it will automatically emit high temperature and provide heating. Zhang Bei explained, suddenly explaining that he froze for a while and then seemed to think of something. He hurried home. He quickly took out the draft paper and then asked his friend the basic blast furnace and the power parameters of the wind turbine and then began to calculate. The first step is mainly wind turbines, then blast furnaces, then underground grain storage warehouses built in the city, underground reservoirs imported from Haitian Pass, heavy machinery equipped with energy generating slabs, and finally trained. So in the drawing, the wind turbine began to rotate, like the giant Ferris wheel, spinning around, starting to supply large semi-underground transformer stations, and then underground cables to supply the city. And then the blast furnace emits steam for heating in this city. There are free reserves of grain and dried vegetables, and then trains start to transport fish from the North Sea waters, and only factory materials from the south are transported by train. This is a picture he drew in the first step. This is only Yanjing. Boom. Putting down the drawing pen, Zhang Ben's face flushed. He scratched his hair excitedly. In just the first step, Yanjing has achieved a free ecological industry, agriculture, and cold resistance. Then he took out the drawing pen again. This time he stared at the icebreaker news on the southern map, and he began to calculate that, if the cold wave caused floods, and flooded many plains, then the icebreakers could move in the southern cities as for the whole country. He doesn't need to make it. The information alone is enough for him to think about it for a long time. It's so amazing. Who designed this plan? Mechanical steam is the external line of sight, and the industry is the external line of sight. In fact, it is paving the way for an overall construction system. Chen Biao couldn't help trembling with excitement, because only from the information currently known, the Oriental project not only countered disasters, but also created a new type of infrastructure post-disaster system. This means that after a disaster, the East will be in a state of operation. Thinking of this, Chen Bei looked at the weather warnings issued by many Western meteorological bureaus. The cold wave and cold air are rapidly cooling down, and that tsunami is still intensifying. If this is a disaster, then the picture formed by these scenes will be Chen Bei dare not imagine that according to this picture, the icebreaker will start its first step and begin to fragment the glacier on the plains in the extremely cold province. He can't even think of this scene of fragmentation and impact. This is too much. The epic classic scenes in the multi-disaster movie are now, and I didn't expect it to come true, but this time it's not the form of avoiding the movie, but the form of extreme cold confrontation, or the national confrontation. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Chen Bei quickly returned to school with the drawing sheet. He wanted to draw again with his classmates in infrastructure, because the feeling of peeling off the large-scale project a little bit makes people tremble. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Haitian Pass was the highest ancient Great Wall. Ying Ziyue stood quietly with her hands on her back. This afternoon, he did not leave Haishangun, but watched 300,000 infrastructure workers start installing solar panels behind Ying Ziyue. Zhuo Yan and Zhao Guofeng stood. Both of them were excited watching the installation process. What role will these solar panels play in the extreme cold? Zhuo Yan said with a smile. The condensed iron is equipped with condensing light. The solar panel is installed on the roof of the super thick residential building, and the 40-meter high city wall is installed. Under the current sunshine conditions, it can continue to absorb heat for 6 hours, and then continue to reserve. Zhao Guofeng said he had learned special survival before, and knew the role of solar panels. Call point on the Great Wall. Ying Ziyue was silent. He didn't say much, just watched this epic scene quietly, because to be precise, Zhao Guofeng was incomplete. He once conducted a reflection and refraction test with physics to test the temperature of the condensed light after condensing sunlight. The temperature reached thousands of degrees and the thorn cracking irradiance can produce a high temperature response close to Beidou. This is only a single small energy gathering test, but now this is the rooftop of the entire city's residential building. The 40-meter high city wall is covered by solar panels. All new cities across the country are attached with solar panels, so once the light starts to shine, then this scene will be, it will be a blizzard. The temperature will continue to drop. Everything will freeze, and the earth will crack. Then the critical point temperature is reached. The solar panels in the whole city and even the whole country will automatically radiate the high temperature of the reserve. and the giant 40-meter high wall will turn into a red-colored wall. Melt the blizzard. Melt the cold wave of cracks spreading layer upon layer. The whole city will cause a large-scale air movement. Cold air will rise. Hot air will sink. Equipped with steam, it is extremely cold outside, and the city is warm like spring. It was getting dark. The howling wind continued to drop, and the coastal cities were severely cold. In all countries in the northern hemisphere, the hoarfrost has begun to increase. Don't travel late at night. Otherwise the hoarfrost and strong wind will blow you away. In the miserable cold night, the moon shadows were blurred, the stars receded, and the sky was nothing but the whimper of wind. Chapter 87. This night, the people of the east spent the night listening to the gust of wind roaring outside the city. In blocking the wind and yellow sand, trees can be planted to block, and water flow areas can be set up, but a giant city wall can solve any problem. On September 7th, Yanjing was covered with a layer of hoarfrost. The earth is full of cold. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the Supernatural Special Research Institute infrastructure meeting room. Xiao Guofeng is reporting, with a solemn expression, now that the construction projects are increasing, everyone is running short of time. Leader Ying, the solar panels will be installed on the 15th. On the 15th, the construction of the snowstorm city can be completed, and the occupancy of all people can ensure that the 20th is completed. Now the 2 billion infrastructure has become 800 million infrastructure, and there are currently 1 billion viable power. Xiao Guofeng opened her mouth to report, with a solemn expression, the whole people of Dongfang really worked hard this time. Xiao Guofeng couldn't help sighing. Finally, the hard work is for the next enjoyment, it's worth it. Zhuo Yan laughed, loudly. However, when the disaster comes, the industry will retreat for 10 years, or even 20 years. Xiao Guofeng couldn't help but smile. Yes, the disaster crisis is too big. It will stop all zero-2 technology, and also make all industries stagnate. Zhuo Yan also smiled bitterly. Clatter. The two people were sighing and discussing, and there was a sound of pacing. Ying Ziyue walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He opened the window and the chill blew in. All three people in the meeting room felt a chill. Ying Ziyue squeezed a handful of hoarfrost, and the cold came through the skin of his fingers, and he felt a chill in his whole body. Turning around, Ying Ziyue looked at the two of them and slowly said, "Why do we say that when disasters come, our industry will fall behind?" Taking out the blueprint and calling up the global weather impact table, Zhuo Yan solemnly said, "During a disaster, the project will stop, and we will take refuge. But we have good agriculture and a giant city, which is already leading the world." Clatter. Ying Ziyue continued to pace, speaking in a voice, "Let all the other team leaders come to the infrastructure team. You should have witnessed an amazing fact." Ying Ziyue's voice is clear, giving people endless imagination. Receive. Xiao Guofeng felt something rationally. At 7 o'clock, the Supernatural Special Research Institute, the meteorology team leader, the mechanics team leader, the physics team leader, etc. all arrived, and everyone was solemnly sitting in the conference room lobby. It was only 7 o'clock, and the sky was pitch black. At the conference room table, Ying Ziyue turned her back to everyone. "What do you think of the East's fight against disasters? What about the development in disasters?" Ying Ziyue asked. "The East will successfully resist disasters, but due to environmental impacts, industry can only maintain maintenance. As for agriculture, supply can be maintained, and there is not much pressure to survive, but industry will retreat." Geography leader Chen Guo said, "Yes, disasters will cause civilization to retreat for 30 years. Chen Jiang, deputy head of the train crew, said. The chill blew on Ying Ziyue's body. He turned around and looked at the crowd, smiling at the corners of his mouth. "You are too underestimating the power of the whole people in the East. Trains, giant cities, these are projects that have never been conceived for 5,000 years. Ying Ziyue regained his dignity, and he stood as straight as a gun. He paced again and again, while pointing to the north. "There is an ecological greenhouse in the north. It is the Bihai Ocean Warehouse. Do you really think that this is just for the supply of warehouses across the country after the disaster?" Clatter. Ying Ziyue pointed to the south again. "There are also scattered factories in the south. Do you think they are just scattered factories and supply the whole country? I used to think so before, but the current national infrastructure construction began, trains appeared, and the city of wind and snow was about to be completed. Then I realized that the power of the whole country was so strong, so the previous industries and agriculture are now it can be increased to the limit. I don't want to lead the world. I want to see the East before the disaster in all aspects. Crush the world. Ying Ziyue's voice carried the ultimate rendering power, and all the team leaders present felt a sense of engineering connection, like a chain, fierce and raging, attacking everyone, as if a great world was coming. The East now has enough time to prepare before the disaster. As for enjoying in disasters, civilization regressed and successfully resisted disasters. Ying Ziyue had thought about all these things, but the standing of the city of snow made him have an extremely crazy idea. It was also because of the unity of the people of the East that made him have this idea. That is, the glacier will last for 10 years. In these 10 years, the East will not only survive, but not just enjoy it. The East will become a new industrial system in disasters, with a complete system structure. Not only need to spend time in disasters, but also to grow up in disasters. This is not crazy, because Dongfang has made a plan before, and it can be said that the whole people have laid the groundwork. It is the unity that gave Ying Ziyue this kind of infrastructure thinking. At this moment, the meeting room was silent. Chen Jiang, the deputy head of the train, couldn't help frowning. Suddenly his face changed. He thought of the agricultural greenhouse that was constructed first. Why would it be an agricultural greenhouse covering the entire north? Because Dongfang had already laid the groundwork in the first place. There are also factories in the south, and countless branches, all of which are foreshadowing. The factories in the south are connected, which is almost like an industrial corridor. Industrial corridor. Chen Jiang smiled bitterly. He thought of it instantly. The industrial corridor is a strategic corridor for the rise of industry in the southern region. The industrial corridor means covering the entire southern part of the work, train stations, and population giant cities, creating a new system of industrial development. There have been many industrial strategic plans in our country and around the world, but no one thought that disasters would come, and Ying Ziyue actually dared to propose them. Crazy. Industrial corridors are actually not difficult. Now that the Nanfang factory branch is completed, you only need to move a little closer to the train station, and then plan the corridor factory. Ziyue Yan said quickly, looking excited, because he couldn't even think about it. In the disaster, there is an industrial corridor in the East. This scene is more than horror. This means that the East can still develop and research in the snowstorm. Standing right in front of the conference room table, Ying Ziyue looked at the crowd, a pair of dark obsidian eyes staring at the crowd. Standing straight, I want my people to enjoy the best protection during the disaster, live in the last residential houses and enjoy the best protection. I also want to make the Oriental industrial system more advanced in the disaster. I didn't dare to think about it before, but now I saw the strength of the unity of 2 billion people. I dare to think about it. It is now the 7th, and there are still 13 days before the blizzard covers the world, and 23 days before the extreme drop in temperature. After the end of September, humans will usher in a large glacier. As for the southern industrial corridor, it is not that difficult. We have done the layout, now we only need to complete the factory planning, so. Ying Ziyue's voice stretched. Arrive. All the group leaders, Zhao Guofeng and Ziyue Yan, all stood upright, guaranteed to complete the task. The eyes of everyone present became enthusiastic, because this is not just a project, but an event that can be recorded in Eastern history. Who would have thought that scattered factories in the south could form the greatest industrial corridors, continue infrastructure construction, continue development, and continue scientific research during disasters. As for before the cold wind, Ying Ziyue's palm stretched out very much, and he wanted to put the whole country in this arrangement. Industrial corridor, snow country train, wind, and snow chain city, northern ecological greenhouse, Bihai ocean warehouse, icebreaker. Hiss. Phew. This is so big that it can be considered a nationwide layout. Chapter 88. The chill came, and the 19 leaders of the Supernatural Special Research Institute were all responsible for the industrial corridor, and the project ended in Zhuxu. On September 8th, there was a hot news search on Weibo, called the Southern Factory Integration Plan. The progress of the plan is unknown. Under the comments, Eastern netizens felt the change. Chinksabi, did you see that the factories in the south are beginning to gather? My parents are employees. They said that the government is going to build a huge industrial corridor. What is this for? Jiangxian, answer upstairs. For the normal operation of the industrial system after the disaster. From the beginning of this day, people living in the south have felt that the densely packed branch factories have begun to be integrated, but they are all wrapped in a city surrounded by walls and shields. On September 12th, the construction of the Oriental Bihai Marine Warehouse was completed and connected to the Snow Country train track. On the 15th, the construction of the National Wind and Snow City was completed, and the process began in batches and residences. The underground grain warehouse was closed, the underground reservoir was closed, the blast furnace was burning, and the temperature dropped to 17 degrees Celsius. The Meteorological Bureau once again found a skin frostbite warning. On the 16th, it was fine. The sunshine time was shortened by 6 hours, and the global disasters in China and the West stopped. It seemed that some kind of catastrophe was about to come. On the 18th, there was a cloudy and squally wind, and no disasters showed, but there were signs of eruption of the cold wave of the glaciers in the north and south, and they were suspected of moving. On the morning of the 18th, from the perspective of the stratosphere, the cities in the east were all shrouded in huge infrastructure. The suburban residences began to be covered with hoarfrost, and the crowds and trucks began to move in large scale. There are nearly 1,250 giant cities in the south, north, Nanjiang, and Guangcheng. Every city is surrounded by giant buildings that look like clouds. This is the giant city wall. The meteorological satellite in the east is watching this scene, a great and shocking scene. Inside the Yanjing Meteorological Center, the projection screen appears at this moment. 15 meteorological professors are standing on both sides. The meteorological satellite screen is projecting. There is only one picture. An old man stands in front of the screen, the highest boss. The old man stood quietly, with a soft smile on his mouth, looking at the densely packed city among the satellites. The residents were carrying them in an orderly manner. The residents outside the city began to be covered with hoarfrost. The mainland seemed to be covered with hoarfrost, foggy, and very beautiful. Human beings should regard it as a stunning and stalwart scene, and the miraculous transport and entry into the city. All the 327 cities in the south have been transported without any dispute. Time of trampling has been completed. The solar panels on the city walls have been installed. The wind turbines are normal, and the steam blast furnace is normal. The relocation of the 427 cities in the north has been completed. The weather has continued to drop to -19 degrees, and the temperature in some countries with glaciers in the Arctic and Antarctica is -40 degrees, and the weather in the country that loves the country has also reached -12 degrees. Beside the old man, the meteorological professor reported in a soft voice. Can all people live in? The old man asked. Either. The meteorological professor smiled. That's good. You have to live in a family, a bloodline. No one can do without anyone. Ying Brat is doing very well. Very well. September 19th, 2010, 10 o'clock in the morning. There is no need to spend manpower to demolish the Yulong Villa area, because this villa area will experience the final cold wave. Freezing point at 10 o'clock in the morning. On the balcony of the villa, the parents are cooking the last meal in this home, and then they will move to the warm and snowy inner city. Now the ground is covered with hoarfrost, the cold wind is raging, and the daytime temperature is below -15 degrees. Ying Ziyue looked at the weather in front of her bedroom, and time was like an acceleration frame. In front of this city, the scorching blast furnace is burning, the roaring flame is burning, steam is beginning to supply the city, and there is a burst of warmth in this city. As for the city wall, the black solar panels are absorbing the sunlight and storing it. The last heat point, it was September 19th. But people outside the community were wearing cotton padded clothes and wrapped tightly. Buailong district is considered a high-end district, and the broadcast is still shouting over and over again. On September 19th, the last transfer of assigned residences began. Our country has arranged transfer vehicles for residents. Please start staying at home in accordance with the order. Community personnel will come to your door for steam installation and water supply adjustments. The supermarket downstairs will operate normally, but every people are restricted on purchases, and large-scale purchases are prohibited. Residents are requested to stay at home with peace of mind and fight against disasters together. The residents are pleased to wait at home with peace of mind to fight the disaster together. The community broadcasts resounded over and over again, resounding in this huge city covered by hoarfrost. In the living room, the parents greeted Ying Ziyue to eat. On the dining table, there was a broth with cabbage and tofu, as well as fried lamb, chili eggs. Ying Mu was very indifferent, and there was no unknown confusion before the others moved. After eating this meal, we will return to Yulan community, to be the last to move. The houses in the suburbs of other cities are all gone. Now this year, the changes have been so great. There is a city that we have never thought of in our previous life. One by one appeared. Ying Mu sighed. Through the balcony window, she watched the steel shield wall exuding the texture of black technology. As for the steam in the city, the pipes extend in all directions, and the wind engine of the giant Ferris wheel is slowly rotating. This made Ying Ziyue couldn't help but think of Ying Ziyue before, at the beginning of July, when Ying Ziyue asked her a word. That is, do you think that our country's import and export has stopped, economic development has been suspended, and our country has entered a closed country? Then this country can achieve self-supply of industry and agriculture within 1 year? When answering this question, Ying Mu was solemn. As the import and export department, she gave an answer that she could do by herself in 8 months. But now, Ying Mu looked at the towering Yanjing in front of her, and the snow country train called a miracle, and she looked at the schedule again. Well, it is now 2 months and 20 days ahead of schedule, completed early, and completed before the blizzard said by the Meteorological Bureau. Thinking of this, Ying Mu looked at Ying Ziyue with a complicated expression, but she didn't say much. After eating, the parents moved, and workers came to help. As for Ying Ziyue, she went to the gate of the community and waited early for the Hanqi special bus arriving at the outskirts Supernatural Research Center. Now the 10 buildings are also moving away, only the middle one is the infrastructure building, and walking into the conference room of the infrastructure building, the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows are now covered with a layer of hoarfrost. Covered, bright and transparent. It is 11:30. Zhao Guofeng put down the planning table. He took out a list from the embassy. Leader Ying, since the beginning of July, there have been some mixed race, foreigners, and early immigrants in the West, who have applied to return to the East. Some individuals have helped the East a lot. Zhao Guofeng took out a list. 1. Name Aili, Oriental experience. I used to be a free volunteer doctor in Shanghai and helped more than a dozen Oriental children with congenital heart disease. 2. Names 8. Experience in the East. Once worked as a teacher in a poor area in the South for 10 years. There are a total of 5,000 people on the list, except for a few who really helped. The rest are all foreigners who used money to try to get a place. Clatter. After knocking on the frost-filled window, Ying Ziyue's eyes flashed with approval. Think of it as the last time a big country pays back to friends. He selected a total of 100 lists, of which 80 are mixed-race children. These people have really helped the East. They have done medical obligations, poverty education, and academic support in the East. They have really helped the East at the bottom. These talents are qualified to enter, and the rest of them are all vetoed. Ying Ziyue said. The East has a broad mind, but it also has the decisiveness. These people have really helped the East in the past. For example, a middle-aged man from the Eagle Nation worked in poverty in the East for 10 years. This has been on the news, so this person is eligible to enter. As for the rest, either claiming to have a good status or claiming to have a degree in Massachusetts, and some who want to get a place with money. Kidding. The Eastern retreat is by no means empty talk. These 100 people will be screened again to ensure that they truly love the East and truly help the East before they can be allowed to enter. After that, the East is completely closed and no one is allowed to enter. Ying Ziyue ordered. Received. Zhao Guofeng nodded. This can be regarded as what Dongfang gave back to these good people before the disaster. Only these good people will know, when they come to Dongfang, what a correct choice they have chosen to help Dongfang before. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the Eagle Country Mars Airport, where mixed races from the Eagle Country came to the east, and a group of foreigners was parked here. At this moment in front of the airliner, a bearded foreigner couldn't help looking at Dongfang with excitement. He was Zart. He had been volunteering in Dongfang for 10 years. Now he looked at his family and said with excitement, "Marin, you don't know me. It's so much enjoyment in the East. I watch those poor children grow up together, where we can go out at night without fear of any danger. Now I finally got my wish. The quota in that country is too difficult. If it weren't for the villagers, plead for me, we can't get in," Zat said excitedly. By his side, there were also mixed races from peace organizations and a white girl who was also excited. "Hello Zat, my name is Ailey. I was a doctor in Shanghai. I like that quiet place, prosperous city." This is a beautiful white girl. Now there are more than 50 people in her party, and there are a group of them in the United States of Roses. All these 100 people love the East very much. The passenger plane is in front of them, and behind these people, their friends are still persuading Zat, "Don't go to the East. The weather forecast is over. The blizzard is coming these few days. Stay in the semi-underground bunker in the Eagle Nation. This is the safest defensive bunker." A black man persuaded, "Yes, don't go to the East. There is an ancient mechanical city. Staying there to fight against the cold is equivalent to some desperate survival." Another female white of Zat also persuaded. The bearded Zart smiled and waved his hand, and then began to line up to get on the plane. Behind Ellie, there was also an old white man shouting, "You shouldn't go to the East. You should believe in the power brought by the semi-underground bunker. Maybe we can go to the United States of the Roses, where the underground defenses are eternal." "Goodbye, uncle," Alice said. She once helped children with congenital heart disease in the East. Those children gave her a great sense of honor. He likes the country that is generally upward and safe. A group of 51 people. Behind them, there was a lot of discussion and controversy. "Hey, you will really regret going to the East. The little glacier disaster will make you completely desperate. Goodbye friends. You are heading to a country that is about to be frozen." Outside the crowd, these white people were helpless to persuade. Boom. The cabin door opened, and the airliner began to take off slowly. At this moment this scene is also happening at the United States of Roses Airport. There were close to 100 people in total, and a total of 2 passenger planes returned to the East in the afternoon. Now that the economy and trade have stopped, and countries are resisting disasters, no one will take the initiative to initiate provocations. It is like the United States of Roses stopped the economy and stopped sending troops, so the planes of the East took off very smooth. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 100 people from the West were evacuated from the East and went to the #1 oil pipeline, because in the face of disasters, especially the comparison of projects in various countries, this caused a great controversy. YouTube blogger AKKL, 100 people from the West went to the East, and they made the wrong choice this time. The message was quite explosive, because many whites were angry. Philo, a group of poor guys. I know these guys. They are also called peace lovers and they love Eastern culture extremely, but unfortunately, you have gone to a disaster-stricken country. I can now officially declare you will be desperate in the extreme cold. Peepo, Dongfang. Can the mechanical engineering of this country really resist disasters? Now that the sub-zero temperature has reached more than 10 degrees, and the snowstorm is coming, you should choose the United States of Roses, which is a powerful infrastructure project. The East. The great era has come, and the cold wave is about to roar. The East is a country in the Northern Hemisphere. It is probably in the Southern Hemisphere militarily. The Northern Hemisphere will be the first to encounter a blizzard. I can only say that your choice is wrong, gentlemen. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Haitian Pass Airport. This is a temporary airport and the last airport in the East. The airport was empty, without any staff. tower personnel, only 10 military vehicles lined up, and Ziyue was waiting here. The 2 passenger planes landed slowly, and Zart, Eri and his party got out of the cabin. At first glance, there was a chill on the face, with a military vehicle in front of him. And Ziyue came saluting. Welcome to the last batch of wanderers in the east. You are the wanderers of the east who have helped us. Ziyue saluted, and then the group shook hands with excitement. The military vehicle began to gallop, all the cabin crew got on the vehicle, and only the passenger plane was left in the empty airport. Why don't you drive him away? Zat looked at Ziyue in the car and asked. It's unnecessary. It takes up space and affects the area. Extreme cold is about to come. These foreign objects will become nature's ice sculptures. Ziyue said. This is just a blizzard? Zat couldn't help but speak. Haha boy, if you want to thank yourself. You have been teaching for 10 years, and you have to thank you for these 10 years. Ziyue groaned with a smile. Isn't this a blizzard? Zat seemed to realize something, and he spoke again. Who told you it would be a blizzard? Ziyue's voice resounded, but a buzzing sound that was louder than his voice roared from Heishangun. The buzzing vibration began to roar. It was like a giant creature roaring sound. Through the window of the car, Zart saw the most horrifying scene in history. It was a great and huge train with a width of 120 meters. It was still a double-layer silver-white train. The terrifying body was like a warship, galloping. As for the thousands of cars behind the train, you can't see the end at a glance. Snow country train. Hiss. Seeing the snow country train with his own eyes, Zart only felt the blood rushing through his whole body. He saw the train in person. This was not seen from the live broadcast at all. The scene he saw in person was terrifying, because people were standing next to the aircraft carrier. I couldn't see it at all. That stalwart train body was like a sharp sword going straight into the sky. Buzzing. Buzzing sound. Concussion sound. Roaring sound. This train seemed to be left between heaven and earth, sprinting through Haitian Pass, and rushing towards the provinces and cities in the east. Godzat's face was pale. He stayed in the east for 10 years, and taught for 10 years. He thought he knew the country. He was moved by the country's simplicity before, but now he realized that he was fundamentally I don't understand. For example, now, when this country is dedicated to a project, it will show a scene of epic unity, such as the train project in front of you. The vehicle continued to gallop. Ailey did not have the horror of Nazat. She liked the feeling of Danfang's peace of mind, so she only rescued many children with congenital heart disease in the East Point. As the military vehicle galloped all the way, half an hour later, the military vehicle slowly stopped. Like other foreigners, after getting out of the vehicle, Alice subconsciously called to her mother. Mother Eve. Mother Eve. After shouting twice in a row, Alice turned her head curiously, and she found her mother looking up at the front blankly. When Alice raised her head, she was stunned. To be precise, all these 100 pacifists, international volunteers, and foreigners who love the East are collectively stunned. They know the East, and they also know that the East is the city of mechanical steam, but at this moment, when they watched it, they really found themselves all cognition as being broken. No language can describe it, and no drawing can describe the scene in front of you. Human eyes will deceive sight, but the city in front of them will not. The 40-meter high towering city wall was the first impression of everyone. The city wall seemed to stand on top of the sky, soaring into the clouds. It is now cloudy, and the city wall is directly pierced into the clouds and mist. Then there is a mottled technological luster above the city wall. This is a concentrating solar panel. Ellie recognized it at first glance, but she couldn't help but suck in the air conditioning. On the entire giant city wall, all distributed technology was attached. The solar panel of the feeling. Is this really inhabited by humans? Ailey's mother, the pious old man's voice trembled. She looked at the direction of the center of the city. In the center of the city, there is a giant existence that can't be covered by the wall. It is the most magnificent wind generator, like a black energy absorbing Ferris wheel, exuding a magnificent texture. After the strong wind, it is slowly rotating like an annual ring. I have seen the wind turbines in the East on Twitter, but now I stand in front of him personally. I know that humans can build such horrible projects, said a half-blood. She is the general protector of the Eastern Animal Association. In addition, she and her grandfather had protected giant pandas for 80 years, so they were eligible for the extremely difficult Eastern quota. It's not that humans can build this kind of horrible difficulty, but the East can. Other countries don't have this kind of cohesion, the cohesion that dissolves in blood. The words are more appropriate. Looking at the city in front of you is like witnessing the birth of a prehistoric miracle. Ziyue Yan stood quietly by the side. It was normal for these people to be horrified. After all, he was horrified and unbelievable when he stood in front of the snowy city. Everyone, go to the city. Now do you know how lucky you are? It is your greatest luck to have the friendship of the East. Ziyue Yan smiled and said, the military vehicle entered the city point. After entering the North City, the first sight is not the product of those technological textures, but the densely packed steam pipes extending in all directions, which can be called a magnificent and huge super thick city point for everyone. The first impression of the city is like the steam steel of victory period. The hardcore force of mechanical texture is permeating. If they are equipped with some old-fashioned trains with smoke, everyone will think that they are back in the Middle Ages, but the super thick residential buildings in front of them told everyone that this is the East, the unique East of the snowy city. The thickness of a building of 1 meter. I have never seen it in the cold countries of bureaucracy, but the East has appeared. This country, Ziyue, is so kind to his people. Looking at each, Zart couldn't help but envy the thickness of the residential building. He thought of the Western Underground Defense Station, and his expression was complicated. Probably those Westerners didn't know that the city of mechanical steam could be so terrifying. Mother Eve, you look at the front, that is the integrated source of the steam pipe, that is the hot blast furnace. Ailey pointed to the front, in the leeward place of the train station, that is a huge blast furnace steaming hot, booming. Boom endlessly. Point at this moment, Zart and Ally knew why Danfang's quota was so rare, and they really knew that helping Danfang before would be the best thing in their lives. You are the last batch, and will be the last batch in this decade. If you want to thank you for helping the East before. This is the return of this great country's friendship to you. So, everyone, welcome to the Eastern Wind and Snow Chain City. Ziyue Yan stretched his arms and said with a smile, point on September 19th, the foreigners who entered the city did not report any news, just like the closed door East, entering the Age of Silence. On September 20th, the empty Yulong Villa was left with bare buildings. It was 10 o'clock in the morning and the sun had just broken. Ying Ziyue was wearing a military green coat. The same is true for Zhao Guofeng and Ziyue Yan behind him. Ying Ziyue's parents moved to the inner city yesterday, and now the three of them are standing on the roof of the villa, just to feel, or to welcome the disaster. The news confirmed by the Eastern Meteorological Bureau. Ying Ziyue inferred the news 3 times. That is, the snowstorm started on September 20th, and lasted until October 1st, and then the Ice Age officially came. The blizzard is now the precursor of the Ice Age. Point boom boom boom. The sound of thunder, the weather was gloomy, and the giant city was standing. The 3 people on the roof looked up, and they really felt it for the first time. What does it mean that the temperature began to drop savagely? The scientific research temperature table began to increase rapidly from -21 degrees, and it continued to rise to -25 degrees, -30 degrees, exclamation mark. When the storm began, the hoarfrost on the ground was blown by the howling wind, and the wind brought chills. Even in the padded jacket, everyone could feel a depressive breath before the extreme cold. Point boom, boom. This is the sound of a blizzard. The blizzard steps are normal, the temperature drops rapidly, storms, and blizzards. Then there was a blizzard coming. Point in the blazing cold wind, the blizzard danced wildly. Ying Ziyue stood on the side of the roof, and he stretched out his arms, feeling the depression of the Ice Age. He turned his back to the city of Yanjing, but also turned his back to the south and the cities in the north. Point now he can get rid of his exhaustion, and can formally face the sky, and speak to the people of the East. So everyone, at this moment, the Ice Age blizzard is coming. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. Glacier Chronicle. Kina and all mankind will welcome this disaster, witness the recurrence of the disaster 1 million years ago, and live in the name of survival. Yanjing Yulong Villa, the former prosperous villa area, is no longer there. The blizzard blows everything wantonly and then slams down suddenly, leaving only a roar in the world point at the very center of the rooftop. Ying Ziyue stretched her hands like a madman, raised her head high, and let the cold wind at her body. It was not easy, not just him, but also this country's large project of 2 billion people. To give 5 examples. The great feat of thousands of years. In this era, mankind will never see such a great project again. Call. The wind and snow are like a sword, and the cold wind is raging like a slash. This is a blizzard. Now all countries in the northern hemisphere have begun to wield a blizzard at this moment. Call point. Breathing out a white mist, Ying Ziyue bowed slightly to all the cities in front of her. Everyone, join me in resisting the next glacial cold wave. Point behind him. Zhao Guofeng burst into tears. He thought of the scene when he saw this young man for the first time on July 3rd. At that time, a young man with short hair in black shirt was handsome but not immature. Tan. He started counting 1 million years ago, and then he became the leader of the Supreme Special Research Team. Point standing burly like a brown bear. Zhao Guofeng was also roaring in the wind and snow. On July 3rd, the Special Research Team was established, and the Era Contend plan started. On July 15th, the retreat is completed, and the whole people formally contend. In mid-August, the snow country train is soaring, and human beings should remember the train forever. September 20th, the Wind and Snow Chain City project is about to come to an end. The blizzard is coming, and the cold wave will officially come after 10 days. Everyone, please remember the billions of people in the east behind you. The world changed color. The wind and snow roared. So did Zhuo Yan. His eyes were fascinated by the wind and snow, and his eyes were moist. Give them the best gift. Point starting today. Dongfang Mega is now all about the discussion of the city of heavy machinery, and there are many hot searches. No one. How terrible the wind turbine is. The design of flowing air is perfect. I would like to praise the big country. No 2. I now feel that I live in a world where victory and technology coexist. The city is extremely warm. As for the cold wind outside the city. Point in the Yulong Villa area, Ying Ziyue stayed for a full hour. The 3 of them were all wearing military jackets and felt that it was -15 degrees, and then it became -29 degrees. What is the experience of -29 degrees mixed with snowstorm? I can't hear anything within 1 meter. One can see with the naked eye that a flower bed that is 50 centimeters high is covered with snow within an hour, and you can also feel that the skin is beginning to tremble. This is the most primitive fear of human genes for cold, and cannot be changed. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the eastern part of the northern hemisphere was enveloped by wind and snow, and half of the territory of the United States of Roses did not escape the first wave of blizzards in the North Glacier. On the new Times Square, the prosperous high-rise buildings stand upright, and the white people who are still chaotically purchasing supplies are looking out the window blankly. Point heavy snow mixed with storms, and the temperature began to drastically below 0. In a coffee shop, Chen Shui, an international student, looked at blizzard outside in a daze. Isn't it said that the disaster was in early October? This is September 20th. Isn't it terrible to such a degree? Chen Shui was dull, holding a green card, and chose to stay in the west before. Next to Chen Shui, several of his black friends turned pale. Chen, are you sure that your friend from the Meteorological Bureau told you that it was extremely cold in early October? A tall, lanky black man said blankly. Yes, I asked 7 meteorology students. They said that starting from September 20th, there will be a small part of the extreme cold, and it will be true in early October. Chen Shuo's voice stopped. He didn't need to say more. This is September 20th, and the blizzard outside has reached its maximum force in 20 years. During this half an hour, he saw with his own eyes that the snowfall reached 19 centimeters, and it was still increasing. Fact. How big is this disaster? September 20th is so terrifying. So what will it be in early October? Can our underground defenses really resist it? The black man couldn't help his face pale, and now he found it seriously. Everyone underestimated the extent of the disaster. The little ice age mentioned by the Meteorological Bureau was in the 80 years around 1808. They had not experienced it personally, and had no idea how terrifying it was. This time, has the whole world really been able to resist it? Chen Shui was confused. He looked in the direction of the west, and finally looked at the east at this moment. The weather at 11 o'clock is gloomy. Rosen Central New Times Square is the largest trade plaza. Luxury stores, coffee shops, large shops, gourmet shops. In each store, all news has been switched to disaster broadcasts. According to the South Glacier Don of Meteorological Bureau, the current North and South Arctic cold waves are moving slightly. National cities in the Northern Hemisphere, pay attention to blizzards. Please clean the blizzards to prevent flooding. The current temperature will probably continue to minus to 50 degrees. Pay attention to the cold. It can be seen to the naked eye that this huge city in the Western New Era is slowly being covered by heavy snow. And now the people of the United States of Roses have not yet begun to hide in the underground fortifications. They are all waiting for a huge cold wave point at 12:30. The southern city of Guangzhou also began to change, and icebreakers stood up. This is a fully enclosed thermal insulation layer. The enclosed structure is similar to the structure of the city wall. Giant icebreakers stand on the edge of every city in the south. The huge silver-white hull seemed to be waiting for some kind of start point, as for each city is a giant square wall. The black solar panels exude the luster of scientific and technological texture. All the way from the south to the north, the hot blast furnace above each city is burning, and the spewing flames boil and bring hot air currents. Yenqing Point and Bicheng Fengsu No. 2 District. Zaytali and her party were arranged here. And the blizzard was still roaring. 110 Point in front of the community. Zart was taking photos of a blizzard roaring. He put down the camera and his eyes were sighing. Only when the wind and snow came, Zart could feel 100% of why the East chose steam machinery, which seemed the roughest and the most backward. The style of the 1800s period, but after the infrastructure was built, the horror of the city could be felt. Only when the snow came, Zate felt this scene with his own eyes. The current blizzard had no effect on the city. The extreme cold that followed, and even the same, Zate felt for the first time that he had finally made the right choice. After the photo was taken, he received a message on Twitter that his friend came to say his final goodbye. The disaster is coming, and the two of them know that they may not meet again in the future. The video opens. This is a short video from a friend of Zat. In the video, his friend A. points to the semi-arched underground building behind, which is the semi-underground bunker of the Eagle Nation. Pointing to these bunkers, A. smiles proudly. Zat, you really shouldn't leave. You know, it's the first day of the blizzard, but we have settled in the warmest underground bunker in our country. It's very warm here. It's very difficult for you to survive in the east, my brother. The short video is only 10 seconds, and the signal is very poor now. Due to the weather in the northern hemisphere, many meteorological satellites at signal stations have been damaged. For half an hour, Zat shot a 10-second video, and then sent it. At this moment, the underground bunker of Aden in the Eagle country is quite depressing. Although it can keep warm, because there are not many bunkers, mixed living is adopted. A bunker has close to 1,000 people, and 10 people have a room. At the same time, according to the wealthy, identities are divided, and ordinary people can only live in this kind of mixed living. In this room, a white man with a beard is looking at the phone. This is Alan's. Beside him, 6 or 7 white people can't help but laugh. Islands, is your friend's art trembling in the wind and snow? The temperature of minus 30 degrees has broken the sub-zero temperature limit of many countries in the northern hemisphere. It is probably the coldest in decades. The eastern machinery the city is estimated to be frozen like ice. Yes, your friend made the wrong choice, and he should pay the price. Another white man also laughed. Alancy opened the video, and the first glance was Art's voice, an extremely calm voice, without the panic in the blizzard. Alancy, please protect yourself, my friend. I'm fine. This is Oriental Yanjing. It is very warm here. The 5-second selfie video, and then the screen switch, turned into a 5-second distant shot. The first act was a giant silver steel colored city. There was no trace of a blizzard in the city. Ellings and a few white people were in a daze, and then the second act appeared. First, a giant hot blast furnace appeared in front of him. The heat began to increase, and then steam pipes appeared, just like the magic castle of the old age. 10 white people saw it, and they saw every steam pipe covering every residential building point, and the wind turbines in the city were spinning around, dissipating the chill, which resulted in water droplets when the blizzard fell, and then flowed into the street sewers, and finally out of the city. So the first scene appeared. That is, there is no trace of a blizzard in this city. Then there is a half panoramic view of the last city. The blizzard is roaring. The giant city stands. The world seems to be changing color. A silver steel giant city stands majestically in the snow. This is only a photo of half the city. An epic depression feeling rushing to kill the audience. There is only one sentence left in their hearts, and that is this really a project built by humans? Chapter 90. September 20th. At one point, all disaster report news on Western Twitter was refreshed. All disaster news was wiped out, and only one hot search remained. No one Oriental giant city in the wind and snow high definition photos, but just like black and white, because it is a photo of black roads and streets, black towering city walls, equipped with various black infrastructures. It looks like humans have come to an ancient mechanical giant city. Hot blast furnaces, wind-powered skyscrapers, well-organized steam pipes, and the most special highlight, that is, the background of the whole city is the roaring snow, which is the blizzard from the northern glacier in the northern hemisphere. But despite the roaring snow outside the city, there is no snow piled in this city. So this photo exploded. It exploded irresistibly. There were a lot of comments on the barrage. LOOE, the black steel game. The fascinating steam eruption exudes the power of iron and steel, but can this ancient mechanical city really defend against the extreme cold on the Beidou below zero? Pualan, got, this city can withstand blizzards, but is it okay to withstand the cold wave? These are two different levels of concepts. The blizzard is just covering and submerging. As for the cold wave, everything is frozen. The West is all underground buildings, and can be completely enclosed. Isolate the extreme cold. There are a lot of hot searches, a lot of popularity, and a lot of discussion. But in less than half an hour, the first hot search changed owners. The hot search first became the United States of Roses Power. The video opens. This is in New Times Square, which is also known as the most prosperous and expensive square center in the world. In the video, thousands of strong white men in cotton padded clothes are driving the snow. Aerial photography is shooting this shocking scene. Times Square reporter Joel kept introducing them in the video. Gentlemen and ladies, this is the unity of the United States of Roses. We are united, we love, and we are friendly together. The huge Times Square began to shovel snow. Disasters are nothing for us. The blizzard can live on the ground and the cold wave is coming. We live underground. This is the white spirit. Reporter Joel photographed every community in Connors. The communities were shoveling snow, and people were still transporting supplies to the underground defenses. The trucks were in order, equipped with the sound of this kind of vigorous war song. Look. The video is very lively. At the same time, reporter Joel was also introducing the project, with his back leaning on the entrance of a giant community underground defense station. We are united, and we are free. When the cold wave comes, we can escape into the fully enclosed underground. As for the above ground projects of other countries, it is not known, because the cold wave will freeze everything on the surface. The video is over, and the hot search continues to rise, which makes many people in the West feel proud. On New Times Square, Governor Mars, reporter Joel, and a group of meteorologists were all in the conference room of an expensive hotel. They enjoyed watching the snowstorm outside the window, and were very satisfied with the public's reaction after the video was released. Call. After 10 days, after the cold wave, everything on the surface will freeze. Whether it is in the east or the world, it will be buried in this ice age. Except for us, no one else can hide. Governor Mars said proudly. Governor Mars laughed very happily. He just released the video to increase public support. The purpose is to let the public see the power of the United States of Roses unity, infrastructure, and cold wave project. It is now very good, and has successfully achieved the goal, sir. The hot search seems to have changed. Many people in the East claim to be flower growers and have released a lot of new videos. Now these videos are being broadcast on YouTube. Reporter Joel looked at the YouTube platform and his expression changed. It turned pale. Flower plant as the factory migrates and completes the last step under the snowstorm. Flower planter engineering transportation. Live broadcast of snowstorm. Construction of factory connection place. When this video is opened, the first picture is that there is only a blizzard left between the sky and the earth. Then, in this extremely cold weather, a group of workers in oriental cotton padded clothes are driving a large truck through the snow, and the truck is pulling each other. Planted lathes, precision instruments, polishers, etc., as well as the demolition of the blast furnace. This scene has a human sense of tragic and heroic. The earth is pure white, but in the middle of the white, a group of black shadows are advancing in the wind and snow, transporting the last supplies. The second scene turned into an aerial perspective, with a majestic group of workers appearing. They moved the last equipment of the factory outside the suburbs to the city of the giant wall, and then came to counter the final goods of the factories were all transported to the city. No workers were left behind. Some vehicles were pulled directly by ropes. When they broke down, the extra large and heavy machines were directly transported by trucks. The workers stood on the open air trucks and were blown by the blizzard. In the comments, the messages of the Western people who have just experienced the pride news of Rose Country are somewhat complicated. Yes, what are they doing? Braving the wind and snow, just for those factory equipment. Tame. This is probably unnecessary, right? Boom. In the conference room of the new Times Square Hotel, Governor Mars's face was pale. After finishing all the videos and then making the route, I seem to feel that they have a huge project completed. Damn it. Mars growled. In less than half an hour, the FBL of the United States of Roses demonstrated the elite's ability to gather together. Various video clues began to be gathered, and information began to be recorded. The subsequent pieces of news form a map, and then they are connected. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the blizzard outside continued, ticking on the floor-to-ceiling windows. But it was the heart of Governor Mars that it was colder than the snow. The map shows that in all provinces in the southeast, all the factories migrated on September 10th, and then they all moved towards the train station. Simple factories were laid in the city, and outside the city was a black wall with huge shields. This scene alone makes people know that this is a project, an industrial giant city of train stations. Then, in the information, steel factories, tire factories, iron factories, chemical factories, dye plants, automobile production, and so on. Almost all heavy machinery work gathered and moved. As for light textile factories, cotton garment factories, and some seasoning factories also gathered and moved. Complete. So all the maps are connected to form a line, that is, industrial corridor. Fac. Governor Mars roared angrily, his face flushed. From these videos, from the migration steps and migration directions of those factories, he can be 100% sure that this is the industrial corridor. Gather all the industrial systems, whether it is heavy machinery or light factories, and then gather them in a huge city, protected by city walls. Even if the snowstorm is coming, the snow country train in the east can still transport industry and maintain the industrial system! 0 Find flowers. He really couldn't think of what this was for. The cold wave is coming, and Dongfang has actually completed the construction of the industrial corridor. Madman, infrastructure lunatic. For half an hour, Mars calmed down, and he looked at the final picture produced by FBL. The people of the east are gathered in a square map. Outside the map is a snow country train that goes around the country, and inside the map is a series of wind and snow cities. Then the factories in the south were unified into the giant city of train stations, forming an industrial city. Workers live in this city, factories are also in this city, and southern train stations are also in this city. It can be said that this is a perfect industrial corridor. In the north are the Xihai Ocean Warehouse, the ecological greenhouse, and the northern train station. In this scene, Mars doesn't know how to comment. All of them are buildings above the surface, as if this country has no projects going underground. They are all above the surface. Any projectors? What exactly is Eastern Engineering going to do? Stop their anger. Governor Mars was a little confused, thinking that the cold wave would freeze the surface and turn the surface into a place of death. But they still built the infrastructure on the surface, as if they had never been afraid of the upcoming cold wave. At 5 o'clock, it was dark point since September 20th. The sun broke at 10 o'clock and the sun had ended. At 4 o'clock, the total sunshine was 6 hours. Almost all days in the northern hemisphere countries were cloudy because the cold current from the northern glacier blocked everything. The giant city of Yanjing snowstorm stands, and on the highest part of the northern city wall, there is a fully enclosed meeting room for meteorological observation, which is 40 meters high, and you can unobstructedly watch the cold current coming from Haitian past the observation meeting room. Has a fully enclosed double temperature insulation window, which is the highest in the 40-meter high city wall. The room is full of steam and warm, and the wind and snow in front of the window are enough to make people tremble. Zhaoguo thanks to behind Ying Ziyue with a loud voice, leader Ying. Today the industrial corridor has been officially laid out, and all the outer city factories can be thrown away. Southern Guangzhou City can now be called tens of millions of train stations and industrial corridors. In addition, the industrial corridor has caused a lot of controversy in the West. This Wangzhen estimated that the Western high-level leaders were in confusion. Zhaoguo Feng smirked, "This is not a king bomb," Ying Ziyue said. Ying Ziyue likes to stand at the highest point and watch the howling blizzard, because this kind of cold wave and stormy aura makes people fascinated. Standing in front of this kind of wind and snow, he can really feel a kind of impact from the epoch times. This kind of impact is fascinating and crazy. Turning around, Ying Ziyue's pacing was with the wind and snow. You won't know what Wangzhen is until the cold wave comes. What is a king bomb? If it wants to bomb, the West will be desperate. The cold wave comes, everything on the surface will start to freeze, and then the king of the East will explode. The icebreaker moves, the wind and frost continue to roar, the train gallops, and the wind generator starts to spin. Now, the scorching blast furnace began to increase steam, and the solar panels began to light up. The city of wind and snow became a city of giant lights and a city of steam in the dark. This scene can be regarded as the king explosion of the East. Wide Chapter 91. On September 22nd, the snowstorm lasted for 2 days. Ying Ziyue's new home is in Yugsu district, Nancheng. It is a standard family room, close to the hot blast furnace, and backed by the train station. Division, distribution of population and materials, and store management now require a large number of public officials to maintain order together, so public officials are more busy. The new home is on the 8th floor. Standing on the balcony, Ying Ziyue can see the snowflakes flying in the sky. A burst of chill comes from the sky. His eyes rise from the ground, as if he can see the opaque ice crystals and polymers in the high clouds condense, and then form snowflakes. To fall. It does not snow much in the subtropical regions, but if viewed from the stratosphere, the two major glaciers in the south and the north are slowly spreading, and almost all of the northern and southern hemispheres are covered by layers of temperate cold air cyclones. But when the snowflakes fell, the 8th floor could still see the snowflakes sticking to the windows, but then the steam pipes on the roof began to heat up. The central city Ferris wheel style wind turbine slowly turned, and the cold air began to rise. Snow melted and dripped onto the ground as water droplets, and then flowed into the sewers, and the city continued to take on a new look. If you stand on the rooftop and watch it, you will see that the city is covered by layers of white mist and steam, and the fog is so beautiful that it is as beautiful as a foggy city. The blackened ink walls all around are towering into the clouds, and the solar energy is technologically textured. The board exudes a sense of technology, and Ying Ziyue looks at the city greedily. In the community, the big horn sounded. From now on, Yanjing City of Snowstorm has launched a red warning for severe snow disasters. Affected by the snowfall, the following severe snow disasters will continue, which may cause extremely serious impacts on forest areas, roads, traffic, and agriculture outside the city. The amount of snowfall reached 30 centimeters in 1 hour, and the snow in some areas outside the city reached 2 meters in 3 hours. Going out is currently stopped. Every household is requested to prepare for disaster relief. The snow disaster warning sounded 3 times, and each time the broadcast sound became louder. In short, it is strictly forbidden to go out. Yanjing closed the city and the whole people resisted the disaster. Followed by other broadcasts. This is the broadcast of collectively supplying big pot rice, and then big pot rice is distributed to the major communities, and then the communities are distributed to various districts, and then the communities come to pick up the ingredients, and then cook by themselves. Every time, every household, they all receive a week's food, including vegetables, meat, rice, meat and vegetables, and balanced nutrition point regardless of the pre-disaster infrastructure or the suppression of the imminent disaster. The East has shown unity in the expression of the four characters of performing their duties. Therefore, the city is systematically managed and maintained. 777. At 10 o'clock in the morning, it was dawn, and it was still dark and gloomy in all countries in the northern hemisphere. The 2-day blizzard let the originally united West know what a continuous stress disaster is, and a state, one of the most famous study abroad states in the United States of Roses, has a large number of international students in various countries, has a developed economy, and has many high-end luxury competitions. For example, it is also called a racing state, a sports car state, and foreigners are the richest state. The buildings here are mostly private villas, large underground defense communities and the Andal Chinese community. International students are all wearing cotton padded jackets to collect food in the community. The black administrator shouted loudly, each person has 10 katas of bread, a bag of bacon, a piece of beef, and 2 katas of compressed dried vegetables. The total is $500. In addition, each person is limited to once a week. Follow the order. The black manager took a bag of food and began to distribute it. In the crowd, more than a dozen foreign students looked a little ugly. Their expressions were much more complicated for the food for the week, especially looking at the bad weather. Inside, a white man Els patted his friend Ziyue. Now to fight against disasters, food distribution is for major power projects. Els comforted. Then next, I'm an academic at the Department of Meteorology of Nick University. I know that the disaster is about to go. After 10 days, the severe cold will be even greater. The continued severe cold will even make people desperate. Then the food distribution will be more difficult. Ziyue's face was pale, and he began to regret his decision to stay here. It's okay, we can live through the United States of Roses. Els is still full of confidence. Hope. I don't know what the East is like now. Ziyue smiled bitterly. The two of them received food and then returned to the villa residence. It is now -27 degrees, and the official announcement is -50 degrees. Only then began to live in the underground defenses, because the temperature environment, ground heating, buildings, ordinary glass, and airflow will begin to be harmful to humans eating food that tastes like chewing wax. The bacon is reluctant to eat. The steak is even more reluctant. Ziyue's face is a bit bitter. He thinks it might be good if he goes back. Put down the bread. Ziyue turned on the phone. This is the largest in the United States of Roses. A civilian forum is similar to a forum for fighting for various civil rights, such as letting homeless people enter the library and other news. This forum also brings together the largest number of foreign students and low-level whites. Open the forum. The forum sticks to the top and talks about it. That attracted in title. Humanity choice. What were you eating before the disaster, and what did we eat after the disaster? This post is very hot, because white people like this kind of humanity question, and they all answered one after another. Ilis, I'm from Bedhezhao, a car repair worker. Now we are starting to deliver bread, and then food will be in short supply. At that time, maybe we will start a large-scale project. At that time, the pressure will be great. It should be. I have seen almost all of the 10-hour work system every day. Mr. Mayor, long hours of work, lack of food, severe cold. This is the disaster. We were all too optimistic before. Smiling bitterly. Hey. Looking at these posts, Ziyue smiled bitterly, and his friend Els sighed helplessly. Ziyue, this is the same disaster as the doomsday. The extreme cold will make everything scarce, but fortunately you are in the United States of Roses. Here will be the safest. Ziyue took a look at the forum while sighing. Someone posted a new link on the forum with the title, Oriental Food. This is a live studio from the East Point now. In a residential building in Libei District, Guangcheng, to college students from Ocean University who had retired due to work-related injuries are broadcasting live. Student Zhang Qing has changed the title. Next to him is his good brother Ma Shuiwen. The two looked at each other. We can't help the big countries support the Xihai warehouse. Do you want to open a live broadcast room to let these foreigners feel what the Orient before the disaster eats? Zhang King said with a smile. He had read Western civilian forums before and saw various doomsdays, humanity issues, and then he was angry. Before the disaster, the West considers human nature and considers various changes. Then we will let you see what to do before the disaster in the East. Let's go. I called the principal before, and they said that they could arrange for someone to accompany us to complete a live broadcast of East in pursuit of food. Ma Shuowen directly smiled. The two of them quickly went downstairs, and then a special car came to pick them up. This was from the Guangcheng Department of Internal Affairs. After getting on the train, the live broadcast room officially opened the screen. Everyone, welcome to the East. This is the first section of the Snow Country train. Now let us explore the East before the disaster. Zhang King said, and the camera began to take pictures of the outside of the train. The roaring and vibrating train roared, and the 100-meter wide train was like a behemoth. It roared loudly when crossing the mountains and ridges. Nowadays, most of the trains are transported by military personnel. The mountains and rivers outside the city turned into a white ocean, and some of the snow in the deep pit area reached 20 meters. But when the train rushed through this area, the scene of the white snow being rushed into a sea of snow was broadcast live. The giant dragon-like train continues to gallop. At this moment everyone knows why it is called the Snow Country train. This is a great train galloping in the snow country. In the live broadcast room, this scene directly caused the white people to frantically brush the barrage. Locate. Most of the forest areas in the northern hemisphere countries are completely submerged. The continuous disasters have spread so much that they dare not go out at all. But only now can I truly understand the true meaning of the Eastern Snow Country train. It is a jerk and terrible project to see the transportation materials before and after the disaster. Otwell, the scariest snow country train in history. Damn it, Dongfang was laying out before. They laid tracks, built stations, built trains, everything is for now. I never thought that Dongfang just the layout of just one train is so terrible, and the radiation spread almost all over the world. Humans should really remember this kind of project, because it is too terrifying. The depth of the layout, the horror of spreading and spreading, is the first time in global history. In the train, Zhang King and Ma Shuowen looked at the barrage and smiled excitedly. Behind them are 3 military personnel sent by the Internal Affairs. They mainly ensure the live broadcast work, because this live broadcast can strengthen the confidence of our people in resisting disasters. The train galloped all the way, and the next picture was of hoarfrost. The world was reduced to pure white, and you could witness the forest and the sea being directly submerged, and you could witness the temples outside the suburbs covered by ice and snow. Except for the blizzard-chained city standing inland, the sky has become whistling white. The next stop in Guangcheng was the Xihai Ocean Warehouse. The train started to slow down at 10:30 in the morning, and the weather table showed that the outside temperature reached -37 degrees, and the wind was level 6. The whistling place is a huge ocean warehouse arranged by our country before the disaster. It consumed the power of the national marine colleges and universities, and spent 2 million engineering teams from Yanjing. They worked hard day and night to build a semi-automated marine warehouse. The warmth has reached the highest level in human history. It is just the cold-resistant city wall and solar energy. There are as many as 10 stations. Under the live broadcast, the train did not stop. The mechanical computer automatically started to count data in front of the ocean warehouse. Then, the carriages that had been prepared for a long time were pushed, and the robot dolls began to hang on the last carriage of the Snow Country train. Everything was semi-automatic. Under such a cold wind, there is no need to go down at all. Buzzing. Then the train continued to gallop. This was the top task of the National Scientific Research Center in early August. It was heavy mechanical dolls and mechanical computer layouts to ensure maintenance and suspension work outside the train in extreme cold conditions. This stunning scene was filmed in the live studio, when the heavy mechanical doll began to hang, when the mechanical computer began to calculate, when the perfect carriage was dragged. Everything was in order inside the barrage. The netizens of the United States of Roses are madly sending out barrage. This scene has made them tremble in shock. This is not the ocean warehouse or the train station, but the East is preparing its trump card in the extreme cold. This is a heavy machinery trump card that has never been thought of in the world. During the barrage, various comments exploded frantically. Fact. I should have thought of it long ago. Heavy mechanical dolls, mechanical computers, one of the technological products of the Victorian era. When the extreme cold reaches a certain condition, the precision instruments will be damaged, and the smart devices will fail use, but this heavy machine does work normally. Damn, so Dongfang thought about it a long time ago. A product of heavy machinery, it was once the pinnacle of industry. No one would have thought that the eastern country would use it quietly. At this moment, in a college dormitory in Dean City, the United States of Roses, a blonde young white youth couldn't help sending out a barrage very fast. He clicked on the forum link before, and then watched Dongfang's live broadcast all the way, and he saw the robot doll, and the mechanical computer all the time. The one who sent the barrage was Ron, a heavy machinery enthusiast and a disaster humanity enthusiast. Ron looked at the Oriental Live studio and the robot doll. The computer couldn't help clenching his fists in excitement. I thought it would be the United States of Roses. I didn't expect the East to appear. Ron smiled bitterly. He had given the official several suggestions before, but there was no reply. Now seeing this heavy machinery technology, his thoughts very complicated. Sure enough, there are still a lot of talented engineers in the East, the first generation of industry. They have long thought of laying it out. Wrong. The heavy mechanical dolls were built at the train station, which means that Dongfang started to deploy even in July, and they started the construction of the heavy mechanical dolls in July. At that time we were still commenting on their retreat and their so-called train project. Ron said this, and the two white men around him were thinking and terrifying. The preparation started before the train appeared, and it was the heavy machinery direction of the preparations. Damn it, which bastard told me that the East is an industrially backward country? They have a deep layout. Ron said with a sullen expression. Ron almost roared, because this is a super layout, heavy mechanical and cold resistant robot. It can be called a perfect mechanical age, equipped with a snow country train that has been disputed by all parties. Hiss. Then, after forming, it is the scene in front of us. The train can transport materials in the extreme temperature and snowstorm without worrying about suspension problems. The robot dolls and the mechanical computer will make statistics and records this is the real snow country train. Train transportation, mechanical computer, forming a majestic train that can travel on Beidou below zero. Human history is rare. Trying to calm down, Ron forced himself to keep watching. Because at this moment, the live broadcast is still going on. The new picture is that the snow country train departs from the Xihai Ocean warehouse and then heads to the north train station. The distance here is not far, especially the snow country train maintains the speed of the high-speed rail and advances against the blizzard. The train is like a giant dragon in the blizzard weather. Galloping. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was all marveled by the scenery. Until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the train slowly arrived at the northern train station. Then the mechanical computer began to slowly open a heavy train station checkpoint. As the checkpoint began to close, the steam began to heat the train unloading station, and then the car door slowly opened. Now it is the temperature that humans adapt to zero. In the north, the Internal Affairs Department was waiting to meet Zhang and Ma Shuowen and his party. First, batches of vegetable farmers began to unload the fish from the North Sea warehouse from the train carriage, and then a vegetable farmer chose the most delicious ones. Entering a purchasing box, the two were led by a vegetable farmer to the 4th floor of the train station. This is a large-scale observation platform. When Zhang stood in front of the window, his camera hand was shaking slightly. You don't need any sound, you just need to work hard to stare at you. This is a giant agricultural greenhouse, and it is also a majestic chain of agricultural greenhouse production chain. The North Sea warehouse fish transportation here, the vegetables here are close to the train, and then the fish and vegetables can be supplied to the whole country. In front of me is a giant double-layer greenhouse with a temperature insulation board nearly 30 meters high. Standing in front of the observation platform, you can see the unobstructed view. The magnificent greenhouse has a lot of green vegetables, bright red peppers, and emerald green cabbage. cabbage, and eggplant. Green onions, leeks, etc. This kind of greenhouse is more like a giant ecological warm weather garden, and you can't see the edge at all in front of the observation room point next to Zanking. Liubo, the chief vegetable farmer of the greenhouse, introduced. This is the #1 greenhouse of the train station. There are a total of 200 miles of giant greenhouses. Up to 200 kinds of vegetables and fruit trees are planted. The comprehensive planting yields quick results. The number of such greenhouses is kept secret, but this one is now everywhere in the Northern Ecological Park. Visible. The vegetable farmer introduced with a smile. Zanking was in a daze. At this moment, he was stunned, looking at the big shed in front of him with a complex expression, really not knowing what to say. He knew that big countries had prepared great efforts in agriculture, but when he saw him with his own eyes, he knew that the original strength was so terrifying. The terrifying agricultural greenhouse in front of him was enough to prove that the 4 words of agricultural country represented what? It represents a system that supplies the operation of the whole country. But this is a disaster. The ice and snow, the ground cover, and everything freezes. But in this greenhouse, steam is permeated, the temperature is suitable, and the emerald green vegetables exude vitality. Zanking greedily looks at every area. At this moment, his heart is trembling. Proud of a big country. As for the barrage at the moment, the netizens of the United States of Roses have long been impatient. They see clearly, and they are crazy about life at this moment. Philo, the devours, this is an extreme cold disaster. What exactly have you arranged? The industrial corridor, the abnormal agricultural system. Pool, it's really an agricultural greenhouse where the system works. The bread in my hand is not fragrant. At this moment, in the villa of Andal Tangran community, foreign students Ziyue and Els held bread and mineral water in their hands, and the sound of wind and snow beating on the window in their ears, and the scene of the Oriental food live broadcast room in front of them. Agricultural greenhouses, countless vegetables, all kinds of fruit trees. Els looked at the live broadcast with a dull expression. He couldn't help but patted Ziyue on the shoulder. His voice was complicated. What the hell did you Dongfang do? Before the disaster, it had an ocean warehouse and countless huge vegetable greenhouses, but this horse riding was a glacial disaster. Els couldn't help screaming. He only felt complicated when he looked at the bread in his hand. Before he believed in the great United States of Roses, but now the operation of an agricultural system in the East directly makes him doubt life and the direction he insists on. As for Ziyue, he was stunned. He suddenly thought of the news about Eastern agriculture. The construction of the northern train station, followed by the full development of agricultural greenhouses, and then the beginning of grain storage and transportation of grain. This was the agricultural news that the East announced a few months ago. At that time, the West didn't really care about it. After all, it was just food reserves. But now, Ziyue almost trembles all over his body, all of which are in layout. The Eastern industry has laid out the industrial corridor, and the agriculture has laid out a complete ecological agriculture trend. They were in the country before the news was announced, and then hundreds of millions of vegetable farmers were building. At that time, Western economists, after analyzing, I think this will be a collapsed agricultural system. But everyone guessed wrong. This is a complete agricultural system with a cold wave disaster. Not only the overseas student Ziyue, but also many white people in the United States of the Roses watched the live food broadcast with complex expressions in the live broadcast room. The picture continued. The chief vegetable farmer Liubo brought a copper stove and plates of freshly picked vegetables. Then the fresh fish from the North Sea were cut into fillets, plates of lettuce, and rapeseed, winter melon, cabbage, fish, pork, sliced beef, tripe, goose intestines, fresh snack fruits after the meal, watermelon and cantaloupe are all placed on a plate. The anchor Zanking smiled slightly at the live broadcast room. Sorry everyone, the Oriental hot pot has started, so this live broadcast is over. A few seconds after closing, the barrage is still crazy. Opil. This horse is a disaster. It is the complexity of human nature. You are actually watching the blizzard whizzing through the French windows and eating hot pot. MEOM. Witnessing a complete agricultural system. Fac. At the Andal China Community Villa, Ziyue, an international student, looked desperately at the bread in front of him, as well as the bacon, steak, and dehydrated vegetables that tasted ordinary. He doubted himself when he looked at it. He thought about this live broadcast. A student from Guangcheng took a train to live broadcast. Under the extreme cold and snow, they traveled thousands of miles through the Bihai warehouse and finally arrived at the northern train station to pick the freshest vegetables. All this was actually just to eat once hot pot. Ziyue smiled miserably. He now fully understands that Oriental agriculture is distributed throughout the country. The country is transported by trains, ocean warehouses, and northern ecological greenhouses, all of which are linked together, and they are equal to one Oriental agricultural ecological greenhouse paradise. As for being next to Ziyue, else doubts other lives. He looked at the posts on that forum. Those posts were the people of the United States of the Roses were discussing how desperate it is to work overtime, any more effective supplies, etc., as well as supplies to prevent strangers from looking at you. How important food reserves are. These are all forum posts, and then Els thought of the best scene of Dongfang Live Point on the 4th floor of the train station. There are windows on both sides of a warm ecological greenhouse on one side, and a blizzard on the other, and then a few Oriental people are eating hot pot. We are thinking about human nature, thinking about choices, thinking about the horror of disasters, thinking about everything. The Eastern train is transporting fish, transporting vegetables, eating hot pot in the snowstorm, and what's the situation with this horse riding? This is a disaster? Why did the East make the disaster into an infrastructure reserve? Els couldn't help laughing miserably. Chapter 92. September 23rd, all countries in the Northern Hemisphere opened a severe red snow disaster warning. Led by the United States of Roses, the economies of the countries were closed, commerce and trade were closed, trains were suspended, airplanes were suspended, and it was strictly forbidden to go out in the city. Make all preparations for the cold. September 24th. The United States of Roses, the Eagle Country, and many countries in the subtropical zone reached 27 centimeters of snowfall per hour. At present, many areas have suffered severely from snow disasters. Of Meteorological Bureau. Clickpoint. The radio broadcast was finished, and it was exactly 10 o'clock in the morning on September 24th, and it was just after dawn, and the radio at Ying Ziyue's house in Yugsu community in the south of the city was broadcasting. Ying Mu now considers Ying Ziyue as a member of a major country project, so some major country project topics no longer evade Ying Ziyue. This makes Ying Ziyue very complicated. Now he has no time to show off his identity to his parents, because he is going to the last time to perfect the final project point. Because this is the age of living and fighting against the sky point. Of course he can also take his family to live in the safest underground luxury residence, but that's not him. After eating, Ying Ziyue went to Bicheng Meteorological Observatory. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows hung the city wall, and the meeting room steamed out. The observation room on the North City wall also looked like a miraculous building. Now in the meeting room, 9 department leaders, Geography Leader Chen Aguo, Train Deputy Leader Chen Jiang, Internal Affairs Chief Lin Ping, Foreign Affairs Chief Yan Daxiao, Zhao Guofeng and others are all present. The city wall itself has a huge area. Here again, floor-to-ceiling windows are used to hang it. Almost all mechanical steel bars are used as columns. Even if the cold wind is roaring outside, even if there is a gust of storm, you can't feel any air pressure in the conference room. On the contrary, the steam pipes slowly supply heat, which is extremely comfortable. The Ying Group, the Meteorological Bureau, announced that the temperature will continue to fall next. It is now on the 24th, and there are still 6 days of glacial cold wave coming, followed by the extreme cold temperature that lasts for about a month. Now the temperature drops by 5 degrees every day. The surface temperature can reach -50 degrees before the 30th. Ziyue Yan looked dignified. He held the meteorological data sheet 02, which was calculated by the 7 meteorological bureaus in my country from the comprehensive data of North and South glaciers, cyclones, sunshine, and the cold wave data given by Ying Ziyue before. Temperature drop table. This means that after 6 days, the global temperature will reach -50 degrees. However, this is just the beginning, and then the glaciers of the north and south begin to converge and move, slowly moving like mountains and seas. After the end of September, there will be an extremely cold wave above -50 degrees, and the temperature is unknown. This also means that the global cold protection project will really begin in early October, and it will also be the era of engineering comparison. In the Ying group, due to its geographical location on the coast of the northern hemisphere, Guangcheng in my country will experience a cold wave close to 200 degrees below zero on October 10th according to the cold wave data, or even higher. Ziyue Yan frowned. Ying Ziyue stopped. The city of Guangcheng had too many memories. In the past, many engineers died defending the city, fighting the cold wave, and the whole people were ice sculptures, but not anymore. Clatter with a knock on the floor to ceiling window. Ziyue Feng stood up. Everyone, you should also know by now that after the development of the nuclear energy train, my country's nuclear fission center, the controllable nuclear energy group, and the extremely thermal energy group have all gone to Guangcheng. After Ziyue Feng finished speaking, Ziyue Yan's expression changed. He thought of it almost instantly. Large-scale nuclear fusion reaction superconducting tokamak device. International thermonuclear fusion experimental reactor installation. It is called artificial sun. No wonder team leader Ying is not in a hurry. After he calculated the glacial cold wave before, he analyzed the map of the east and found that Guangcheng was the first and most severely cold city, so he sent the nuclear energy team to Guangcheng in advance. At the same time, the main base of the artificial sun is also in Guangcheng. Yanjing is the city of command. The two giant cities in the north and south are an industrial city and an agricultural city. The whole country is moving towards completeness. In order to protect the industrial city, Ying Ziyue had prepared it before. He asked all scientific researchers to gather in Guangcheng, only for the greatest degree of cold defense enhancement. Thinking of this, Ziyue Yan couldn't help but look at Ying in amazement. Group leader, he has come to the layout of science and technology a long time ago. Ziyue Yan couldn't help but sighed, and now with thermonuclear fusion, he now has a new understanding of mechanical technology. Ziyue Yan. Ying Ziyue said. Here. The latter stood straight. At the end of August, the Yanjing National Research Center, Nuclear Fission Research Institute, Nuclear Controllable Energy Research Institute and other departments all went to Guangcheng. Due to the nature of the project, no one knew about the plan. Their mission in Guangcheng was to install an artificial solar installation, disassembled into a removable type, and then always waiting for a new instruction. Now with this instruction, it's up to you to arrange the last technology hole card. Yes. The latter nodded excitedly. When saying this passage, Ying Ziyue is sacred, because the previous installation was a national project, so this project is directly a new human technology. The global understanding of Eastern cities is that the Eastern Wind Snow Chain City is heavy machinery, steam, hot blast furnace, and terrifying victory fortified city. In the national scholarly thinking, the city of wind and snow is semi-technical solar panels, wind generators, but now, Ying Ziyue can tell the whole country unreservedly that this is a city where machinery, steam, and big technology are all integrated. With his hands on his back, Ying Ziyue stood shiningly, standing in front of the meteorological observation window on the northern city wall, standing at a height of 40 meters, overlooking the roar of Haitian Pass. Now the blizzard of the next day is not only terrible, but with an overwhelming roar of killing everything. I witnessed the forest areas outside the suburbs being submerged, and the Yulong Villa community was submerged. A small glacier was formed there, more than 10 meters high. Only the roof of the villa was exposed. After a few years, these submerged buildings will become the remains of underground glaciers, buried deep under the ice layer at a depth of 100 meters or even kilometers. He carried his hands on his back. His black military uniform was close to his body. His back was straight. His whole man was heroic and capable. Just like this snowy city in the east, roaring and standing upright, like a sword, and the whole east is waiting for the final cold wave. In a snowstorm on the 24th, Guangcheng was close to the coast of the northern hemisphere, and it was also the southern industrial corridor, with tens of millions of stations and a huge area. At 12 o'clock at noon, the blizzard is roaring. Guangcheng is an industrial corridor. It is a giant city with 7 Yanjing factories, southern train stations, small commodity production, almost from heavy machinery to spice factory manufacturing. All industrial trends are in this city. The tens of millions of train stations present a bird's nest structure. Next to the train station is a towering city wall. The shield wall presents a black arched structure. On the roof of the city wall, Ziyue Yan has been here for an hour. Now he is conducting multiple simulation inspections. Behind him followed nearly 100 people, everyone wearing cotton padded clothes, and writing the signs of major departments, such as the Nuclear Fission Research Institute, Circulator Institute, East Nuclear Research Institute and other departments. Everyone wears high-level glasses, and Ziyue Yan is in the direction of the cold wave of the surveyors. Behind them is a giant analog circulator behind Ziyue Yan. Old professors from the nuclear department reported one after another. The current technology of the Guangcheng artificial sun is approaching maturity. The temperature has reached 55 million degrees and the duration is 100 seconds. We conducted multiple simulations a month ago to ensure that the artificial sun can be turned on under extreme temperature conditions. Sunday Director Ziyue, the final location is recommended to be on the northern city wall. The city wall is equipped with a bird's nest arch platform. The giant circulator can be placed here as the most important cold-proof trump card in Guangcheng, said Ziyue, director of the East Nuclear Research Institute. He is the hair snow-white old professor. After taking the drawing, looking at it again, there was a cold wave collision situation and the collision position. Thanks for your hard work. Ziyue Yan bowed. It's not hard. We prepared silently a month ago. After the nuclear train research, we started to work on artificial solar migration. The circulator was installed very quickly, but what is the limit temperature start setting? Professor Ziyue said with a solemn expression. The question he asked was how many degrees below zero the artificial sun was activated. You must know the preparation time of 1 month, and the construction of 1 month is for this moment, so the old Professor Ziyue is extremely excited. Taking out the plan sheet, Ziyue Yan turned around. This is the top secret plan sheet submitted by Ying Ziyue. After taking a look at the plan sheet, Ziyue and several nuclear directors were stunned. The artificial sun is automatically set as a self-starting device. When encountering a cold wave of more than 200 degrees below zero, the fusion device will be heated to ensure that the ion temperature is 50 million degrees and the guaranteed duration is 80 seconds. Extremely cold -2 Beidou or more open. Darn, Professor Ziyue's face was pale, his expression was almost dull, and to be precise, he was a little trembling. He dedicated his life to the artificial solar project. He even couldn't believe it after learning about this cold preventing project. You must know that this is an artificial sun. It is the highest nuclear product developed by the Eastern Union and Northern Hemisphere countries during the civilization period. It is not worth the loss to fight the extreme cold, because the main direction of this device is to produce natural energy. But when he saw this project sheet, he fully understood that the first step of the artificial sun is to play a whole card at a certain sub-zero temperature limit. Disaster, Western Underground, snowstorm, train. Words flashed through Professor Ziyue's mind, and finally his gaze fell on the giant artificial solar device that was about to be installed. He really didn't know what to say. On the 40-meter high city wall, there is an energy concentrating solar panel attached to the periphery of the thermal energy storage. On the next rooftop, there will be a nearly 40-meter high, fully arched thermonuclear reactor. The wind and snow roared, and the crane hummed again. This kind of installation project did not hide the sight of the people. On the contrary, this kind of project can alleviate the people's depression before the disaster at 7 o'clock in the evening. Ziyue Feng handed in the action sheet in the Yanjing Bicheng Meteorological Observation Conference Room. In the Ying group, the initial installation of the artificial sun in Guangcheng has been completed, and the project can be completed tomorrow. At present, there is not much discussion among the people. Nodded, Ying Ziyue did not check the highly searched news, but opened the Alma Mater 2 group. Yenching Civil Engineering plus Astronomy University 2 groups. In this group, many Yanjing college students are discussing Guangcheng because they prefer to focus on this kind of professional engineering. Thermal Energy Department Zheokian. Have you seen the Guangcheng artificial sun news? Many people think of protection from extreme cold, but everyone has forgotten that concentrating nuclear technology has been used in medical high-field nuclear magnetic resonance, military and civilian high-power microwave technology, German activation and other technologies. The ultimate goal of the artificial sun is to use the nuclear energy reaction to continuously input energy to the earth as the goal. So, Energy Department Guoshuhu, so why Guangcheng is an industrial corridor? Why is my country still opening an industrial corridor before the disaster area? Because my country wants to continue to study artificial solar energy sources in the extreme cold era. The research direction is 1 liter of seawater through fusion. The energy of the reaction decomposition becomes 300 liters of gasoline technology. It's terrible. Other countries are building permanent semi-underground defenses, fully enclosed bunkers, but we are the beginning of a change of law. To let industry the corridor, began to let the artificial sun come out. Department of Physics Mark UIU, high temperature, high pressure, high restraint in limited space, stable restraint time. The era of extreme cold disasters, new energy projects are opened. No wonder the southern industrial corridors are so valued. It turns out that the trump cards of the big countries have been set up early. The first is to resist the cold, and the second is a sustainable energy after the disaster. This trump card preparation is terrible, and the country's layout is really terrifying. Clatter turning off the mobile phone. Many highly academic scholars can understand with a little analysis, but what shocks them is the engineering trend of the big country. After all disasters, they still use the agricultural corridor as the foundation, and use the artificial solar thermonuclear energy as the pavement, and continue to study sustainable energy, while resisting the cold. Such crazy engineering actions are rare in the world, because no country is so crazy, and will continue to ensure the sustainable development of industry before the disaster. Phew, Ying Ziyue is very satisfied with the reaction of these students. This is the project of the East. Train crazy, crazy in the wind and snow, crazy in the city wall and solar panels, but all have been realized. This is the purpose of the industrial corridor, and so is the reason why the professors from the Oriental Nuclear Research Institute gather in Guangcheng. What is fighting with the sky? Only then will you fight against the sky. Let your disasters roar. I have a lot of self-engineering, and my self-development will not stop. This belief is the belief given to Ying Ziyue by the people of the big country, and it is also the creed of the big country now. In front of the observation window, Ying Ziyue was looking at the direction of Guangcheng, because in the next 10 days, or even a month later, when a wave of super-minus cold hits, the solar panels on the city wall of Guangcheng will emit extreme heat. When the cold wave of -2 Beidou willfully destroys everything and freezes everything, the artificial sun will light up like a roar, lasting for 80 seconds with a temperature of 50 million irons, which will melt any extreme cold wave. Call point. Only when the artificial sun was arranged, Ying Ziyue was completely relieved. Behind him, Zhao Guofeng really didn't know what to say. Evildoer, genius, madman. These are all secular words, and the guardian of a great country is more suitable. Zhao Guofeng wants to shout. He sings in his heart. We are like the myth of the great you governing the waters. We are not Noah's Ark to avoid, because disasters come. We confront our infrastructure, our industrial development, our scientific research, our inheritance. Chapter 93. On the 25th, 6 o'clock in the morning, the cold current from the northern hemisphere covered all countries in the northern hemisphere with white snow. The 3-day blizzard made every national city in the northern hemisphere about to be submerged by snow, and the temperature in the southern hemisphere reached -35 degrees. The first wave of disasters was in the northern hemisphere. The underground bunker number 0991 of Maya, Eagle Country, is a huge semi-underground bunker with a scale of 200,000. Now in this bunker meeting room, the top of the bunker is looking at the picture projected by the weather satellite. In the picture, the city of Maya has changed from a city of art to a city covered with snow. Mr. Mayor, the snow accumulation has lasted for 3 days, which has caused extremely serious snow disasters. The snow in the city is currently 3 meters thick. This is the reason why the army drives the snow. If you don't drive the snow anymore, there will be a huge snow disaster crisis. Even the bunker will be submerged. The meteorological professor said to the bunker manager, Professor Mayor, before civilization, Maya was a city, but now it has been unified into a semi-underground bunker. This is the infrastructure construction. Some large-scale places are wrapped and covered by thermal insulation devices, and then renovated. Finally, large-scale bunkers are formed. The infrastructure construction time is short, but the thermal insulation performance is medium. At this moment Minister Ma frowned, and the snow disaster warning had reached a critical value, issued a batch of snow driving instructions, calling on adult men aged between 18 and 35 to distribute their cotton clothes and start shoveling snow. The working time is 8 hours. Mao said. He analyzed the working hours and almost met the specifications. Starting at 6:30 in the morning, Maya's underground bunker opened, and rows of adult strong men began to walk out. After walking out of the warm bunker, they were now staring at the Syracuse in front of them. Extremely cold, despair, depressed. The second glance was shocking, because the 7-meter high snow in front of me meant that everything could be easily submerged. No one dared to act. Everyone looked at him in fear. Boom. As the machine rang, the team slowly started to dial. The sky hasn't turned on yet. Everyone is looking at the street lights illuminated by the machine, and there is a continuous storm and snow in front of them. Crazy snowflakes are scattered wantonly, and their bodies are shaking at -35 degrees. Are we really going to shovel snow? Can't we let the machine come? I don't want to shovel snow. Among the first batch of civilians, the overseas student Zhao, who looked at the snow in front of him in despair. He didn't expect that the disaster had not yet come, and he would come out to remove the snow, and it was still such a giant blizzard. Fuck, it's really cold. I don't want to do this kind of project. I want to drink coffee warmly, eat fragrant steaks and salads. Many other white people are shouting angrily. After all, doing manual labor at sub-zero temperatures in front of them is simply torture. Continue. On both sides are patrolling foreign troops, roaring and roaring, doing their best to maintain order. Because of the cold storm and snow, the snow drive in this city is progressing very slowly, and the engineering team is also slowly proceeding. Now in the Eagle Nation, hundreds of such underground bunkers have sent groups of civilians to sweep the snow in the city, and the roar of snow sounded. At this moment, in the meeting room of Maya's underground bunker, meteorology professor Idis once again called up a video. Minister Ma, all countries in the northern hemisphere have begun to clear the snow. This is a snow clearing video from all over the world. It is also a comparison of global disaster resistance. This disaster mitigation project is very important for national confidence. Rodis said. He meant very much simple, that is, from now on, it will test the power of all countries to resist disasters, and also test the trust of the people in the government. Open the video. Minister Mal nodded. As the video opens, the first act is the new Times Square in the United States of Roses, which is the largest underground defense station for white people. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the bulldozers were roaring and humming. The deafening sound of heavy machinery was roaring. The white military and civilians began to shovel snow quickly, and then trucks were transporting supplies. Then came the aerial footage. This scene looked quite spectacular. In the entire giant new Times Square, nearly 100,000 civilians began to shovel snow in accordance with the military order. Close this video. Minister Mayor continued to watch, followed by the video of the whole people of Kawasaki Country mechanical snow shoveling, which is still enthusiastic, showing the unity of the whole people. As for the snow shoveling of the north and south glaciers is rough. It is directly the giant bulldozers and excavators. Because of the heavy snowfall here, the engineering vehicles must shovel the snow 24 hours a day. Then on Twitter, the first hot search was impressively the first disaster prevention project in the West. In this hot search, there are messages from people from Western countries. Weep, the 7-hour snow shovel system and the long working hours of shit. We are very tired now. This should not be a Western project to resist disasters. It should be the machine to solve everything. REMMUI. I just want to say that I have been eating bread recently, and then the long-term work system. I feel very tired. If we keep going this way, I will be crazy. Turning off the comments, Minister Mayor was relieved. At least the Western engineering level is on the same line. Minister Ma, I suggest you look at the 7th most popular Twitter search. Meteorology Professor Idis looked complicated. Hot search 7th aerial photography of eastern blizzard snow shovel. After opening the video, both of them were stunned collectively, and the time of the aerial video was displayed in the standard. September 25th, 6 o'clock in the morning, Eastern Time. Location Yanjing. Aerial photography under the lights of the city. Boom. This is an aerial video taken by a military drone at an altitude of more than 60 meters. When the first scene appeared, Professor Idis and Minister Mayor were collectively stunned. In the first scene, this is the scene of the northern city of Yanjing. Humans can only see the huge black city wall deep into the sky. The super thick black buildings stand side by side in an orderly manner. This is a building that makes people feel magical at first glance. Giant city, super thick buildings, magical arrangement, equipped with the current wind and snow background. Looks like ice and snow castles in the game, but on any road in this city, there is no accumulation of snow. The second scene appears at the same time. This is surprisingly countless steam pipes boiling, and steam pipes are laid densely. In the middle of these pipes, there is a huge hot blast furnace nearly several hundred meters high. With the steaming heat, it continued to boil. In the middle of the city, wind turbines are like giant Ferris wheels, starting to let the air flow and the temperature to rise, so snowflakes began to melt into water droplets in mid-air, constantly washing this magical giant city, demon style inside the city, snow piling up outside the city. This is just a 10-second aerial video taken in Bicheng Point at this moment. Inside the Maya bunker, Minister Ma Ziyue, Professor of Meteorology Rodis, and several management ministers have complex faces. They looked at the western weather satellite projection in the conference room. The picture was high definition, and the weather satellite showed that all the cities in the western part of the northern hemisphere were now covered with snow and ice. Then looking at the eastern city, the steam is permeated, and there is no feeling of accumulation of wind and snow. This feeling is simply sheet. Minister Ma couldn't help but roar. He didn't know what to say now, so he could only roar to vent his heart. The gap is too big. The cities in the west are covered by blizzards, and the cities in the east are not covered by a blizzard. Instead, they are washed clean, like a brand new bunker. Rodis squinted his eyes. He only knew one thing, that is, it is now halfway through the 10-day blizzard, and the next final cold wave will thoroughly test the global engineering, and will also thoroughly test the giant city on the eastern ground. Train outline. Now he is staring at this city. He is very curious how this city will face the cold wave. The extreme temperature of the cold wave will freeze everything on the surface. Chapter 94. Yanjing. Ying Ziyue was awakened by the blizzard warning broadcast, and the continuous loud horn rang through. Extraordinary red blizzard warning. Extraordinarily big red blizzard warning. The whole people follow the community instructions, and are always ready to drive snow. The snowfall outside has reached 50 centimeters per hour, and the snow height in individual outer city areas has reached 7 meters. The whole people follow the community instructions. Always prepare to drive snow. From September 20th to the early morning of the 25th, 5 consecutive days of terrible snowfall, which directly caused the outside of the city to become a snow-covered layer like a snow-capped mountain. As for the city, it was safe and sound, steam-filled and rain-dripped. The Ministry of Internal Affairs previously sent Ying Ziyue message that aerial photography was shooting the scenery in the city as a propaganda project for the Oriental Project, in order to enhance the confidence of the people and the confidence of the great powers now in the room. The parents went to direct the work early. Ying Ziyue quickly went downstairs in the red flag car park downstairs. Many people on the side of the road began to wear raincoats, began to line up with shovels, and there were also excavators. Started out. This is in response to the broadcast of the major communities inside the car. Ziyue Feng said, Leader Ying, affected by the blizzard, almost all of the world's major cities are covered by blizzard. Forest areas, roads, etc. are all covered, and the snow in individual areas has reached 20 meters. The snow reached 6 meters, and it is getting worse. This is a normal blizzard disaster, which covers everything. If it were not for the warmth of the steam in the snowstorm city, then the snowstorm city would also be a layer of snow with a depth of 1 meter. The Special Research Institute notified all major new cities across the country to call on the people in an orderly manner, calling on engineering excavators, to be divided into batches, led by engineers, to first excavate passages outside the city, and then excavators to accumulate snowflakes into glaciers. Ying Ziyue gave the order, and Zhao Guofeng, who was the main driver, froze for a moment, and then quickly reacted. He couldn't help but shine. The national infrastructure construction removes the snow outside the city, and then piles up the snow outside the city into a snow-capped mountain, while the temperature is still acceptable to the human body. This way, part of the snow can block some strong winds, and part of the snow will no longer have this accumulation effect. Receive. In addition, let the internal affairs take aerial photography of the outer city. It is time to let the whole country take a look at the construction of a glacier insulation layer. Ying Ziyue spoke. Receive. At 8 o'clock exactly, outside the city of Bicheng, the temperature is 34 degrees below zero. The temperature is severe, and the weather is severely cold. The city gates opened wide, and teams of engineering teams started to set off. The adult Zhuanghan selected by the communities were all wearing cotton padded clothes, holding snow shovel, and advancing against the blizzard. Boom boom boom. The Bicheng community number 1 snow shovel engineering team gathers. The number 2 snow shoveling team and Nancheng community gathers. The horn of the excavator engineering team sounded, and community teams were singing. So the sound mixed. The sound of wind and snow, the roar, the sound of the engineering team moving, and the sound of snow shoveling, and nearly 200,000 adult men rushed towards the ocean like white snow. In front of the northern city gate, Ying Ziyue was wearing a black cotton coat. He watched another group of adult strong men walk out of the city. Each of them was walking excitedly, and each of them was talking excitedly. For the first time, I felt that hundreds of thousands of people were shoveling snow together. A young man smiled at his friend. Hundreds of thousands of people. Anyway, the project of a big country must be no problem. Otherwise we would have been buried by the snow. Another young man also laughed. Hosted by the government, and viewed from the perspective of God. Hundreds of thousands of teams wearing black cotton padded clothes looked like ants, and then marched toward those huge piles of snow. As for the excavators, they began to pile up the snow. In front of Yanjing North City, those 7-meter thick pieces of snow began to turn into snow-capped mountains hundreds of meters high. White frost covered the ground and formed a glacier that hindered the wind. This scene started in Yanjing and then happened in other cities. When you turn on a certain sound, all the news is short videos in this style. Some are official aerial shots, and some are shot by the public. 3 hours of live broadcast. 500,000 people piled up huge snow-capped mountains. Guangcheng Snow Mountain is piled up. Dongfang's entire network is all waiting for news in the current major internet platforms in the east. A certain tone, a certain headline, after casually opening the video page. There are countless eastern teams wearing black cotton padded clothes, holding snow shovel, and driving large excavators. They began to be divided into engineering teams, and then surrounded by a snow slope. Then the excavator roared, and the team shook. It was obvious to the naked eye that these black-clothed teams played a united force, and the piles of snow slopes were cleared into glaciers at 10 o'clock in the morning. The sky had just lighted up, and the giant snow layers were no longer in front of the eastern wind snow chain city. In front of the towering cities, there appeared white snow-capped mountains. When the glacial cold wave came, these snow-capped mountains will become the most beautiful and greatest buildings, and will eventually be frozen into tall icebergs by the cold wave. Can block part of the cold wind. This is a time when the sun breaks, the cold wind is howling, and there are glaciers standing beside each city, and the beauty has reached a certain limit. At dawn in the morning, Dongfang has already completed the snow removal. Work outside the city. The Eagle Country Maya 0991 bunker, a warm but depressed conference room. The colonel responsible for internal management came to report urgently. Minister Ma, now the people have a lot of resistance to snow shoveling. Many people have chosen to strike. They want a better environment and want machinery to replace snow shoveling. The College of Internal Affairs reported. Sheet. Minister Ma shouted angrily. Minister Ma was almost trembling with anger, because before his eyes were all the snow shoveling videos from the east. In the video, the people from the east gathered together, united, and the snow layer began to disappear at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. No one was there. Take a step back. Now the Eagle Nation is also shoveling snow, but the people who are shoveling snow are all talking and demanding, and even threaten to strike. Thinking of this, Minister Ma shivered in anger. A group of Dio people. Is the East really so united? Why are they so united? Minister Ma frowned. He was Minister Xihai City before. He was very knowledgeable about the people, social order, and economic adjustments, but he couldn't imagine the people in this country before the disaster. It's so united. Clatter meteorological professor Edis stood up. His expression was solemn, his eyes were stern, and then he spoke, because of the crazy engineering of this country. For example, they laid tracks and built train stations, so Snow Country train became the world's largest train, setting a record in the history of transportation, and becoming the largest trade route in the east, south and north. Their people will be excited and will excited. There are 2 billion people in the east to build a city of wind and snow. Mechanical steam costs everything, but the blizzard cannot enter this city, so the people of the east are more and more trusting in the big country. Oriental industry, ecology, and the layout of this country have given the people a lot of self-confidence, so the big countries and the people will be united and confident. This is a national unity that complements each other. Dongfang uses the project to tell the people that they are really doing things. Rodis has a complicated voice point. There is even a hint of envy in his eyes now. If the cold wave comes, if the city of mechanical steam in the east can really resist, then this scene is unimaginable. Just when you are right. But why does this country start to accumulate snow in the outer city? Minister Ma frowned. Point in the video, there is a picture in front of the north city of Oriental Yanjing, which is a clear and high definition picture taken by aerial photography. Point in the high definition picture, the earth has turned white, but in front of this stalwart giant city, the eastern snow shoveling engineering team has accumulated the snow outside the city into giant white snow-capped mountains. The cold wind is whistling, and the heavy snow is still there. Landing, a total of nearly 7 giant snow-capped mountains stood outside the city. It is majestic and majestic. To the north is the Yanjing Wind and Snow City, and in the city is the central Ferris wheel wind turbine rotating. Point this scene freezes, and Minister Ma, Professor Edis meteorology can't help but look fascinated. Who would have thought that with the blizzard on the eve of the disaster as the background, this city in the east could be so beautiful? Less than 5 minutes later, meteorological Professor Edis stood up directly. His face changed. It's not just driving snow. He pointed to this video taken by military drones, and then began to calculate those glacier lines. They are accumulating snow, and then building snow-capped mountains. When the cold wave comes, this will form a glacier, which can withstand the cold wind to a certain extent. Rotis looked horrified. The snow project in front of us is not considered stalwart, but every layout of the east has profound meaning. Rotis almost saw that when the cold wave came 5 days later, these snow-capped mountains would begin to freeze, and then form snowy rivers, and then become more and more frozen. In a long time, they will become icebergs, standing immortal, and able to stand alone from the cold coming from the northern hemisphere wind. Point as for those wind and snow cities, close to the iceberg, Rodis's face paled just thinking of this scene. He saw machinery, steam, Ferris wheel-like wind turbines, complex hot blast furnaces, and huge black walls deep into the sea of clouds. Now the majestic snow-capped mountains outside the city, the trains around the country, one by one, the heat insulation cards have appeared. Rodis thought of the fact that the east is full of buildings above the surface, so they will choose to fight against disasters. The confrontation between the great powers and the era disaster, the global resistance against the confrontation of the cold wave era. Therefore, scenes of confrontation between human historical disasters will appear. 1,000,000 years ago, humans will flee and move toward the warm equator. Now the first in the east chooses to confront the upcoming extreme cold wave on the surface. Chapter 95. 1,000,000 years ago, primitive people marched toward the place where the sun rose, just to get infinitely close to warmth. 100,000 years ago, tribal clusters began to gather heat to fight the severe cold. 5,000 years ago, humans began to use shelters to withstand the severe cold while storing food. In the 18th century, the first industry opened up, and the world entered a new era. Screw machines, hydraulic looms, steamships, steam cars, and steam trains appeared. Humans have a new technological trump card. To deal with cold point at the beginning of the 19th century, the era of steam started, and humans developed steam engines. Now the age of science and technology, the age of information, the age of engineering, and then the ice age. Disasters on the earth are like annual rings. Disasters are not afraid of any technology or any defense. They will only slowly crush everything like annual rings. On September 26th, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the sky did not break point on the upper floor of Yangjiangsu community. Ying Ziyue redecorated the bedroom, and the style has become a learning style. There are no posters or dolls on the walls. The walls are full of physical drawings of Ying Ziyue, such as drawings, the engineering calculation diagram of the snowstorm city, as well as black and white galaxy diagrams, represent the steps of the Earth into the dense galaxy point. As for the one near the computer desk, it is a huge colored map of glaciers. The northern and southern glaciers cover the continents of the northern and southern hemispheres at the same time, and then a piece of whiteness. The cold wind roared outside, and the steam was blowing smoke. Ying Ziyue looked at the wind and snow outside the window. He was writing a draft point. The paper was condensed, and the pen was held in the palm of his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Ying Ziyue started writing the biggest change in 5,000 years. Then he wrote a few more draft papers, folded them close to the body. The cold wind outside was too strong. This kind of weather is suitable for rest, but Ying Ziyue did not rest. He checked the infrastructure drawings and train operation diagrams of major new cities around the world, including track operation conditions, including the protection of train robots, as well as the Guangcheng Artificial Sun Project point. The parents in the living room have already gone to work. In this pre-disaster era, Dongfang is doing its best to restore order to normal point. In many dark nights, many senior executives are silently managing, and everyone has a new heart and a new strength, just to make this country hardened steel, like the support frame of a chain of wind and snow, like those 100-meter long giant steel block is silently supported, so it is the same. The workers in the major factories in the south, and even the soldiers stationed in the major new cities, are silently guarding them, and they are the greatest strength of the devotees. This is the only way for Ying Ziyue to be like this, and so is Ying Ziyue. A disaster is coming, and he is doing his best to perfect the final cards, because no country in the world is above the surface except the East Point industry, agriculture. When she saw agriculture, Ying Ziyue was stunned. He first checked the domestic forum, and then saw the forum news. Most of the content was my country's agriculture can last for 10 years. Ying Ziyue then opened the foreign ins discussion forum again, and now most of the posts above are people from the United States of Roses protesting the length of time for snow shoveling due to long-term disasters, and there are still many posts worrying about the next disaster. After reading it for more than 10 minutes, Ying Ziyue saw a very interesting post. The post covered important lines, and the topic was very controversial. Point-ins. After the disaster, how many years will the world's food support? This is a blogger from North Glacier. He first proposed a global snow removal project, food distribution and other events. Then he couldn't worry about the division of food after the disaster, because food represents the largest survival reserve force after the end point. As the topic fits the current situation, many netizens from all over the world leave messages. United States of Roses Allah, the West lasts for about 3 years, compressing food and the like. The East for about 7 years, the equatorial countries for about 2 years, the Northern Glacier and the Southern Glacier lasts for about 3 years. Please remember that by then the land above the surface is close to extinction, unable to grow, unable to produce, which means that only the stored food can be consumed, so food control crisis, and so on will appear. Kawasaki country Kajarokun, even the major agricultural country in the east can last for 7 years, so what should I do next? The messages afterwards are all the people's worries and worries about the disaster. These are the advantages and disadvantages of the information age, allowing one person to see the global public's response to disasters. Exclamation mark. In Yangjiangsu community, the cold wind is getting more and more bleak. Ying Ziyue paces quietly. He is standing, straight and burly. The shadow in front of the French windows is like a gun. Ying Ziyue looks at the south direction. The industrial corridor is formed, equipped with super sun, which means that after the disaster, the research direction of the industrial corridor will be the supply of new energy and national industrial equipment. So with the industrial corridor system, why is agriculture limited by disasters? Click. The sound of clenched fists. The sky did not break, but Ying Ziyue put on a black military cotton padded coat, made a phone call, and walked steadily to the inner city internal affairs center. The guard red flag car came to pick up and drop off the inner city internal affairs center at 8:30. This is Yan. Limping, the head of the internal affairs management center of Beijing, salutes Ying Ziyue, who replied. 150 square meters. Full floor to ceiling windows style, wind and snow roaring outside. Ying Ziyue speaks in the office. Minister Lin, if the disaster continues, our country's food will last for several years. In which way? 8 years. The first 3 years can be better fresh vegetables, and after 3 years there will be some compressed food, because continuous disasters will put a lot of pressure on the greenhouse supply and cause great damage to the land, but it can guarantee every residence have 3 meals a day with plenty of food. Minister Linping said. Taking a long breath, Ying Ziyue shook his head. It is not enough. In this way, the East is only the pinnacle of industry. Although agriculture is still leading the world, it is under tremendous pressure, and the people are not enjoying themselves in disasters. This is ashamed of the previous project in the East, as well as the industrial corridor. No matter what the West is, I cannot do it in the East. What do you mean? Limping, the head of the interior, seemed to think of something, and then his face changed suddenly. He suddenly thought of the industrial corridor. 2 major roles. The first is the development of new energy disasters, and the second is the ability of extremely fast factory infrastructure. Then why is the industrial corridor at the Guangcheng train station? It is not far from Guangcheng to the northern agricultural greenhouse, and the train takes 2.5 hours. So the team leader Ryan tried before. He first built factories everywhere in the south, and then built infrastructure in the wind and snow city in advance, so the southern factory was directly integrated into an industrial corridor. Therefore, based on the industrial corridor, the last step is to transform our country's agriculture from reserve to sustainable circular production before the disaster. In the office, Ying Ziyue looked solemnly. He looked at Limping, the head of the interior, and put a note on the table. His voice was solemn and clear. After the disaster, the people of our country should not linger in the disaster for 10 years, nor should it be eating compressed food. We have already paid a lot, and now the East is about to reach the ultimate layout before the disaster. Ying Ziyue's voice was low and calm, with a loud noise. A complete industrial corridor, the complete snow country train, the complete wind and snow city, complete agriculture. Each of them can then be broken down, just like the industrial corridor is where countless sub-factories gather and pave the way. In the end, it took 200 million workers day and night to succeed. As for the snow country train and wind and snow city links, Limping witnessed it with his own eyes. Every project in the project was taken out casually to shock the West. Now is the last one, a complete giant greenhouse effect paradise, where electricity generation, heat generation, disaster prevention, breeding, water supply and irrigation, poultry production, and meat animal breeding are equivalent to gathering all the greenhouses. The industrial corridor produces titanium alloy structural columns and rolled steel plates to form a truly giant ecological greenhouse paradise. Limping's eyes flashed through scenes of fanaticism, excitement, and unspeakable excitement. He personally witnessed the layout of industry, trains, giant cities, and the final step of agriculture. He was like a witness, witnessing the 4 major layouts in the East before the disaster reached the extreme. Limping. Turning around, Ying Ziyue's voice sounded. Guaranteed to complete the task. Make sure to let the last greenhouse stand before the end of the disaster. The latter growled. At 8:30 in the morning, starting from the Yanjing train, it rushed all the way to Guangcheng. The Guangcheng department had already started transportation. At 10:30, Limping, the head of the interior, was carrying a group of staff. They stood at the Guangcheng train station, an arch-shaped supergiant cargo terminal, and watched the carts of goods being transported. In front of him, the Guangqing Internal Affairs Long Chenjiu is introducing Minister Lin. This is a titanium alloy column produced by the work corridor for emergencies. It can be used in connection with agricultural greenhouses. This is a flat coil. Equipped with titanium alloy columns, it can protect against extreme cold waves, snowstorms, and hail. Chenjiu introduced point in front of them. Forklifts are transporting steel coils on the train. This is the advantage of industrial corridors. Due to dense factories and improved production efficiency, they can fully produce such iron plates and titanium alloy columns. Yes, increase the scale. Limping smiled. Zero fine flowers. The loading is over. I have to go to the north to supervise the connection work of the last greenhouse. There will be a period of time for you. Limping shook hands and Chenjiu also extended his hand. There will be a period. Boom boom boom. The train galloped, moving towards the distance, vibrating and roaring point at the train station. Limping personally felt the power brought by the snow country train. He departed from Yanjing and arrived in Guangcheng, and then the industrial corridor accelerated the production of materials and then transported them to the north point. Now half of the industrial chain has been formed, which is complete and straight, spanning north and south point. The rear compartment is made of coiled steel plates and titanium alloy columns. The coiled steel plates are covered with a greenhouse as a support. As for the titanium alloy columns, each connection point is extremely hard and ensures the supporting force of the ecological greenhouse paradise point. This is the advantage of industrial corridors, and it is reflected in the first step point. There was a cold wind outside, and now there are still 3 days before the cold wave. The temperature has reached -42 degrees, equipped with high winds. Just listening to the whimpering wind can make you feel stressed point. But now limping, the head of the interior, is warm and proud point. The day breaks, the sky is high, and there is no sunlight in the blizzard. There are only dark clouds. The east is shrouded in the snow and covers everything. The train is like a dragon, roaring and galloping, magnificent and immortal. Arrived at the northern train station at 12 o'clock. Boom boom boom. The train station's mechanical computer began to calculate, and then a series of checkpoints were opened and closed, and the robotic dolls began to overhaul. Then they arrived at the unloading station. Steam began to erupt, and the unloaded station resumed its warmth. At the northern train station, vegetable farmers and workers engineering teams have already prepared point with the sound of unloading. Steel plates and titanium alloys are all beginning to unload point. Chen Jiang, head of the train station, and Liu Kaiang, head of the Eco Park headquarters, led a group of senior officials to greet Limping, the head of the interior. A group of people walked to the greenhouse observation station and watched the unloading team start to associate with each other, watch the greenhouses start, and watch the steam pipes being laid again. This scene made people reluctant to look away. Previously, the small farms also began to gather, and these farms became unified farms, also known as production cooperatives. The North had received the order long ago to start the preliminary pipeline laying project before the train arrived. Behind Limping, the ministers were introducing them. Minister Lin, now all the breeding farms in the north are gathering. By that time, poultry will be raised in the ecological greenhouse paradise, equipped with natural ventilation to ensure that the farms have no smell. As for the plant and fruit tree greenhouses, they will be completely connected. In this greenhouse, poultry, fruit trees, vegetables, and underground reservoirs are guaranteed to be completed in 3 days. The Minister of Ecological Paradise, Liu Kaiang, said these words with confidence because in early July the northern agriculture began to develop and the whole country began to transport food. In mid-August, the construction of the northern greenhouses was completed, and now it is just a connection of the greenhouses. With the previous foreshadowing, this paradise can do it now. Thinking of this, Minister Liu Kaiang couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that the last project of a big country would be so crazy. The industrial corridor is for new energy and continuous industrial research. The Northern Ecological Park is a direct collection of disaster prevention, poultry, independent production, vegetable planting, and grain. Equipped with Bihai marine warehouses, it can be said that agriculture has reached its peak directly after the disaster. a system of independent planting and production, instead of sitting in the sky while developing agricultural production and industrial scientific research. Thinking of this, the Minister of Ecological Park Liu Qiang couldn't help but tremble with excitement. After all, he personally watched the establishment of this great project. In front of the observation window of the floor-to-ceiling greenhouse, the head of the interior, limping, nodded. He looked at the greenhouse. Vegetable farmers and civilians began to lay steam pipes. Development. This feeling is also fascinating. Limping watched for a long time, and then he took out the note left by team leader Rang from his arms after opening it. A series of pens and inks of dragons and phoenix dance appeared, with a sense of arrogance. 2 billion people, the power of the whole country, busy in March, and the ecological paradise is taking shape, just for this moment. So please help me tell the tens of thousands of people in the north that the great country is with you, and then the great congress will lead you to fight the disaster. Ying Ziyue. Glacier Chronicles September 26, 213. The Northern Hemisphere, Eastern Snow Country, Train, Wind, and Snow Chain City, Industrial Corridor, and Northern Ecological Greenhouse Paradise were laid out, which was called by historians after the Glacier Kinnean layout, a layout never before 5,000 years, the layout of the four powers wide. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yangjing North City Wall observation room point in front of the 2-meter high floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the snow-capped mountains standing upright, more than 100 meters high, and the snow-capped mountains stretch up and down, close to the sea and mountain pass, and are in harmony with the sky and the earth. Hoarfrost. Extremely cold. Since September 20th, the extreme blizzard has covered everything, and the world has been covered by snow. In front of those giant snow-capped mountains, a giant city wall is as dark as ink. The most conspicuous building on the surface of the northern hemisphere. Now, Ying Ziyue had a drawing board next to him, and he looked at the giant snow-capped mountains that were frozen now, towering and spectacular. Zhao Guofeng answered a phone call behind him. His expression became solemn in less than 5 minutes. Then standing behind Ying Ziyue, he spoke quickly. In the Ying group, there is new news from Limping, the head of the interior, which is the ecological greenhouse paradise. Should there be any wild animals to be accepted? Zhao Guofeng's question is very sharp. The question he raised is simple, that is, whether to care about the beasts. Clatter. Ying Ziyue was silent. He just took out the paintbrush and then started to draw a picture with a solemn and indifferent expression. This is an extremely simple picture. When the blizzard comes, the cold wind blows, and the bitter wind blows away. There are only stalwart and giant cities in the east. This city stands tall and glaciers are lined. It seems that everything is stalwart. The huge buildings stand above the blizzard point except for the train traveling in the east. This subtropical continent is no longer fluctuating, and there are no signs of life. 787. This is the first picture after the disaster is predicted. When the ocean is anaerobic, only some beach fishes in the northern hemisphere will survive. As for the surface, it will be barren, and humans will probably grow from a few hundred meters of ice. Only the traces of those beasts can be found. Zhao Guofeng stared blankly. He knew the horror of the post-disaster world, but only after he had predicted with his own eyes did he know how desperate this kind of coldness is. There are no traces of humans in the entire continent. Clatter. Ying Ziyue was still continuing. On the drawing board, more traces of drawing appeared. The next step can be simply called the evolutionary journey of a species. When these animals began to survive, and the severe cold came, they gradually began to feel the severe cold, adapt to the severe cold, and chase the severe cold. So the picture becomes another one. When the wanton blizzard came, the subtropical east was covered with icebergs and snow-capped mountains. Except for those mechanical giants that radiated human temperature, the rest of the land was no longer half of the temperature point, but with the emergence of a group of animals that have evolved cold resistance genes, a new scene appeared on the eastern land. So yak races appeared, and snow wolves appeared, and they made the eastern continent begin to become magnificent. Waves. This is a great world. Not only humans exist on the eastern continent, but others are also beginning to dot this continent. The sky and the earth seemed to change color, and the roaring wind continued to impact, and a group of oriental beasts that came out of the ecological paradise began to survive the blizzard. This scene is beautiful and stunning. Cool. Zhao Feng swallowed, and now he feels that a species is being promoted by humans to evolve. The first picture is that after the disaster, only humans are left, and the mainland seems to have lost part of its vitality. The second is an era of disasters on this continent, where giant trains, humans, and beasts coexist. Is the layout of the east so terrifying for disasters wrong? As his eyes began to grow dignified, Zhao Feng stared at the second picture. He thought of the current ecological paradise. Or this is the beginning of the ecological paradise. That is to say, after the emergence of the ecological paradise, the East began to let the beasts settle in point in the ecological greenhouse paradise. Animals and plants, vegetables, food, beasts, and poultry are almost protected by a system. So what are we? Zhao Feng looked at the picture sent by the Northern Ecological Park. He had a feeling that, if the cold-resistant animals appeared after the disaster, the East could be called a new arid rain. This is not just a privilege, but a kind of footfall. The honor on the earth has been recorded. In front of the meteorological observatory, Ying Ziyue carried her hands on her back, and now he is looking in front of him as a god. For the East, what he has to do is a brand new layout. He wants to make this land, even if it is 10 years after the disaster. On the snow-covered land, the East is exuding scientific research, industry, agriculture, biology, and all aspects. Reserve power at 1:30 in the afternoon, the blizzard continued. It is now the 6th day of the blizzard, and it is still 4 days away from the cold wave disaster announced by the weather starting at 1:30. Xihai City in the north. This city is called Food City. Northern Train Station. Northern Ecological Paradise City. Now outside the city, the sub-zero temperature has dropped to 42 degrees. Coupled with the howling of the cold wind, the current temperature has reached a certain limit for humans. There are piles of solar panels hanging in front of the city wall, and one by one outside the city. The giant greenhouses are being connected. Vegetable farmers began to transport poultry in major farms during the snowstorm, such as cattle, horses, chicken farms, rabbit factories, etc. Countless good varieties of poultry began to be transported in the ecological paradise, as well as equipped in this city the slaughterhouses. Boom boom boom. The blizzard is arbitrary. Not only these poultry are being transported, the zoos in major cities are quickly demolished, and then those, lions, tigers, zebras, elephants, wild boars, hippos, each wild animal chooses the most dynamic, each of which chooses 6 in total. The zoos in Xihai City were torn down, and what was left was a simple butchery. Outside the city, limping, the head of the interior, was wearing a black cotton padded jacket. He looked at him solemnly and in surprise. To be precise, watching the epic migration in front of him. By his side, Minister of Ecology Liu Qiang was watching, and many people were taking pictures at exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The first change of Dongfang's meager hot search. Hot search. First we witnessed a miracle, witnessed a transformation from an agricultural greenhouse to an ecological paradise in the north. Under this comment, it represents the excited and fanatical Eastern people. Chen Zian, we have indeed witnessed an era, starting from the agricultural greenhouse, and now it has become a system of ecological paradise, equipped with steam pipes, so vegetables are grown in it, and animals live in it. This is not just a system. It is a greenhouse system that has never existed before. Ying Ziyue, do you know if humans lead animals to survive after a disaster, what will happen after the disaster? City Lord. Damn it. If you judge according to this kind of thinking, then the ecological park in the East is not so simple. Our ecological park first protects animal groups. Secondly, it can ensure that large quantities of animals can be reduced to poultry after disasters. And thirdly, it can ensure that beasts, Species and plants are a system of ecological cycle. In short, a greenhouse paradise directly solves all the disadvantages of agricultural development after the disaster. Beginning at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all the meager pictures of the migration of such large beasts. Some beasts were carried on the train from Guangcheng. In the snowstorm, the leeward land of Xihai City and the frogs of Nancheng were all stretched. The undulating greenhouse ecological paradise with titanium, alloy as the support frame and iron plate steel plate as the bearing shield. This does not require a lot of workers, but in the picture, humans can see the emergence of a stalwart ecological park point in the west. The weather is not dark during the light hours. Humans should witness the coming of this darkness with their own eyes in a conference room of the Institute of Disaster Research in the University of Massachusetts, the Rose, United States. The picture of the ecological garden in the east is reflected by projection point. Animals were taken in, began to migrate, and began to be protected. The eco-park connection takes shape. Above the picture, this is an aerial photo of the northern ecological park with military drones. I saw the giant continuous ups and downs. Nearly 500 kilometers long, the ecological paradise is shielded by silver white steel plates, and the white insulation material is used for the isolation temperature. This paradise is close to the giant northern train station, and backed by the northern giant Xihai City. It's like a huge infrastructure park, showing humans what disaster engineering reserves are. In the disaster conference room, many meteorological professors in Massachusetts and professors from the National Disaster Center were watching this scene, and Governor Carroll was also watching this scene with a frown. Mr. Carroll's. At the beginning of July, the East began to build agricultural greenhouses. At that time, their plans were crazy, because they wanted to build agricultural greenhouses covering almost counties and cities. This brought together almost all vegetable farmers in the north and 200 million workers. Strength, and then the construction of the agricultural greenhouse was successful. As for the present, Dongfang is in the final step of completeness. They are trying to link all these agricultural greenhouses to form an ecological paradise with a new system. Intelligence agent Nihua reported, with a solemn expression, "Sheet, I watched the wild animals being sent to the ecological paradise. Watch the short videos in the east. Watch the greenhouses begin to be connected. Watch the emergence of a disaster giant agricultural system point." Looking at these, Governor Carroll's face changed. Go and inform the Massachusetts professor of paleontology, geology, and analysis. Carroll's growled. In less than 10 minutes, more than a dozen professors of paleontology, microbiology, geology, etc. were all present, and then each of them looked solemnly at the scene before them. No need to go into details. When they saw that the beasts in front of them began to be included in the ecological park, they also saw the protection structure of this ecological park, and then everyone present changed their faces. Arthur's, professor of paleontology, trembles. He points to the ecological paradise in the east. He speaks with a complex voice. During the geological period more than 20 million years ago, the earth appeared in large numbers. Arthropods, arms, and legs, creeps, sponges, and notochords. Animals in the form of animals. These animals are adapted to extreme weather. They can be called a clan in the form of modern animals. At present, the East has built a greenhouse ecological park. It is like a disaster. When the extreme temperature drops and the whole day is full of snowstorms, these animals will be released into the ecological greenhouse, so they begin to act like their ancestors, and their genes begin to show resistance. Resistance to cold is like the existence of mammoths and saber-toothed tigers in the Ice Age, so Professor Arthur of paleontology almost trembled. So the Eastern Ecological Park is not just about planting plants and raising poultry, but also breeding other beasts in different categories. After the cold wave, the East will not only want them to survive, but also urge these animals to complete the genetic evolution of resistance to extreme cold. The maid now waiting for the disaster to come. Geology professor Ajifu's face was as hen. In the current sense, he really felt what was called a horror layout. In this crazy country, they are clearly waiting for disaster in this situation. Crazy as crazy. Governor Carroll's face was pale because of his layout from the east. Until now, he thought of a terrifying whole card. The industrial corridor is used to produce greenhouse materials. Starting from the ecological paradise, they began to grow vegetables, breed poultry, and promote the evolution of beasts. Therefore, the ultimate direction of this ecological paradise is building humans, to stimulate the Ediacaran fauna, growl inwardly. Thinking of this, Carroll's turned pale. He thought of the southeast, from the initial factory to the industrial corridor, and then the ultimate goal of the industrial corridor is to support the continuous energy of the artificial solar research class. Then in the north of the east, from the initial greenhouse to the ecological greenhouse paradise, this paradise supplies meat and plants, and the ultimate goal is to let some beasts in the east complete the extreme cold devolution under the leadership of the East. It can also be called the Cambrian life inspired by the East. The Oriental ecological greenhouse park is like a giant wheel, carrying the beasts and creatures, starting to complete an evolutionary trend from aquatic to terrestrial, from simple to complex, from low to advanced, from normal environment to extremely cold environment, according to this scene. The professors present seem to have seen a terrifying scene. That is, when the disaster strikes, the continent of the east is covered with snow. But the giant cities stand up, and outside of those giant cities, they saw the first time Hanjin's beasts, so this continent will never be lonely or quiet again. This country is crazy. Their ultimate goal of building agricultural greenhouses is actually for the inheritance of the mainland, the inheritance of civilization, the inheritance of the beasts before the disaster. So confident. Chapter 97. In the mass disaster conference room, the atmosphere was depressing, and a needle drop was audible. Governor Carroll's flushed red. There were many emotions, including horror, shock, even fear and curiosity. Since the beginning of July, the East has closed its doors, and they have personally witnessed the laying of industrial corridors and the establishment of an eco-park. One is for the research of new energy after the disaster, and the other is for the operation of the ecosystem after the disaster. Now Dongfang has been shutting down the country from being closed to the establishment, and up to now, they have formally expressed their momentum to the world. That is, our project is waiting for the cold wave. Sheet. Thinking of this, Carroll's had a complex expression. For the first time he saw the east of the former Confucian and Taoist faces, turned into a crazy home. How is the public's response to the disaster now? Governor Carroll snarled. The projection appears. This is Weston's The Disaster Post is on the homepage. The first title, How to Better Avoid Disasters. Here is the most complete knowledge of survival experience. A lot of comments. Loop. When a disaster is coming, it is necessary to select an underground defense station with suitable angles, deep angles, and multi-layer temperature insulation to ensure normal power supply and water supply. Majority should be the first plan. MOOEU. I think many people don't understand the extreme cold. After 3 days, the temperature will continue to drop to the temperature at which the human body collapses. So remember 02, never go out of the surface. Seeing this, Governor Carroll's frowned. Obviously, the world is now afraid of this blizzard, and even the cold wave following the trembling millet. From now on Twitter, YouTube and on major forums, Western people are all going crazy. All kinds of discussions. They are panicking the next disaster. Then what's the reaction of the Eastern people? Unwillingly, Carroll spoke again. The FBL signal staff opened the Dongfang headline. News. Oriental people. When will the cold wave come? Comment. Woohoo. Guangcheng University students are passing by. I can only say that the cold wave is coming. I'm ready to resist. Now the people of Guangcheng are waiting. They want to see how much our snowy city is powerful. Kaden Pig. Which one? When will the disaster come? We can't wait. Do his disaster. Ping 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 wrong. Yes, the giant city is over. Nothing else is waiting for disasters now. Let's hurry up with extreme cold disasters. Click. Close the news. Cars does not need to continue watching. At this moment, everyone in Massachusetts colleges and universities has a pale face. And now the people all over the world are afraid of the next extreme cold. The people of the latitude east seem to be crazy. They are talking about disasters, and they are expecting disasters. Zeet. Governor Carroll's roared angrily. Why is Dongfang so emboldened? Just because of the buildings above the ground. In the following extreme cold storm, these buildings will freeze and dissipate. Steam and wind. will not stop the extreme cold at all. From now on, the whimpering cold wind in the northern hemisphere is even stronger. Whimpering, the wind whistling, and the wind is endless. Long dark night point cold point mixed with blizzards and cold winds. This is Guangcheng on the 26th. This is the largest city in the south of our country. This city has a large population along the coast and along the border at this moment. Chief of Internal Affairs Lin Ping, Chief of Foreign Affairs Major Yan, and Deputy Chief of Supernatural Special Research Team Zhao Guofeng gathered at the train station at 8 o'clock in the evening. The guards began to garrison. This time an old man came, and the old boss got off the train. Salute. Zhao Guofeng took the lead and shouted. Boom. The salute sounded, and every soldier stood straight, expressing the greatest sorrow to the old man. The old man came here for the work inspection before the last cold wave, because Guangcheng would be the first one. After walking out of the train station, the old man looked up and looked in front of him. When he walked out of the huge train station with the bird's nest structure, he first felt that it was a magnificent and magical architectural city. This is the largest southern city in Guangcheng. It gathers train stations, industrial corridors, and tens of millions of cities. So when he walked out of the train station and started watching, this was the first time the old man saw a completely formed city of wind and snow. At first glance, there are rows of huge and ultra thick black residential buildings, each of which is interspersed with various steam iron pipes, densely packed like electric wires. A breath of magic is coming. The old man nodded, very satisfied with this building in a snowstorm. Boss. This is the city wall. It uses solar panels and is equipped with an artificial sundae. Zhao Guofeng continued to introduce. The old man nodded. He had seen these two plans before, and this is the trump card of Yuhan technology currently in top secret information. He witnessed the plans of the whole country with his own eyes and witnessed the start of each project. Now that he saw the results, he really knew how big the project was mentioned by the special research team. 40 meters high, standing majestically, the concentrating solar panels are shining with black luster, and the bright technological luster is shining brightly. In the next cold wave, these concentrating solar panels will be the biggest technology to keep out the cold. Then he looked up, and now the old man saw them and made solar thermonuclear device towering high in the sky for the second time. This one does not need to be elaborated, because it represents the East from the 1950s to the 30s. This is our country. It took 70 years to develop an artificial sun. These two will be the final trump card to resist the cold wave. Not bad. Standing straight, the old man couldn't help smiling. Looking back, the old man was like an ordinary person. He walked toward the industrial corridor in front of him. The black steam iron pipes were densely covered, and the complex steam breath was blowing. One by one, huge factory buildings stand tall and tall. In front of the plant, all kinds of propellers, gears, pistons, heavy machinery, crude steel, iron plates, etc. are all loaded into trucks and trucks. The truck was loading and running with ore. The overall industrial trend is extremely clear, and the old man smiled in satisfaction. The Northern Ecological Park has also been implemented. It will be completed in 3 days, and the whole people will be waiting for the cold wave. Zhao Guofeng continued to introduce. The old man nodded. Now he felt the industrial corridor and the ecological paradise. He thought of the scene where he first met Ying Ziyue, the head of the Supernatural Special Research Institute. At that time, it was early July, and it was early in the morning after 8 o'clock in the normal daylight hours. He saw the young man pacing, with a smile on his mouth, and then his voice was clear and powerful. I want to stop any development across the country, including real estate and factories. I want the national labor force to stop, just for one project. I want to try to contend the ice age with the power of the whole country. Boom. These are the words of Ying Ziyue. Looking at the city in front of you, from wind turbines in the city to hot blast furnaces, steam pipes, ultra-thick residential buildings, solar energy from the city wall, artificial sun, north and south, trains. Now Ying Ziyue has proven himself. Everything is done. How about the sentence 3 months ago? I want to try to contend the ice age with the power of the whole country. Call. The old man exhaled a long sigh. With a smile on his mouth, Boss, the National Meteorological Administration has determined that the current temperature outside the city is -43 degrees and will reach -50 in the future, and then the cold wave will come. Zhao Guofeng reported again. Okay. Fighting with the heavens is a lot of fun. Now with this kind of arrangement, let the whole people personally participate in this era to fight against the disaster. I will sit in Guangqing personally and watch the cold wave showdown with my own eyes. The old man waved his hand with great pride. Chapter 98. September 27. The northern and southern glaciers showed explosive temperature drops at 4 o'clock in the morning. The heating layer on the four oceans in the northern hemisphere dissipated completely and was completely cut off by the cold wave point. So the impact of this is that global disasters have been curbed, which means that the submarine volcanoes have begun to stop, that tsunami has begun to stop, and the crustal movement has begun to stop. However, the global temperature will begin to change drastically from this moment on, and the tropical countries of the southern hemisphere will feel the feeling of -50 degrees for the first time. At the same time, the cold wave began to have a moving trajectory, starting from the glaciers of the south and the north, merging in both directions, starting from the stratosphere, covering everything, and then finally reached along the equator, and then officially announced that the blue planet became a silver planet. In the early morning, the Donov Meteorological Bureau of Southern Glacier and Ayers Meteorological Bureau of Northern Glacier. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the two meteorological bureaus made projection video connections in the two polar regions. Jenny Donov, the chief professor of meteorology, a great female meteorological professor, is the B-glacier meteorological professor, Ailes, who is known as the father of meteorology. In front of her projection, Professor Jenny, the North Glacier's cold wave started. I now analyze all the trends before the Little Ice Age, and then get a question. Professor Ailes looked complicated. That is to follow this north-south cold wave. Perhaps it will not cover the northern and southern hemispheres, but will cover the equator, covering any area of the earth. Below the height of the earth, there will be a cold wave. Ayres said. After he finished speaking, the face of Professor Jenny's team changed drastically. They had investigated dozens of times before the meteorological cold wave approached them, but because meteorological technology was unable to investigate the cold wave at all, the current meteorological technology is not as advanced as humans have seen. Now it is possible to detect storms and rainstorms through the regional airflow layer in advance, and to detect thunderstorms through the ionization of a certain area. And then computer simulations can predict how big these disasters will be, and then calculate how much area it will cover. But the cold wave is different. There is no regularity. It can only be calculated when the cold wave is moving now. If it wasn't for the Little Ice Age, maybe the data we got from the weather before were all wrong. Jenny said. After she spoke, the atmosphere in the B-glacier Meteorological Bureau was suffocated. Start investigating the direction before the epoch glacier whirled a million years ago. Start to count the ice age of the known historical records of the Earth's history. At this moment, the southern and northern glaciers began to investigate at the same time, and detailed and dense engineering quantities appeared. Now the calculation is not very difficult, because the cold wave of the southern and northern glaciers has already begun to move, providing them with parameters, height, coverage, and cutting temperature insulation data. The two top meteorological bureaus in the world report on the power of all talents. From 4 in the morning to 8 in the morning, the sunspots and the time of sun decay are continuously calculated for 4 hours. Finally, at 8:30, as in the South Glacier Meteorological Conference Room screen, Professor Teeking's face appeared. Everyone, if there is no error in the calculation, the north-south cold wave will be a reappearance of the glacier whirled a million years ago. So let the global official in the Eagle Nation's disaster defense underground bunker, the management ministers of the major bunker, started the projection video, and everyone displayed the latest announcement from the North and South Meteorological Bureau. Great Glacier Century, Big Glacier. The head of the disaster headquarters, Jemming, had a pale face. He looked at this semi-underground bunker and felt distrustful for the first time. Mr. Minister, we must start the final reinforcement plan for the whole people. The senior meteorological professor of the Eagle Country has a serious voice. Wait a minute, the current infrastructure industry in the East will report again. The Minister of Disaster, Jemin, said in a suppressed voice, train, city of machinery, industry, agriculture. The Minister of Information said, what about the military deployment? Minister Jemin growled, in early July, a large number of Eastern Nuclear Defense Corps went to the border. We suspected that they had carried out anti-nuclear installations. At the same time, there were 2 anti-nuclear devices in the east. One is the border and the other is said to be the Yanjing Underground 5,000 miles Nuclear Defense Center, said the Minister of Information. Very good second question. If it is the Great Ice Age, under extreme temperatures, will nuclear heavy water, nuclear materials, and nuclear launchers affect the launch? Minister Jemin said again, it will be damaged. Perhaps the nuclear material is safe under the protection of the temperature barrier, but after the launch, the continuous cold wave will damage the precision instruments, unless it is a special new material. Professor Meteorology replied point boom, suddenly stood up. His pupils stared indifferently at the news of the North and South Meteorological Bureau on the main screen in front of him. For the first time, the head of the disaster headquarters of the Eagle Nation, Jemin, felt depressed. At the beginning of July, Dongfang completed the border layout of anti-nuclear devices, equipped with a 5,000-mile nuclear defense base that may exist underground in the inner city. This is their trump card to prevent nuclear. At that time, the whole world was still in doubt, but Dongfang silently completed the arrangement thinking of this layout. Minister Jemin felt a panic. Is there a possibility that a country knew in advance that the Ice Age disaster was coming? Minister Jemin looked at the meteorological professor and said again, it is absolutely impossible. Now it is the comprehensive cold wave movement of the North and South Meteorological Bureau, and then covering the subtle data from a million years ago, and combining the previous extreme cold weather changes. It was finally judged as a glacier 3 days ago. This is the highest at present. The meteorological power of the world is now leading in the West in global meteorology. The straightness and voice of the meteorological professor Luo is also incomparably affirmed. Minister Jemin's expression was complicated again. He didn't know how to comment on the current layout of the East, the layout of the nuclear defense, the layout of the giant city, and the layout of the ecological agricultural system of disasters evidence. Minister Jemin was a little stunned. He found that the news about the East on the internet was very messy. Some were mocking, some were praise, but there was no doubt that their project was to stand on the ground. This has nothing to do. It can be called courage, can also be called emboldened. So where is the East now? Minister Jemin, there is no time. Meteorology professor Rob pointed to the time. It is the 27th, and the final reinforcement time is already the last. Turn on. Call on all underground bunker civilians to start super thickening work on underground bunker. Remember that this is super thickening work. Thicken at all costs. We have no time and transportation. We can only choose to add all the engineering bodies. Thick. Minister Jemin stood up and shouted, receive. From 9 o'clock in the morning, broadcasts began to sound in the bunkers of the Eagle Nation. At the same time, the official Twitter of the Eagle Nation officially announced, from now on, the Eagle Nation has entered a state of strategic preparations, and all the people are requested to cooperate with the major countries' reinforcement and defense projects to fight disasters together. This is just the beginning. At the same time, the Eagle Country, the Kawasaki Country, the United States of Roses, the North Glacier and the South Glacier, not only the Western countries, but other desert countries, India, etc. have all issued announcements at the same time. The content of the announcement is a little bit from now on. Within 3 days, day and night, the whole people will carry out the crazy cold protection project. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun broke out, but with the exception of a few countries in the southern hemisphere, other countries in the world still have gloomy skies and snowstorms mixed with extreme winds. The 10 o'clock and topic is not the announcements, but the panic that has spread across the world. In's announcement of all countries in the world, United States of Roses. Why is it that only I saw the announcement and felt depressed, or even afraid, now that it is close to minus 45 degrees outside? With the storm, wearing cotton padded clothes will be a torture, and now the reinforcement project suddenly begins. Why on earth Desert country Anhu, have you ever seen the feeling that the desert is covered by a blizzard? The bunker-like houses have begun to be fully enclosed and reinforced. Now it is a sudden launch plan, which hardly requires any speculation. We can clearly see, we can clearly feel, that a disaster that may not be understood is coming. Kawasaki country Kojima-kun, it's changed again. Now it's probably felt by all the people. 3 days and nights of reinforced defenses. This kind of announcement can be changed, that is, after 3 days to the end. What will appear? From this moment on, a global announcement was made, and the project started. At the same time, the people around the world felt uneasy, and a depressive atmosphere permeated Yangjing North City Point. Now that the city gate is open, Ying Ziyue is wearing a black goose down cotton coat, and Ying Ziyue is walking bloatedly outside the North City. He is now personally watching the snowy mountains begin to freeze in the extreme cold. These snowy mountain excavators can't be pushed down, they can only blast. Hoo-hoo. In front of Yangjing North City, snow-capped mountains undulate. Some are nearly 150 meters high, like a mountain cast of white snow. Some stretch for several kilometers, covering vertical and horizontal directions, and some are majestic and immortal. In front of the North City, the cold wind howled. And behind Ying Ziyue, Ziyue Yan was reporting loudly, because under this kind of cold wind, the voice must be loud. Ying Group, the North and South Glaciers have issued an ice age warning to the world. At present, the countries headed by Eagle Nation, Rose, and United States are all starting the last 3 days of project reinforcement. Ziyue Yan reported. After speaking, Ziyue Yan couldn't help but sigh for a long time, since July, almost from the people's livelihood and economy, and then to the military, agriculture, industry, infrastructure, scientific research, etc. The East has been struggling with the layout. It can be said that all the way is completely with any doubt. Now that the global project has officially started, Dongfang does not need any disguise. Thinking of this, Ziyue Yan couldn't help but become excited. Ying team, after so long, we finally have a showdown. Ziyue Yan's voice was very sad, indignant, and even excited. There was no way he could watch the doubts with his own eyes, watch all kinds of projects move up, watch the spontaneous unity of the people, and witness the scenes. Hyundai saw the upcoming outbreak, and was naturally excited. Trembling, rare emotions began to vent, the wind and snow roared, and the storm became more violent. Ying Ziyue stood under the snow mountain. This was a rare opportunity to go out. He stood in front of the snow mountain, and his cold voice resounded through the snowy land. It's not a showdown, but the king will blow up the whole world. An extremely jealous voice sounded. For the first time, Ying Ziyue changed from elegant to jealous. The layout was 3 months, and covered all the projects, so his voice was worthy of jealousy. Ziyue Yan looked at the young man standing upright in the snowy mountain, and standing straight in the snowstorm. He was different from other regular geniuses. All the plans were crazy and all the projects were savage. Now when the layout ends, everything is about to come. He showed a personality that was unique to him, hidden deep in his heart, because he carried a great country. As for now, this is the era he likes, the era of global engineering, comparison of big countries, fighting the extreme cold, and crazy and wanton, an era that breeds new life and barbarism, and promotes multiple plans. To complete the transformation. With a smile on Ziyue Yan's mouth, he sighed, but this is the only way to truly lead the nationwide confrontation with this kind of genius. Chapter 99. Since the afternoon of the 27th, all major Western countries have all started their strategic state. This means stopping all economics, stopping all scientific research, stopping all factory research, airports, high-speed rail, and so on. All shops obey the dispatch, and all the people obey the official command and arrangement. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, New Times Square, Mars State, United States of Roses, now has 2 million people, and 1 million foreigners. Blizzard is falling in the sky, and human eyes can personally see that the amount of snow is increasing, and layers of blizzards are coming. The army began to garrison, and the major communities began to distribute. Boom boom boom. Trucks and snow shovel trucks appeared, and the people were responsible for shoveling and transporting snow in front of their doors. As for the army and engineers, they began to build temporary fences urgently. Every city began to build temporary fences. This is nothing more than steel bars equipped with temperature insulation panels. At the same time, the temporary walls of the city began to be laid on top of each underground defense station point. Looking from the sky, we can see that the whole people are madly carrying out this project, and scenes of shocking and great scenes are appearing. The say one community in New Times Square is a high-end community, but now many people are still shoveling snow spontaneously and starting to spontaneously lay insulation panels. Many wealthy international students are also shoveling snow in the cold wind. It's really desperate. When will so much snow come? An Oriental student with a red back smiled bitterly, and the white man next to him was talking. Go on, this project is all over the world. Horn-eyed smiled bitterly. He was originally a rich second generation, living in the high-end community of New Times Square, enjoying the legacy left by his parents. All he needs to do is eat, drink and play every day. But with this disaster, Horn-eyed knew that everything had changed. Damn, why do you shovel the snow crazy every day? The disaster is coming in 2 or 3 days. We don't have time, we should rest well. Black Cane, a good friend, gritted his teeth. Yes, the amount of work is too terrifying. We actually have to isolate the temperature ourselves, and the official said, this time the disaster is very big. Horned frowned. He scanned the entire New Times Square. All busy. Don't look at the man, the whole Mars state is busy now. Black Cane waved his hands. This kind of scale gives me the feeling that something terrible will happen next. Kyle roared, frowning. He almost didn't need to open the video, and Horned felt the depression before the disaster did, because the phone keeps pushing news. He randomly clicked on a live broadcast of a blogger on INS. This is the kingdom of Tsar, and now it is also in the final cold resistance project for the whole people. In that Tsarist state, in the center of that city stood a semi-underground fortress, a fully enclosed temperature barrier and steel plates. This steel plate gave people a brutal and tough feeling. The huge semi-underground fortress was now white, covering a layers of frost point. But now the Tsarist blogger is thickening and thickening as the army continues. Horn-eyed couldn't help but whispered in a low voice. He casually reopened several other in social live broadcast platforms, and now they are all like this one by one bloggers, or the officials of those countries. They are all doing the same thing. For example, the semi-underground bunkers in the Eagle Nation are like giant mushroom houses. They are so huge that their people began to put up insulation layers and began to urgently build those simple steel walls. All Western countries, the subtropical Kawasaki country, etc. ed. You don't need to watch it. The whole world has started. Every day, it is 12 hours to shovel snow, isolate the temperature, and build temporary walls. Kane said point in the current ins and oil pipes. There are also Western forces that are the first to be photographed. For example, an ordinary 2-meter long wall was completed in 3 hours. There are many short videos of this kind of motivation, but Horn-eyed doesn't want to see it at all now. I don't know what the East is like. They have not announced the news. Next to Horn, the student from the East Side point. Hearing these words, Horn's face changed. He clicked on the Dangfang Taoxiu platform and then opened the live broadcast page. There are not many live broadcasts in Dangfang now, but every title makes him look weird. For example, Samara live hot pot in the snowstorm, live test the melting process of the snow in the city, then stick to the live broadcast aerial Oriental. After clicking on the video, the first glance is the bird's eye view taken by the Dangfang meteorological satellite. The first scene is impressively the majestic Yanjing. At first glance, Horn-eyed only felt a magical castle, bunker, medieval city, and Annam City. This was the first time he saw the East from the perspective of live aerial photography. The huge black city wall is shiny with technology. The city wall is towering into the clouds, straight into the sky, deep in the sea of clouds, above the city wall. Shiny, that spot-like technological structure makes Horn-eyed think of solar panels. Hiss. Covering a city wall with solar panels is not only terrifying, but can't help but wonder seeing This solar panel, looking at the snow in front of him, and the upcoming severe cold, Hornide thought of a terrible thing at this moment. If these are solar panels in the form of lights, when the extreme cold comes, then the four walls of this giant city will light up at the same time, and then begin to heat up. If this scene is a confrontation with the cold wave and snow, the sky and the earth will seem to change color, and the steam will boil. Holding back the horror in his heart, Hornade continued to watch, and saw that not only the city walls, but also the solar panels of this kind of energy gathering form on the rooftops of the super thick residential buildings. I saw this scene and can't help but get astringent again, because the high definition satellite photographed every building in its entirety. He saw the super thick buildings and the black steam pipes. A stream of steam is permeating, with a spouting breath, and also with a whistling breath. And in those stalwart and giant steam pipe connection areas, a scorching blast furnace stands tall in Nanchang. This is a scorching blast furnace, which can also be called a big boiler, a steam furnace, up to 200 meters high, not stained by wind and snow, and heating the city. At the same time, what really caught the eye was the center of the city. Along with the roar of the cold wind, I saw a 1,000-meter high, terrifying giant, black and ink mechanical wind generator slowly spinning. The giant wind turbine makes this city look more magical, just like an anime city of Chinese machinery. Cool. Hornide exhaled a long sigh of excitement. He really didn't know how to describe this city in the east. Majestic and majestic. The most amazing miraculous building in human history. Zero fine flowers. Too many descriptive words. Magic. Victory. Middle Ages. A giant city with a mixture of mechanical steam and technology. Cool. Then the picture began to improve, and the height was directly above the stratosphere. So a miraculous and majestic scene appeared in front of the magical giant city of Yanjing. It was a huge rolling train track, 100 meters wide, with a black track standing high up, and some areas were flooded by snowstorms, but it did not affect the buzzing at the moment. Voice, boom boom boom, the humming roar resounding through Heishangun. I saw a giant train like a silver dragon departing from Yanjing railway station, accompanied by steam, and the roar of the train. Terrifying vibrations resounded everywhere. Heaven and earth, it all seemed to change color. This is the snow country train. The train traveling in those blizzards, all the snow is directly washed away, and the terrifying train can tear everything apart, just like roaring forward. Then the picture changed to the route of the train, so the train passed the next city without any wind and snow in the city, and the towering city walls blocked everything. Zero. Then the height increased again, the ultimate height increased. The picture has changed. This is almost a dozen mechanical steam cities appearing in Hornide's sight. The first scene is a dozen-kilometer high giant Ferris wheel generators. Then there are more than a dozen red dye-hot blast furnaces. More than a dozen cities are close to the train tracks, and there are black transportation pipelines beside the tracks, as if trains connect these cities. So the picture becomes the whole south. Humans can see one by one small white spots that are giant nuclear-powered icebreakers waiting next to the major cities in the south. These are the most terrifying icebreakers. They stand on top of the blizzard, seemingly waiting to be reopened. In addition, the stalwart Guangcheng is the largest city in the south, and thousands of train stations are clearly visible as the train moves. When it arrives in the North Sea, it is a whole azure ocean. A huge semi-artificial warehouse stands beside the ocean. This is the East Ocean North Sea Warehouse. There are too many. And finally is the Northern Ecological Park. The White Ecological Park covers everything, matching the giant train station in the north. This seems to form a picture of the age of medieval plus technology. The picture once again turned into a dozen provinces, and finally the whole east point. The train goes around the country, and the giant city stands tall. The aerial photography is over. Call. Hornide was still in a daze, and his good friend Kane, the black man, was also stunned. The two raised their heads, and looked at the new Times Square with snow piling up in front of them. It was extremely complicated. Look at this area. Live broadcast and comment. Kane said. After opening the comment, a bunch of video messages from the eastern people appeared. Xihai City, seeing our country's reserves. I just want to say, when the disaster will come. Nothing else. Now I'm more confident to fight disasters. Jiangxi, plus 1111, seeing this reserve, I can only say, that disaster should come to fight. Or I'm sorry for our infrastructure. Click. He gritted his teeth and turned off the phone. Hornet didn't want to look anymore. Two pictures appeared in his mind. One was the urgent start of infrastructure construction in the west in full swing, and the other was the towering giant city in the east with no blizzard in the citywide chapter 100. At 3:50 in the afternoon, the world is about to sunset point outside the city of Yanjing. There is still a blizzard. The old Great Wall is about to be submerged, and the traces of human existence are about to disappear. At this moment, under the setting sun, cold wind, and blizzard, Ying Ziyue is standing quietly, with cold eyes. Standing behind him were Zhuo Yan, Zhao Guofeng, and dozens of special police in cotton-padded clothes. At the highest point of this ancient city wall, Ying Ziyue was watching. He felt the last sunset, and countless pictures flashed through his mind. For example, at this moment, almost all the people in the northern and southern hemispheres are carrying out various engineering expedites and various engineering preventive work under the snowstorm point, and with the final darkness, people around the world probably don't know that an unknown era has begun. Points starting from the ancient Great Wall at Heishanguan in the east, Ying Ziyue's gaze seemed to fall in the vast galaxy of the universe. The Earth is constantly revolving, and the axis and orbit of the Earth show an angle of 6634, but as it revolves, it enters a certain distance. In these dense galaxies, the direct rays from the sun began to cause tremendous changes on the surface of the Earth. At the moment, when the sun's rays fall, it is not only the sun, but also the radiant heat transmitted by sunspots that is beginning to recede. So from this moment on, solar activity weakens. In the short term, the sun will become a luxury, so now the radiation in the northern and southern hemispheres, the heat starts to decrease. Looking back, Ying Ziyue closed his eyes. He was familiar with the direction of all disasters in the current stratosphere. Carbon dioxide in the atmosphere begins to condense, so the Earth's warmth disappears. The cold wave of the northern and southern glaciers has begun to slowly condense into a body, and it has not moved yet, but now it is completely formed, covering the northern and southern glaciers, covering the entire airflow, and the cold wave is getting stronger and bigger. At this moment, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in front of the semi-underground bunker of Shenmue's in the northern hemisphere, a group of meteorologists who were filming outside raised their heads blankly. He was watching the scene in front of him in a complicated manner, perhaps saying that mankind should always remember this. A moment of miracle. In front of the North Glacier, those snow-capped mountains and glaciers are no longer visible. Once again, I can see a white mist, like a roaring thunderstorm field. As the Earth's comprehensive warmth 7 or 90 disappears, the sunshine decreases, and the heating layer disappeared. This cold wave group began to intensify savagely, and grew terribly larger. I can't help it. The Great Glacier is coming, a group of meteorologists desperately said. Only by standing in front of this cold wave can they truly understand what is the greatest despair in human history. Southern Glacier, located in front of a dry coastline in the tropics, is only blowing cold now. A little girl and her parents walked out from the beach when suddenly the little woman pointed her hand. A snowflake fell on the palm of her hand, and as the snowflake began, this tropical country began to enter the world of a huge blizzard. The little girl stared blankly at a blizzard condensed into a mass, and then went to cover this tropical city, and then the southern hemisphere tropical began to fall. She seemed to have witnessed an epic era. At 4:30, on the Western Forum, the news about disasters from into oil pipes, and so on, all exploded. Hot search first. The weather suddenly became depressing and desperate. LOOE, do you feel it? After dark today, the temperature seems to have dropped suddenly. Now the skin is in this cold air, as if it was being cut by a knife. Cool. There is a large cold wave cloud in the northern hemisphere. What does that mean? Zunch, too depressing. I always feel that there is an era of terrorist disasters that will emerge. At exactly 5 o'clock, the hot news search did not continue to be postponed because the South Glacier Donov Meteorological Bureau issued a text. The weather level changes again, and the final level is Ice Age. After publishing the text, the West has completely changed. On the new Times Square in the United States of Roses, all the civilians and the infrastructure raised their heads blankly, looking at the direction of Belly Glacier. From the current news, they seem to have seen that a giant cold wave was slowly coming to crush everything, slowly and brutally pushing Not only here, but in Kajiro Island in Kaurasaki, in the capital of the Buddha of the Three Kingdoms of India, beside the giant pyramids in the desert country, in the black tribes of the prairie state. They all saw it, and they all felt the extreme disaster suppressed. Struck point when the 5 oceans in the northern hemisphere are cut off. The super cold weather in human history is about to blow point at any place in the world, any group of people. They all stood up blankly, looking at the direction of the northern glacier in the northern hemisphere, and looking in the direction of the southern glacier in the southern hemisphere. This is an epic scene. Spectacular to the extreme. Before Haitian Pass, Zhao Guofeng was reporting the direction of the weather. Ying Ziyue carried his hands on his back, and the black military uniform and cotton padded coat rustled through. He pinched a handful of white snow toward the blizzard, as if covering the depression before the disaster behind him. The gale rushed to the extreme, as if human beings were witnessing this sad direction point in his sight. Yanjing's hot blast furnace, wind turbines, ultra-thick residential buildings, and towering city walls stand tall. The people in this city are not panicking, because the mechanical computers of the train stations are roaring, the checkpoints are opening, and the trains are entering point overlooking this city. Ying Ziyue does not regret it, because if the impact of the global disaster is too large, the unknown impact is too large. He only wants to protect the East. Because the disaster is too great, he has no extra energy to take care of other countries. For him, he just wants to protect this country. Exclamation mark. Behind Ying Ziyue, Zhao Guofeng and Zhuo Yan were also feeling the depression from the cold wave. Regret it? Should we tell the world? Zhuo Yan looked at Zhao Guofeng and asked, "Who are we?" Zhao Guofeng asked rhetorically. "We are descendants of the dragon. We are compatriots of Yan and Huang. I don't regret it. It is enough for us to protect our citizens with all our strength." Zhao Guofeng said with a smile. "I don't regret it. I would risk too much controversy to protect others. I just want to protect my country." Zhuo Yan also laughed. The Eastern project is too difficult, and all the effort has been devoted to the project alone. The sky became darker, and the group of people began to return. Ying Ziyue was in the first position. He still held his head high. For him, protecting the people of this country is his greatest happiness. It is extremely difficult to devote the power of a country to build trains, giant cities and other projects, and finally to continue to develop in the disaster. It was dark, and violent blizzards roared. In the new cities in the east, the giant Ferris wheel whizzed and revolved with a deafening roar. This is a wind power generator with a mottled silver white light on it, bright and dazzling. The night is coming, equipped with those hot blast furnaces, which makes the new cities of machinery industry look even more magical. Especially the outside is full of blizzards, and there are indeed such weird technology like buildings in the city. This is like a magical technology like city, and it also seems like a technological city with heavy machinery as the development direction, with mottled walls. Solar panels, the artificial sun on the walls of the city of Guangcheng, are still breaking through the sea of snow in the dark, and the roaring snow trains all prove themselves all the time. This is a brand new era. The cold wind is permeating, and the night is coming this time, and the west still above the surface only feels what is called biting despair. There are still blizzards in cities in the west, snow shovel trucks are still roaring, and people in this country are still making their final rush after the formation of the north-south cold wave group. A large number of oceans are anaerobic, and humans can see a large number of dead fish floating. Except for other disasters, all plants on the surface, whether in the northern and southern hemispheres, will be affected. When frozen, the trees will also be frozen and cracked, and mankind will witness the coming of a terrifying age. The snow-capped mountains will be frozen and fused, just like fine iron. The road was completely submerged, and the road was under 3 meters of thick snow. This is still just a big cold wave taking shape. After the next cold wave erupts, then it will be unimaginable. Perhaps it is better for human beings not to imagine at 7 o'clock in the middle of the night. At 4 o'clock in the sunshine now, 7 days are already late at night. In the northern city of Yanjing, the weather observation room lights up like a light on the highest part of the city wall. As for the city shrouded in darkness, the wind turbines are also lighting up huge lights, shining on the city like a towering lighthouse. Exclamation mark. Listening to the cold wind outside, Ying Ziyue was sitting gracefully on the bench in front of the French windows. This is a question from a foreign student. Hetty. because it is in line with the current disasters. The popularity is very high. What do you think is the world after the disaster, when oxygen, food, and energy are almost debilitating? How should human beings survive? There are many answers. Some are from China, and some are from abroad. Overseas reply. Now the West is fully developing. When the cold wave is resisted, we will begin to develop industrial technology. Please believe us, we have set off the industrial age, the steam age, and we will also lead the world into a new post-glacial era. It can be called the recorder of the era, the breaker of the era. Some countries after the retreat are not known. They may be able to enjoy it in disasters. Eastern people reply, the current reserves of the East are not big enough to deal with disasters, but if the disasters really have problems with oxygen, energy, etc., this is indeed a big obstacle. There were many replies afterwards, and some were worried. Point click. Turn off the phone. Ying Ziyue stared at those Western replies. That is, after the establishment of the giant city, the jealous dog is more. After the disaster, will the East spend it in enjoyment? There will be no development, and it will be a backward country like a retreat call point. After spitting out her mouth, Ying Ziyue looked at Ziyue. What do you think the world will be after the disaster? The three major aspects of energy, oxygen, and food. Ying Ziyue said, it will be an oriental world with free supply of agricultural industry. Ziyue said, because he thought of the ecological paradise, the northern agriculture will transport the country's food, and it will help certain animals to survive the ice age, so that this continent will not be so desolate. Starting from the ecological park, the East has truly begun to show a kind of grandeur. This kind of tolerance is not a virgin bitch, nor is it to protect other people, but to protect this continent. There are 100,000 species of animals and plants in the eco park. When disaster strikes, the East will gradually let these animals and plants evolve in the extreme cold and embellish the continent. This is the attitude of a big country. What if disasters start one era? Ying Ziyue continued to smile. If the industrial corridor is equal to the industrial unknown era, and the ecological paradise is equal to the new Cambrian era, what if it is the last one? Let's go to northern paradise overnight. A part of the meteorology, ocean, paleontology, and ancient plant professors formed a team at the train station. They will be responsible for the final trump card. Everyone is waiting for you. Ying Ziyue spoke, and he patted Ziyue on the shoulder at this moment. Ziyue suddenly thought. It seems that, since 3 months ago, professors from universities around the world, professors from major scientific research institutes, and elites from all major departments, have gathered in Yanjing, and then began to be sent to Yanjing as the disaster continued. Other areas 0. Yanjing is a place where he sits. Ying Ziyue is the highest performer of the Supernatural Special Research Institute. Like the supervisor of the highest era, he arranges perfect and stunning trump cards before the disaster. Received. Ziyue seemed to feel something in his heart. He felt that this time would be the final layout. You must know that this time, after the announcement of Glacier, the great layout of the East, in the dark and long night, the lights of the northern train station are bright during the year, and the mechanical computer is turned on. In the train, Ziyue is in the first car. The giant car is very comfortable, with a massage chair and a bar. You can watch the cold wave raging outside the window. In the train compartment, there are a total of 7 professors, including meteorology, paleontology, ancient plants, ancient history, zoologists, and oceanographers. Now these 7 professors are in their 40s and they are all excited at the moment. Sitting in the train, feeling the excitement of arriving from Yanjing to the northern train station in a snowstorm. At the same time Ziyue held the project list of Rise of Disaster Great Powers in his arms as the train roared. At midnight, a group of people arrived at the northern train station point. When the train arrives, the mechanical computer calculates the checkpoints, and the checkpoints are opened one after another. The heavy mechanical doll starts to check the temperature, and then the train arrives. The Minister of Ecology, Liu Qiang, had been waiting for a long time, and so did the Chief of the Interior, limping. After getting off the train, a few people went straight from the train station through the corridor to the eco park point. At first glance, it is a giant greenhouse nearly 40 meters high, which is like a giant factory building. The ultra-thick temperature insulation layer and the ultra-sturdy titanium alloy support cast the entrance of the greenhouse and also cast the base of the ecological paradise. In front of us is growing vegetables, rapeseed, cabbage and other vegetables. This is like a sea of vegetables, with no end in sight at a glance. A sea of green vegetables. Then I took a small railway train. This kind of train is extremely simple. It is mainly used to transport vegetables. After walking through the vegetable breeding area, Ziyue saw one by one neatly built, with hills and flowing water. This is a wild animal area. Here are roaring lions, tigers, elephants, pandas, and other groups of beasts separated by iron fences. Then came the fruit tree area, where peaches, apples, mangoes, grapes, etc. were planted piece by piece, including the watermelon garden. These will be the freshest fruits and can be transported to the whole country. Plant area, seaweed plant area, amphibian breeding area, etc. After 3 full hours of visiting, it was a quick visit, but even so, it was only half of the visit. This is the 3-month preparation of Beijing Engineering Park. At 3:30 in the morning, the group returned to the station observation meeting room. Ziyue was still in excitement at the moment, and he took out the project sheet from the team leader Ryan. There is a paragraph above, beautiful and stunning. They can convert water into oxygen for breathing. They are as important as the air on Earth. They are the first order of the cyanophyta. Their cells are spherical, elliptical, cylindrical, and drum-shaped. They have chlorophyll and carotene. They are gnostic algae, and belong to a single row of algae. They are also Phytophthora and tennis algae. They present green spherical bubbles. They are like giant seaweeds composed of countless bubbles. They can thrive in the aquarium, and the bubbles can split from daughter cells and then reproductive cells. Release thousands of new bubble algae. Space algae. These are algae that can survive in space and release oxygen. They can release oxygen in any extreme environment, including extreme cold. Oceanographer Ziyue couldn't help but said with excitement. He also seemed to be conscious. What is it? So the eco park is not only helping the beasts evolve, not only supplying food for the whole country, not only building an agricultural system, but also creating new oxygen. Meteorology Professor Marzian seems to have realized something. After taking out the project sheet, Ziyue thoroughly understood why Ying team leader asked himself to lead these meteorological and oceanic professors to the Northern Ecological Park. While let Linping, the head of the interior, come to build the ecological park in person, while let the North fully develop the greenhouse of this kind of system. Because when the extreme cold comes, these genetically modified beasts will be protected in the ecological paradise. Some of them can be eaten by humans, and part of the East can spur these animals to complete the extreme cold evolution. Perhaps they will evolve cold-resistant long hairs. They need oxygen. The seaweed breeding area of the ecological park ensures that these large quantities of oxygenated seaweed will be cultivated in every city and on every eastern snow mountain, ensuring that these large quantities of seaweed will decompose the air and release oxygen, ensuring this humans and animals can survive on a continent. Oxygen layout, industrial layout, ecological park layout, train transportation, icebreaker, giant city. These are all linked and become a brand new post-disaster development chain. This may be a layout that mankind will never be able to achieve in the future. At this moment, in the meeting room, the Minister of Internal Affairs Linping, Ziyue, Minister of Ecology Liu Qiang, and more than 10 professors all stood up at the same time, and at the same time, bowed the most sincerely in the direction of Yanjing, for the evil group long layout and bow. Glacier 203, September 28th. The Dark Night, oxygen, energy, agriculture. The layout of the East has reached perfection. In the later era, some people call the Eastern Ecological Park the first batch of oxygen Cambrian origin paradise, the place where the civilization of the East started. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.